Welcome back, everybody, to the NLC. The summer split is upon us. We're back. We've got a whole length split this time. We're so lucky. You know, we've got everything. We've got weeks of gameplay. We've got Swiss. We've got playoffs. We've got myself. I'm Trajan. I'm joined by Rob. Welcome back to the desk, my friend.
Thank you. I'm really excited. This is, I think, now one of the biggest official leagues in the world or something. We've got 16
It's the biggest
teams.
league in the world.
It's massive and the best.
Just count
of
them.
course. We're now
Count
here.
them.
Yeah. We include every, champions from Norway, from Sweden, from from Denmark, from the UK. And we're going to have to see if they can match it to the big boys, because we saw last split Ruddy taking the Danish champion roster of Serbia of prior splits and going, well, we can take it to the best. We get second place, get EMEA. Exactly.
All the way to EMEA, on the cusp of making it out of play-ins as well. So we know that these national teams can swing for the fences if we give them the chance, and that's exactly what we've done. But let's take a look at these teams. We have our usual suspects on the top: Verdant, Deer Gaming, Arctic Pandas, Bulldog, DMG, Leo, Lundqvist, Lightside, and Ruddy Esports. But joining them from the national representatives, 2 Massive and B2U from Sweden. We got Bitfix RG and Volda Esports from Norway. We've got Sorby, having had their roster make it all the way to EMEA. They've joined us officially now here, coming out of Denmark. Epic Avalanche from Finland, and Brodom Friends and Absolved joining from the Four Nations.
And I mean, this is just an absolute star-studded lineup. I know in the national leagues, a lot of these teams have so much pride at stake. Again, they're known winners there. They do have to step up here. And I do think it's something as we go through these teams. This is going to be a longer pre-show. We should probably mention that. Yeah. We are going to cover a few teams here. We're going to be comparing and contrasting whether we do think any of these teams could potentially not make it all the way, but at least get up there into that playoff slot. Only 8 out of the 16 get to go to playoffs.
Yes, absolutely right. 8 teams into playoffs sounds like a big number, but when you realize it's only half the league, the stakes of this Swiss stage do start to become apparent. But we have a couple of others joining us as well. This is the switch diagram. You can see that first day that we're going to get into in a little more detail here, but we do have this Swiss format. You might remember it from Worlds, where teams that play through this Swiss bracket get those 3 series wins on the lock, will qualify into playoffs. 3 series losses and you're out, and this will be the format we'll be following through this regular season. Now, we do have to meet some other new faces. Just a few. We've got a lot of new teams. We had to go straight to the source to find out the details, to get the information. There's a lot to cover. We needed some assistance, and we have expanded the casting team just a tad. We've got Gizmo joining us to the main roster, and we have Asheen Kelly, Sleeper, Skipper, Carrie Grandy, and Carvis joining from the regional leagues as well.
And I mean, this is just such an exciting lineup of casters. Gizmo as well covered the UK Four Nations finals last split, and then everyone else coming in as Leaper, Skipper, or Osin, like Cara Grande, Carvis. They care so much about these regions, and it'd be great to hear what they have to say. I mean, I know Sleeper in particular had a lot of words to say about a Swedish matchup we'll be having later today, and I know that they are very proud of their regions. We'll have to see if the regions could do them proud as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to keep that representation up. These are the people that are putting in shifts day in, day out to represent those regions, and now we've got them here to represent them on the NL stage. We'll love to see it. But as you kind of flagged up for us, Rob, we've got a lot of teams to get through here. We've got a lot to cover, so check in. Okay, we need to cover these teams. Let's start with the main roster, though. Let's go back to where we remember them from. We're going to go to the champions number first. It's Verdant.
And Verdant, I mean, you see across the board, this is a very similar roster. Babista, Mishi, and Gugu staying from last split's championship roster. Mafro rejoining, replacing No Name, who already replaced him in the past, back off of injury. You see highlighted there, and you'll see on every roster highlight, this is the player we have to watch so far coming into this tournament. Sane as well in the mid lane, obviously rounding out the roster. But Mafro, for me, is the one we have to look at and say, okay, they had such high beliefs in this player in that first roster in winter. And then he obviously had a bit of an injury and couldn't play in spring. We know that they value him so highly, and they believe that he can take them all the way to EMEA Masters. They'll have to see if they can do it again.
Yeah, it's been kind of said basically explicitly in my discussions with Aragon on their coaching staff that if they still had Mafro, if the injury had not occurred, if they were able to keep playing in that initial split where they had him on the roster to begin with, that he really believes they could have gone further at that EMEA Masters, made a real deep run. So let's see if they're looking in form for that this time around. Next on the line should be Arctic Pandas, Finland's finest, back again. And Rob, no changes to this lineup.
Absolutely none. However, we do have to highlight Kevo in the bot lane, because I think, looking at last split, Nile had a decent split. Debu was decent in the jungle. I think they had a little bit of an underperformance overall. Managed to beat Bulldog, obviously, in that lower bracket, but then couldn't get any further versus Ruddy. Simply and Boltox rounding it out. They looked like solid core pieces, but Kevo was the one who stepped up in those really important games. I distinctly remember that game 3 versus Bulldog in that lower bracket elimination game. He's going to have to step up again, because this is a team that got finals in that first split of the year, but they didn't get anywhere close last time.
Yeah, absolutely. We know we have very high expectations for a player like Kevo, and let's see if we can get a little bit more of that star quality out of him this time round in summer. Now, next we're going to go to Sweden. Lundqvist Lightside. We have had a little bit of a change right here. This is a roster that ultimately underperformed last time, though, with how close that group stage was, the fact they ended up last, it could have gone anyway until those last rounds played out, but they've made a support change here, Rob.
Yeah, they got our Lyricon has gone. They brought in Charm, a French support, played, I believe, Nexus Tour, has an Achanta heavy pool, at least what I've seen, but can also play the engaged champs. I think this team was one that we had questions on, maybe Björnen last split on Unical. This is something that a new support change can maybe solidify, strengthen that bot lane, show a little bit more love to the mid lane. Mons look decent. Spoiler has a couple decent games on Jace, for example, last split. For me, Charm has to come in and turn this team from, we're hovering around the bottom of the main pack, to actually solidly being in that top 8. Remember, again, 8 out of 16. It's very, very easy to drop out here.
Absolutely. Very competitive split that we're going to be seeing right here. And we did get some words from the Lundqvist Lightside staff on that Charm dynamic, which we'll get into a little bit later as we cover one of their matches second round today. But let's go to Leo, one of our newer teams in the NLC ecosystem. They have gone through a full rebuild here, Rob.
I mean, there's no names that remain on the roster. Bunny Beast Dovendir come in from Myth, who I believe there was 7th place in Road of Legends last split. Xylax, I believe, has played some Prime League 3. 1-3-3-4 Matt, that's going to be a fun name to cast. Comes in the Polish jungler. Not a rookie, has had a little bit of experience around the scene, but one that we have to watch as well. But for me, I'm highlighting Kaplika in the top lane. Played in LP LOL last split. Has got, second places, third places over there. I think we have to see whether him coming in can sort of solidify a roster. We all have a lot of questions. I think we all saw our tier lists online. We had Leo quite low. They're going to have to shut us up.
Yeah, absolutely right. No better time, no better feeling than shutting the casters up. We do a lot of yapping up here. We're happy to be proven wrong at any time. We did have high hopes for Leo last split. Sadly, they couldn't really live up to it. Let's see if they can rewrite the story here. Now, one of the teams that certainly did live up to the hype, that in fact overperformed, we can say, Deer Gaming. We have had a couple of changes right here. The whirlwind that was Kakarot no longer present.
Yeah, Kakarot gone, Vitman coming into a change in that ADC role. Also support change as well. Uden out, Mood in. Bellic comes in to replace Handcat, which was a player that we highlighted a number of times last split. But Vatuso staying in the top lane. The one we're highlighting here is Scuffed, because the fact is, this is going to be a very different team. Kakarot was an absolutely psycho ADC player facing the entire time. And Scuffed and Vatuso are willing to back that up. The dynamic of this change, unless Vitman is in that same vein, is very much changed. Scuffed looked good in that aggressive style. Can he play more control?
Yeah, absolutely right. Even though there's only 3 players changed, this does feel like a completely new team as well. And we'll see what kind of Deer Gaming we get as the season continues. Right, now it's over to the UK and Ireland. Let's take a look at Bulldog. Of course, the vintage furniture is still there. Kasing is still there in the support role, and they have retained Ronaldo in mid as well, but made a lot of changes besides.
I mean, again, last split was a disappointment, wasn't it? They had Shigenda playing. You had Kareem KT, who looked pretty decent. You had Raya, who'd been on teams in the NLC before. That was just a disappointment for Bulldog to go out in 5th. Kasing and Ronaldo, as you say, remains. Yoki coming in with Niklas in the ADC. We're going to be highlighting here Nuke in the top lane. This player has been absolutely phenomenal for Freaks in Road of Legends. They didn't drop a single game in that region while he was on their roster. He plays a lot of carries. I've seen him play Akali's. I've seen him play Vaynes. He has to now step up and kind of fill the shoes of a LEC top laner that didn't really promise last split. We'll have to see if they can actually make a run this time.
Yeah, I mean, the top lane has become a bit of a mess. There's a lot of discourse about it. Someone who can really thrive in that chaotic environment. Given how well Bulldog were trying to use Sagenda as this chaotic, kind of overwhelming element, it didn't work for them super well last time, but maybe this is a bit more of a reliable element in Nuke. We'll see how he gets on. Right, DMG we're going to take a look at now. One of the dark horses kind of from last split, and it does feel a bit similar this split as well, Rob.
It really does. I think last split they had a few pop-off moments. Of the player we're going to highlight before I get into the rest of them is going to be Bust. We've got clips of this guy everywhere. This guy on Olaf running in. There's one of you screaming at him as he just runs in and gets a triple kill. A player that we think needs to step up again. Bekas comes in with a lot of experience. Artoria as well comes in with experience. Kamito Salt obviously retained from the previous roster. We just think that Faroese representative in the top lane needs to shine in a pool of very, very good top laners.
Yeah, you know, there were questions about how well he was going to perform last split, given I think he'd had NLC time before without too much positivity to it, and he was always able to stomp heavy on a national level, but he really showed us that bust value, that massive teamfight presence in the spring split, and I hope we get to see a little bit more of it here. Now, last one on the list of the main teams, it's Ruddy Esports. Such an insane narrative from last split. You've already teed up most of it, Rob, but that roster's gone. They could not retain them. They really wanted to, but they've had to do a rebuild, and what a rebuild it is.
What a roster. Well, it's a rebuild where they've taken every
a repurchase.
player, a repurchase from Sitakaisen, coming in from, I believe, was it Hit Point? I believe it's Hit Point Masters, the champions from over there. This roster looked great at EMEA Masters. They did drop to Partisan Sangal in that qualification match from play-ins. We're going to highlight the UKEL's finest of Freebie, coming out of the university scene there. He has been an absolutely phenomenal ADC, whether it was there. He's the story player coming out of Road Legends. He just ran that region for basically an entire 2 splits. Phenomenal player. But everyone across the roster, Robocop, Anno, Anno, and Nano, and Jerky are all really, really good. A Freebie Jerky played a lot together. Nano, phenomenal Austrian mid laner. Anno, carry jungler. Robocop, solid top. This is a roster we need to be watching. This is why we put them last in the old guard, because you need to look at this team. This is a roster built to win the championship. Or purchase, I should say. It's
a roster that beat Verdant in EMEA play-ins. They have proven quality to defeat the current defending champions of the NLC. Ruddy kind of wound up with a roster that could challenge for the title without necessarily knowing that's the value of the package they got last time. It certainly paid off big for them. Now they've gone for an even more proven quality. They are still very much trying to challenge for that title picture. It's never gone to Ruddy so far in the NLC. They have been close several times, and this feels like it could be another one of those times if this roster can continue to perform. So we'll see if they can achieve that. Right. Let's move on to our regional representatives. We're 8 down, everybody. Keep focusing, all right? You know, we know the short form content has been really hammering those brain cells, but we're halfway there. Regional representatives, let's take a look. Let's go to Sweden first. Okay, 2 Massive is the representative here. And Rob, who are we looking at?
Well, we're looking at a roster that I think a lot of us have rated not maybe as high as they wish they were. Kazarius, Ake, Dashkai, Divine, and Luke. We're going to be highlighting Luke here, because Luke has a bit of time in the NLC. He was on Las Bombas in that first split. He looked pretty good playing in bot lane with Miela. This is a team that is not the same completely as the one that came third in the Swedish league. Obviously, the team that came above them was Bulldog Academy. Can't be bringing them in here because Bulldog already exist. So 2 Massive, they've got to prove something here because they've got a lot of difficult competition. We've seen when you start dropping below those first 2 slots in regional leagues, that's where the quality maybe is a little lower. They have to show that quality still remains despite dropping down a little bit in that ranking.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think, look, from my memory at least, La Bomba certainly performed, honestly, a little better than people thought they would. I think they came in as a streamer roster. People didn't have high hopes, but they did actually manage to put up some solid games. So let's see if Luke and the rest of 2 Massive can continue that trend here. Now, our other representative, B2U. Previously bar dictated to you, there's a bit of a TSM situation. The initialism is now the full name, and this is some more, you know, immediate on-paper power-up.
I mean, this is a phenomenal team. Let's not forget their sub-bench has Guves on it, or rather, Guves should be starting, but isn't starting today, but we'll get to that a bit later. They also have Alex on the roster as well. These are perennial champions, right? You know, I think it's like 4-time champs. They're absolutely ridiculous. Nodu in support is also a great player, but we're highlighting on this roster Nord, because this is a player that has been around for an incredibly long time. Played on in esports in NLC Div 3, managed to make upsets against teams like Nord Stream, funnily enough, back in the day, which had players like Elite 500 and Dragdar and Lazarus and things like this. But they are he's just been around for so long. I've had the displeasure of having to coach rosters against this guy. I've seen him play Shakos. I know he can play Nunu. It's just a frustrating player, someone that as well has so much experience. He needs to show up in this entire tournament, but we aren't maybe going to see him today.
No, perhaps not. We will have to maybe wait and see if we can get an eye on Nord later in the split, but we'll get into that later on, and we are certainly looking forward to it when we do. Now, let's move over to Norway. The Complete League, we have Bitfix RG coming through right here. Again, this is a roster with a lot of less experienced names, but still some quality there under the hood, Rob.
I mean, generally, I've seen Zero play for a long time. Benner, otherwise, I believe previously Baker Benner, I believe was the name he went by in the past. These are players that have been around for a long time within the Nordic scene in general, even before the regional leagues came around. Helen Dick and Lifetime come in as having played a little bit last split, I believe, in the regional leagues, but not a massive amount of experience that at least I was doing a lot of research, couldn't find. Red Strike coming in, German support. We are highlighting here Lifetime, because this is a player with an incredibly high rank on the ladder. I have to see whether he comes in as with his pool that he comes from. Is he going to bring in like a Rek'Sai Graves that we're seeing in his match history, or is he going to be able to bring in those more standard AD bruisers? And if the meta changes to APs, where do we go from there?
Yeah, absolutely right. We sometimes see these challenger topping players try to make the switch into pro or semi-pro, and sometimes it is a bit of a rough landing. Players might remember from years ago, players like Anno, currently the Ruddy Jungler, who did have a tough time swapping from number 1 on the ladder into semi-pro. However, the work has been put in, and he now has accolades and achievements and trophies under his belt, and is now on this potential NLC challenging roster in Ruddy. So let's see if Lifetime can give us a quicker turnaround into that professional stage. Okay, Volda Esports, the current champions from Norway, and these are some very powerful names, a lot of accolades, a lot of success across the board here.
It's actually quite funny. I think Volda had 2 rosters in Norway last split, and like there was Volda Esports and VES Japan, and this is the VES Japan sort of team, but it is Volda. Either way, lots of power here. Kreisbu in the top lane. Camel in jungle has been consistently in that Norwegian scene, right at the top as one on like Bitfix as well. Valiant, very good mid laner. Nomi and Sundax. We know Sundax from the UKL, but he has also played in other regions as well. This guy comes in to support the guy we're going to be highlighting as the player to watch is Nomi in that bot lane. Incredibly good Swain player of all things, but just a challenger ADC that I know was on the radar previously, has played for such a long time. I mean, I'm looking here. Let me just guarantee this before, if it would like to load up Nomi's history. He's played since 2018. That's 8 years of comp. There's a few players maybe we'll highlight that played a bit longer, but this guy has been around for such a long time. I know he's been a challenger for a long time. He needs to show it here coming in as a Norwegian champion.
Yeah, and I am completely, indirectly unconnected to this, getting DMs from, Four Nations top laners about how broken Swain is right now. So apparently this pick is in a great spot. It's just everyone's talking about it. It seems it's all over the airwaves how good Swain is. Maybe we'll get to see it if we're lucky from Nomi at some stage through this competition. Okay, let's move down to the UK and Ireland. First, we have Absolve, the second place team from the last split. There's a lot of elements brought together here, including a name in the jungle that many might recognize.
Cast comes in as a player that, has shown potential in that NLC, comes in as a Swedish representative on the UK team, but Rhythm in the top lane, UK. Emil, he is Danish, but has played in the UK for such a long time at this point. On teams like DMG UK in our Division 2, he's stuck around for so long, now finds himself in the NLC. Bloodlust comes in, German AC, very strong. Beanlord, UK support. We're highlighting here Emil, because this guy has been just everywhere in terms of our tier list in the past, but he seems to be coming out very close to the top nowadays in the UK. I know he had played in NLC Div 2 in the past. I believe it was on Fourth War Lions Creed, something like this, but he's someone that he stuck around in a lower league and not made that step up. He's making that step up now. He plays a lot of melees. Is he going to be able to bring that out? Questions definitely for this representative from the UK.
Yes, we will see the highs of Emil potentially. He has stuck around for a long, long time. As you say, he's put the hours in. Let's see if he can put the performance up on the stage. Okay, let's move on to our next UK representative, Broad and Friends. Current defending Four Nations champions, bringing a lot of UK talent to the forefront.
I mean, this is an org that focuses on the UK and isn't an org that's going to sit there and just get rid of players at the last, if they aren't necessarily performing. They've kept, they've got Barone, they've got Tweak, Akronos, Sin, and Akkers. Sin and Akkers are such a story duo in terms of other rosters. Akkers role swapping last split from top to support and coming up with that championship. We're highlighting that captain. We're highlighting El Capitano Akkers in support. He is absolutely phenomenal in this role. He looks so well adjusted. His Bard is lethal. He can play the Enchanters. He'll play the Engagers. He'll play the Camille. He gave Sin his first championship that Sin had been hunting for so long. We'd had that guy up there in the tier list quite a lot. He'd never won anything really in the UKEL. Has made it happen in support. We have to support the captain from the UK.
Absolutely, Akers was the different maker. Arguably MVP level performances in multiple roles so far. Not the only player to have that accolade, but we were happy to get in line behind Captain Akers. Okay, Finland. Let's move over to the Finnish representative here, Epic Avalanche. This is a roster again and an org that has putting in shifts time and time again through the Finnish scene. There's a lot of very dedicated players and orgs in Finland, and Epic Avalanche is absolutely one of them.
So Carlos in top, very Novos, which is going to be hard for us English speakers to English natives to pronounce. Roy Kia, VL, and Oivalus. I'm going to have to be better at this. The Finn Harvest is going to have to teach me. But we've highlighted a player that people may know as Tatooine. This guy has played for I think he's been on Epic Avalanche or started Epic Avalanche in like 2014.
Like 12 years ago. It's
12
crazy.
years ago, and he's become full circle, finds himself in the NLC. Let's see if this guy, who's such an experienced player, can lead the Finnish representatives, who I think would be coming into this split as a bit of an underdog roster. See if he can get them into that top 8.
Yeah, absolutely right. We love the respect and dedication from the Finnish players in Epic Avalanche. Let's see what kind of a mark they can make. Now, our final regional representative to look at here, it's Denmark. We've arrived at Sorby Esport. And I'll be honest, there's a couple names on this roster, Rob, that everyone's going to remember down in that bot lane.
I mean, let's start with the ones that we don't remember. Let's start with Legoman, Dane, and Krids, who come in having played in the Danish scene. Legoman's role swap from jungle to top. I think he's played some other roles as well. Dane comes in having to replace Marcus, but not really Marcus, because Serby and Ruddy are now synonymous in my brain. We'll have to see how that goes. Krids in general is a mid lane that's been around, but is not, we saw Agony Pain playing with the players we're going to highlight. It's going to be Madzev and, if we can get it up, Fred Spaghetti. Because Madzev, okay, we've only highlighted we're highlighting Mads, but I'm including Fred Spaghetti in that one because they had absolutely phenomenal performances in the bot lane last split. We saw them solo. There you go, Fred Spaghetti's around anyway. So we saw them have phenomenal performances. They were 2v2 killing Raya Kasing. They were smashing in bot lanes. Madzev, Ezreal was absolutely phenomenal. Fred Spaghetti, Seraphine, incredibly good. Can they drag this roster, which is a roster which has, in my opinion, slightly weaker pieces than we saw on that Ruddy roster? Can they drag them overnight? Because I do think Madzev, Fred Spaghetti were like top 2, top 3 bot lane last split.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that much of a different story to what we started with in spring, right? We knew that some of these pieces, especially at that time, we were talking about Kiemo in top lane, and maybe Marcus didn't have as much kind of chops to make the impact we needed him to. Was Kiemo going to be able to lane properly in top side? We had the questions about the rest of the map. Madzev and Fred Spaghetti, we had a little bit more confidence in, and it was absolutely earned, but the rest of the map on Sorby earned our respect as the split went on. So, we'll see if they can achieve the same thing now. Perhaps it is just a team environment difference, right? They're able to get the most out of their players. Okay. Whew. Everybody, breathe. We did it. That's all 16 teams, and now we need to watch them play some League of Legends. We do have, if we get today's schedule up when we can take today's matches. First of all, we will be covering Bulldog versus Broad and Friends. Now, Rob, it's a UK derby. It's a UK grudge match. It could not have started any better for us.
I mean, yeah, both of us coming from the UK itself, we know what both of these orgs sort of, how they feel about the UK scene. Broad is UK all the way. They believe in this nation so much. Bulldog came in, picked up a roster many moons ago to get themselves in as Bulldog Academy. It's a rivalry over there, mostly perpetuated by the two owners, Gov on Broad and the co-owner of Bulldog Jolly. But it's a rivalry nonetheless in that scene. And so be able to see the main roster of Bulldog versus Broad in the NLC, this is going to be spicy. And you can see there the owners in the background shaping up. They're ready to scrap today, Trajan. They're ready to scrap.
It's a fight night feel. Credit to Bulldog for this graphic they put down on their socials as well. Two of our loudest, most vocal owners going head-to-head here for bragging rights. They are 2-2 in current record over the last few splits of Four Nations. So this can set the tone. Now, Broad are admittedly, they're not going up against the Academy anymore. They're going up against full-fat, gold-top Bulldog. And Rob, how do we feel about that for Broad? This is a step up. This is their first NLC match. There's some big names on the side of Bulldog. It could be a tough transition.
I mean, it's just... I will say, firstly, to start out here, I'm going to highlight bot lane as the thing I'm actually looking at for Broad, because we have seen this roster play in the Four Nations this split, and we have some questions on top side. But bot side has still remained incredibly consistent. Sinakers were the best bot lane last split in the UK, and I do think they are here again. And yes, Nikias comes in to replace Raya. I thought Raya Kasing looked pretty weak. Honestly, Kasing looked like he was struggling last split in some cases, getting caught out. And I'm not going to lie to you, I know he was on that UK roster in that Nations Cup. I'm sorry, Akers is a better support. Akers is absolutely phenomenal. I know I'm coming here as I'm not meant to be a regional caster today, but this guy has such an insane champ pool. He brings so much experience, just like Kasing does. But he's a little bit younger. He's a little bit more hungry, and I do question some of the drive from some of the Bulldog players last split. They got fifth. They got fifth with that roster. We can't keep forgetting that.
Yeah, ultimately it was lesser than the sum of their parts. There is an argument that some of the elements, maybe they're side grades, upgrades, maybe some of them were even quote-unquote downgrades, right? We need to see how that plays out on the Rift. And again, they were not able to get the most out of the players that they had in the admittedly very short time that they had to prepare. They do have more of a split to play this out, and I think they did start to get a better sense of how they wanted to play out as we progressed, but they did not have enough time maybe to get it in place. However, Broad, they are coming off, you know, more than half of a Four Nations split just right now. With most of these pieces, players like Sin and Akers and others have been playing together in the community for years. They've been playing at LANs, they have been playing online. There is so much synergy and understanding built into this Broad and Friends roster, and that is what carried Ruddy to the second place in EMEA finals last time. Was synergy between the players, was understanding of their strengths and how to play them out. So Broad are definitely well positioned to mount a similar kind of challenge today.
I do think so. The only concern I would have to sort of dampen the wind in Broad's sails here is around top lane at the moment, because NewQ comes in as, I mean, he played a lot of carries, I said, but he was absolutely phenomenal top lane in Road of Legends. We've been watching the UK. We've been cast in the UK. And I think that we can see that Barona's had a bit of a more struggle so far this split. And this is one where it's a step up against the level of the UK sort of talent top lane here. I do think the rest of the map will be able to match across the board, or at least work to match across the board. It really does come down to if NewQ starts bringing out the Vaynes, the Varuses in the top lane, we could be looking at a bit of a struggle starting over there, just because of how good NewQ is.
Yeah, Broad have been struggling to find a wide pool of effective picks for Barone. Sometimes on the tank lines, we do see this kind of element of if they want to really just lock in and get serious, they'll pick a Messiah on the pick of, you know, a tank of some sort, and he does perform decently well. There was the Fiora incident that has to be acknowledged, right? And Barone's normal bread and butter pre this kind of transition to semi-pro was certainly more bruiser carry oriented. They've not yet found a way to make good use of that on stage, I think is fair to say. So, to be honest, you almost have to push Barone off his ultimate comfort style just to get it to be workable. And if they can continue to build that guy up and potentially be able to start using him in his comfort zone more, they have another threat coming out of that top lane. However, we're not quite there yet, it seems. And yeah, NewQ by contrast is just this versatile, consistent threat that it's very hard to poke holes in, and potentially could be a carry in his own right. So the other lane that I want to quickly touch on here before we get into the draft is that mid lane. You mentioned that, you know, bot lane could be an area for Broad to make a push for impact here, but Ronaldo has shown us just how destructive he can be at times in that last split. He was really putting a shift in to try and win some of those scrappy games. What can Broad do to maybe neutralize that? What can Akranos show us to give him the best chance?
I think there's two sides to this. One is, and this goes for every NLC team here actually, do you go into this underestimating the regional leagues? I'm not saying that, you know, they don't have some amount of respect, but I do think that you can come in, and if you sit there and give them too much, you let teams like Broad or any of these teams that are probably be more confident with their synergy and their team fighting, which low-key is kind of how that Ruddy roster last split made the push. They had incredibly good team fighting, incredibly good synergy in those later game stages. If you give them too much respect, you start flipping the game. I think if you come in here and be aggressive as, say, Ronaldo, who has shown sort of wanting to go towards stuff like a LeBlanc, for example, things like this, I think that you can really blow this lane out the water. However, if there's one word I would use for Akranos, it's consistent. It's consistent across the board. He plays a lot of the majors, isn't necessarily a melee player, but generally is just happy to take a Syndra, a Nivea, an Orianna, whatever it may be, and just lane to be neutral. I think that's where the aggression from Ronaldo has to come in and go, okay, I am better than you, I know I'm better than you, and I'm going to prove it from draft into game. I'll be taking aggressive picks, getting not just a little bit of a CS lead, but I'm going to be impacting the entire map as well. That then blows the bot lane out of the water. This whole win condition I was setting up is gone. That's how I think you have to be seeing, is that Ronaldo can be aggressive and then transition that onto sides. I don't necessarily think you're going to be blowing Akranos out immediately in the lane, just because of he's a very studious player. We know him personally. He's very studious.
He is a student of the game in a very real sense. It's very hard to shake him mentally. It's very hard to knock him off balance. Even in a tough game, he will give you consistent comms, he'll give you consistent strategic input, and he will play to win. You know, he is not going to just stop playing to win at some point if it goes bad enough. So there's definitely a lot of resilience there, but they are going to need that resilience likely to withstand Ronaldo and potentially nuke you up in that top lane. Now, there is an element to this that I think has become quite a hot topic so far in terms of drafting. It is that bot lane mage invasion that we are seeing once again. There's a lot of Syndras. We're seeing Vigars again. We're seeing Anivias again. The Mel has become a massive terror. In terms of what Sin and Akkas want to do to try and get the most out of that lane, or potentially what Bulldog want to do, what's your current read on the bot lane meta, you know, and the viability of bot laners, the disruption that mages are really offering to that draft?
So I think when we get to other teams in this tournament, I think we'll be talking about majors a lot more. If we were highlighting Bitfix, we'd be talking about Nomi, Swain. However, when we look at this matchup in particular today, we looked at Nikias. I'm seeing on his account, I'm looking across what he's played before, I'm not seeing a plethora of, you know, Quay, Syndra, Ziggs, etc. So I sit there and go, and Sin, honestly, can play Seraphine and Ziggs, but I don't want to see him on Syndra. I don't want to be seeing, I want to see him on the gliders. And so I think today, whereas this mage invasion, that's a tongue twister, might come into our second series today. I don't know if we're going to see as much today in the first. Sometimes I think they might be handshaking a little bit. The one ADC that stands out to me is Ezreal, because we know that Nikias plays it, but Sin Ezreal is...
It's not a common pick for him.
I mean, there's a reason why there was a meme around him on mid lane, shall we say, and that was on the Ezreal pick. So I think that it's not a champion that we see him play massively, but it's a champion that somewhat withstands some mage lanes, and we see people playing it, at least in these lower levels. Other than that, I think we're just going to be looking at standard ADC. I'll be very shocked, other than maybe a Ziggs and maybe a Seraphine. I don't think we're going to be seeing them today as much, at least in this first season.
Yeah, it's that we've seen the Seraphine once so far in the Four Nations, and he played the Seraphine, and he and Akers completely dominated that lane with the Seraphine combination on AP carry, right? But it then left them without the win condition that Sin normally is on the Jinx, on the Sivir, to then carry them forward to that win. They smashed their lane, but Broad were not able to, they didn't have enough threats that could just be that X factor later on. And I think part of it is because that's the game where you want to have Barone's Aatrox being that threat, right? You want to have Barone being able to unlock a game-winning bruiser that unlocks that style of play, but because, as we said, they've not yet quite able to, they're not able to balance the map in that way, they're not able to execute threats in top lane just yet, I think we probably want to see Sin being given the ball, right? We want to see Sin being given the champion to carry, Akers with a pairing to give him a strong lane, strong 2v2, and then, you know, snowball forward, get him into that 5v5 and unlock him.
I will say, however, that the general sort of meta consensus at the moment is that the support leaves lane at level 3 and is never seen again. You're seeing them putting a lot of more focus towards mid and top, and then combining with your jungler on those plays, and the AD carry, or I say AD carry, but again, it's mostly mages, or a lot of mages that we've seen. We've seen people bring out Talia, for goodness sake, in the bot lane. In other tournaments, I'm seeing tanks people bring out Tahm Kench in bot lane with and Sion and things like that. I mean,
LGC is cooking rather hard in that one as well.
It's something where I think this is a style of play that I don't think favours this broad lineup. And so for me, I think if you can't make it work, or it takes a lot of effort and a lot of scrims and a lot of practice, you have to go towards what favours you in general, which is going to be for those ADCs. On the other side of Bulldog, I'm interested to know, and I don't actually know this off by heart, how much they've actually played together as a roster, because last split, we obviously, it came together very quickly, very little practice. You start having to hand stiff, you start seeing the synergy come in for some of those teams that, like, again, the Ruddies that we speak about. We don't necessarily have that data on this Bulldog roster. How much have they played together? How much are they willing to give, like, say, NewQ is going to be playing, you know, carries? Are they used to playing that? Because I think if you come off of other leagues, I know Nikias comes from the Greek league, right? Every league, especially ERLs, often develop their own little internal meta. And I wonder how you then sort of compromise on all of those. You've got one player coming from Road of Legends, you've got another player coming from the Greek league, you've got NLC representative in terms of Ronaldo and Kasing. How do you sort of make sure all of them view the game in the same way when they're all coming from different regions? It's one that will be a question for me here. I'm assuming they put time in and they've practiced and they've managed to sort of create one coherent vision. If they have, this is an underdog story for Brog. We are framing it like this is a big rivalry, but this is the kind of derby where it's because 100 years ago they had a rivalry and now it still is there, right? This is not, this is El Clasico, but as if Real Madrid have been relegated 3 times. It really is an underdog story.
one side didn't hear no bell, but the other side is like, I don't even think about you anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it's there's a potential for it to look a little bit like this, and that's how Bulldog want to start off this split again. They did not have the success they wanted to last time. They, like Ruddy, have been a team that have been chasing that trophy for a long, long time. But Bulldog, since their first split where they came third, we saw them in the Nottingham final with Kasing, and on the live stage, they've not been able to reach that high again. They've been languishing. They always end up kind of more or less around the middle to the bottom of the table. They have been putting the effort in. They've been trying to put these rosters together. They just haven't found the formula just yet. They would love to find that now in this final potential, of the year for them to take a look at this NLC split. That's what we want to see from them. That's what they want to put onto the Rift. There's one last element with the draft coming up very soon. We are just working through a couple of tech issues here, everybody. Is Lock. This champion is enabled now. This is a new mid lane, as long as this champion ends up in any lane that's supposed to be an AP assassin. Rob, what are we feeling about Lock? It sounds like one of these champions that just launches and one-shots everybody for 2 weeks. Are we still one-shotting everybody in the game, or have we balanced this one yet?
There are a few comments I have on the champ. I think that, one, his Q slowing on the very first cast does make it very easy to land the next two needles.
Yes.
Or
the Fury is like, come on, where's my slow?
Whatever he's throwing out, I'm sure they're going to come up with some very knitting, like crochet lock or something, where he throws out like the kind of crochet. So there'll be some skin ideas crafting already for this Lock champ. But the fact that they slow, he has incredibly high burst. He is at the moment, I think his numbers look a bit insane. His W is a really crazy ability. The amount of healing I've seen on that ability, it's like suddenly he's 1 HP and heals like 1,200. Rengar wishes he could do that kind of vibe. It's really, really insane. However, I think in comp, unless they put a lot of time into it and actually practiced it, there's a very big difference. This is the same problem with like the Akalis you sometimes see in comp, which is like they look very good in the slot, but they still require a very high level of execution in team fights, and they don't provide you, although Lock gives you good, decent wave clear, better than Akali, still provides you with the lack of that sort of consistent playmaking threat from CC from the mid lane. Like if you compare, say, Lock to Syndra as a premier mid laner right now, a premier bot laner as well. Syndra provides the CC, she provides decent enough damage, she's able to come into the game and actually set up her junglers as well, whereas Lock is very much going, you're all playing around me, you need to set me up. He does have a little bit of an overtune in the kit at the moment, in my opinion, just with an extra slow on the Q. I think if you reduce the slow on the Q or removed it entirely for the first one, reduce some of that burst on E, maybe people feel a bit better. But again, it's comp, so Assassins always struggle to find inroads because they are not consistent characters within the game.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing that, given some of the champions, we mentioned that we've seen Ronaldo pull out things like the LeBlanc. Maybe there's an angle, at least playstyle-wise, for that to line up. However, going into Akranos, that we've also said, generally is a very consistent player. He doesn't leave openings, doesn't leave gaps for punishing. You can end up as an underfed melee assassin, just getting popped as they try to walk into every play, and it gets a bit embarrassing. So, could be a bit volatile to maybe shoot for in the first day of the split, or maybe you want to just throw a spanner in the works and throw caution to the winds. We'll see if any of the teams want to dedicate some time towards this one. So we kind of touched on the mages in bot side. We've got Lock in mid lane. For top side, this has become quite a varied role, right? There is the school of thought that just picks Sion every single game, and there is the school of thought that's picking Varus, that's picking Vayne, that's picking Cassio, that's picking all sorts of unholy stuff up there. And it does seem like, the two schools of thought are clashing a little bit. Fearless, obviously, does give a little element to this where you can try and play for a matchup. You can try and just kind of eat a bad matchup early on and just kind of absorb it with a tank and play into it later. But has there been a side that seems to have emerged as kind of the dominant strategy for you? Do you believe either side is particularly better placed? Obviously, tanks provide another utility that maybe a top lane carry doesn't, but it gives you another threat on the map. There's pros and cons everywhere.
I would say the champions I'm highlighting here, I think Ambessa, despite the nerfs over time, she's still seeing quite a lot of comp play. Rumble is also seeing quite a lot of comp play. The one thing I'd point out is Jace. I think Jace is one that has sort of risen up. We saw him come into the jungle role, and he still can be played there. I think people forget that he is still possibly able to be a flex in this regard. Technically a triple flex. Maybe we see a quad flex if someone's decided to play Jace bot lane in this crazy bot lane meta. Unlikely though. I look at Jace is the one for me. It sort of is the standard bearer at the moment. He's more than happy to play into some matches. Yes, Sion can stonewall, but Jace still comes into the game with a lot of poke. Yes, there are stuff like people pick Malphite into it, but Jace can take the lane runes that make it harder to play for the Malphite early on. I think that we are going to be seeing more carries I think as well, when we are going to be seeing this NLC versus National League competition, and as long as the NLC team sort of come in with a bit of confidence, I think we could be seeing stuff like Vayne. For example, today, I'm really expecting a new Q Vayne to come out, for example.
Right.
I think if Sion is going to be picked or Barone's going to be weak-sided, we're going to be seeing Nuke bringing out some of these picks.
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, that's kind of what I want to see. I want to see something explosive coming into this first game, really set the tone for another exciting NLC split. Now, draft's going to be starting up in between 2 and 3 minutes, guys, so thank you for sticking around. We'll be getting into that ASAP. Just before we get into that, let's take these couple of minutes, Rob, and quickly speak on the other match going on the other side of this one, which is Verdant versus Absolved. Now, that is first seed defending champion Verdant versus 16th seed second representative from the Four Nations Absolved. We could probably all understand what's likely to happen here, but what do you think is maybe going to be the main through line or angle in that matchup? You know, in more words than Absolved is going to get stomped.
Absolved, they managed to get through the last chance qualifier. We didn't get to mention this, obviously, when we were introducing teams earlier.
Pretty clean 2-0.
Pretty clean 2-0. I think that they were given a few advantages in draft that, at least in the UK, we haven't seen. We saw a Beanlord Karma and a Beanlord Poppy, which is sort of his second and third champions. I think that this is even bigger than a David versus Goliath than the one we're going to be having on the stream here. This is going to be a difficult matchup for Absolved. They brought in Cast in the jungle role to try and sort of solidify what has been in the UK a rocky split for them. They're trying to make sure that they look solid across the board. They were solid in that last shots qualifier. Rhythm had gone away from playing Jaces and Elise top. I don't really want to talk about that too much for his draft in the UK, but
we don't need
to talk about his Elise top.
No, the Fiora incident and the Elise incident are both sequestered in the annals of history that should never be looked at again.
Never again. And he's now going to much more tank sort of duty with like Orns and Scions and Cho'Gaths and things like this. So I think that in this matchup versus Verdant are obviously the massive favourites. I think that it is insanely difficult here for Absolved. I don't know how to be polite about it. I think Verdant's roster is phenomenal, and Emil, for example, has to match up with Sane in the mid lane. That's not going to be easy. I look in top lane and I go, Babista is probably the best top laner in the split so far. Rhythm is role swapping from AD carry to top or back to top lane. Is he going to make it happen? In jungle, Mafro versus Cast. It's like, welcome Cast the NLC. You're facing this guy that we believe would take us all the way EMEA Masters. Amishi Gugu have played long enough together now to where they are just a ridiculously solid bot lane. And the weakness of Absolved is in that bot lane, and I think that we're not going to be able to see this game day, but this would be one where Absolved gonna get it rocked. I think this is great practice. Let's say practice for the UK.
This is great practice. We probably don't want to hang our hats too heavily on the result of this one. Absolved ultimately. I think Gugu, particularly last split for Verdant, really separated himself. I think there were still some questions about him. People were still wondering about him as a new name. You know, is he just being propped up by these kind of kooky picks, these pipe games that are inflating somewhat? But he just put a real good shift of absolutely top-tier Seraphine performances, completely smashed it out of that bot side. Still got another pipe game in for the culture as well. So I think Gugu, honestly, from the entire Verdant roster, was maybe the most impressive player for me. Certainly landed furthest above my expectations from where they started, where my expectations were very high across the board. So that is going to be a one to watch for me on that Verdant roster, as well as Mafro in the jungle. And then going into Beanlord, we have not seen Beanlord from Absolved adapt super well to the move away from the Enchanter meta. We're still seeing a lot of struggles there, moving back onto Engagers and the more varied pool that's kind of required to succeed in support right now.
One thing I'd highlight here, which is the same for nearly every regional league team coming into this, is what we'd seen in that last chance qualifier. Yes, it was, I think, the fourth seed versus Denmark, again, because of how conflicts of interest, etc. line up. They were the fourth seed. They came in in that last qualifier against Absolved. And Absolved, again, played them out the park, but it was a sort of a drafting by OPGG, it felt like, in some ways, where they were hadn't looked at the tape that was available on these teams to go, okay, what are they actually playing from? What are their actual strongest champions, even outside the meta, inside the meta, whatever it may be? Like, that is where maybe some of these teams can come up with a bit of an upset, right? I mean, we saw it last bit in some ways, how Madzef got Ezreal like every game in a row, and they made that miracle
truly
run.
Criminal levels of Ezreal being played.
It's that kind of thing where if we're looking at it and going, okay, well, we aren't going to go seek out the tape. We're just going to simply sit there and look at what they play on ladder. That is where you start seeing upsets come through, where they have a secret pocket pick that they haven't played or in ladder, but they're always confident to bring it out in this scenario.
They don't need to practice it.
They don't need to practice
it's their best champ.
Etc. I think that's where where maybe Absolve could try here. But remember, these are best of 3s, and so that, if anything, always favours the more experienced team, because a best of 1, you can go for something funky in 1 game. You don't get to go for something funky in 2 to 3 games, and this is where we'll see the consistency of the NLC teams. I say hopefully. I'd love to see some regional rep in that top 8. But this is, for them, hopefully, where that consistency factor comes through.
Yeah, now we did have the revelation here that Bulldog have selected red side. We did have another small delay to the draft, everybody, but that wasn't our fault. That's Brod's fault, okay? So on my wife, we're definitely going on this timer. Please don't let me down, Brod. Please lock in and sit down on your chairs. Okay, so we do have red side for Bulldog, okay? So we have first pick, assumedly. I don't know if we're doing right of side select here, but I'm pretty sure we're probably assuming that red side is second pick. I guess we'll find out when the draft actually starts. But we have 1 power pick for Brod, potentially 2 for Bulldog. What is your kind of thoughts? Are there any implications you can see from a red side pick generally, or potentially for Bulldog as well?
The first thing I see here with this draft, red side for Bulldog means we're getting Nuki on a counter if he wants it. This also means that if we want to see Brod take, like, Brod has been shown favor in the past to stuff like Scion, and that's Nuki's playground. He's going, do I bring out the Vayne, or do I bring out maybe a Gwen potentially? And he's really scratching his chin and going, but there's so many things that I could do here. I think that the red side pick makes a lot of sense. We see the bounce come through.
Fiora ban is
Fiora
pure BM, dude.
Is insanely BM.
That's a Jolly ban. Jolly's ring them up and go, ban Fiora first. Trust.
The Jace ban makes sense. The Ezreal ban makes sense to me.
Yes.
Not comfort things for Brod.
Okay. I actually kind of love it. I love the mental games being played right now. Syndra is a much more reasonable ban. As you said, it's one of these very consistent champs that can be played both mid and bot lane, and certainly is a comfort, kind of reliable pick for Akranos. And Brod and friends are trying to take away some of those draft warping picks that specifically Bulldog can give them a lot to work on. Nocturne's going to be the last ban away. So what are we thinking as a first pick for Brod while the last ban from Bulldog comes out?
The thing is we have quite a lot of insight into sort of the UK ecosystem, and when we're casting these teams, I don't want to give too much away prior to the ban. Anivia is the first thing I'm seeing here, and I wasn't going to say it in case they were listening, because we know that they triple flex this, so they're going to go for the Bard for Akkers, makes sense, but I'm still looking at that Bird in the mid lane, because I know that's comfort for Akranos. It is technically Barone playable as well. I know they picked the Bard, kind of ruins that, but it is a champion that I would highlight here, because at the moment they're targeting like the Akranos Camille, things like this. Akkers just wants to get active. He just wants to run around the map. You take the Camille away, he's taking the Bard.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned the Camille specifically just yet, but this is going to be an element to a lot of drafts right now. We've seen it storm into that bot lane, and we've got a lock. First pick slammed for Bulldog. So we'll get into that in a moment. But yeah, I think the Fiora ban probably should have been a Bard ban, if we're honest. Akkers Bard has been perma-banned in 4 Nations for a long time. We'll see what Brod can do with it, but Rob, locks on the field, locks on the pitch right now.
Locks on the pitch, they're highlighting what they do need, which is more CC. If you're going to take an assassin again in mid lane, you need to take CC and some sort of playmaking potential on the roles. That's when the Nautilus comes in. I'm interested to see what Akranos wants in mid here against Lock. I do know, and I don't know if this is spoilers because of the accounts he's on, practicing Vex. Been practicing Vex to play into the melees, into the mobile melee champions. I wonder if they want to bring that out in this game. One, remember, this is going to be fearless, I believe, and so you're sort of removing those champions out of the pool. It doesn't allow you to sort of take them a bit later. They're not going to go for that champion just yet. They're looking at Wukong, they're looking at Sivir. This is a Sin classic at this point. If he isn't on the Jinx, he's on the Sivir. This is one where they've gone back to, we question this, are they going to go mages? It looks like not the case. They're going back to their comfort. Hyper carry bot lane, AD Bruiser jungle, roaming support rather for Akkers. This is Brod's bread and butter.
Yeah, it is one of Sivir, I nearly called him Sivir, one of Sin's favourite champions, and absolutely confident to see it. A misfortune coming out here for Nikias, so we are starting to see this creep back into that bot side. It can play at range decently well with an engaged, when engaged supports come, MF normally comes with them. So we have that locked in as a bot lane pairing. We're into the second round of bans as well, Rob, so thoughts on the bot lane 2v2 and potentially what bans we're now going to see?
The bot lane 2v2 interests me, and just in general in this game, because when you're playing MF, the stuff like Bardol really is a threat until you get something like an Edge of Night and it hasn't been popped, because you're still the threat of always just having that drop to you. Any immobile champion has that problem for Bard. They're actually banning it. We're Barone banning. We're OPGG banning Barone here.
They're forcing him to play Scion, and they're going to slam Vayne. I think you're right, dude. I think this is what we're doing.
I was going to say, I think they're like saying, we don't want to see any carry versus carry nonsense. We're just going to be taking, we want us to have the carry and you to have the weak side top lane. I've painted you as the weak side top laner and me as the Chad carry. You will
Yes.
lose. Like, it's very much screaming
If this is
at the moment.
Aatrox, we know exactly what's doing this. Jolly is at the keyboard right now. Yone was banned away by Akranos. Not the biggest fan of the melee mids, but he can pull them out if required. And Ronaldo is, as we said, very dominant in that lane, wants to push an advantage, and Yone is a champion that can absolutely do that. It's Ambessa instead the final ban right here, Rob. So what are we pondering? What are we pondering
So
right now?
the Yone ban highlights to me we want something like an Ornn or a Scion. It's like screaming that to me. Yone, if we're going to be taking that top, because Locke does struggle somewhat into sort of tanky top lanes. He has wave clear, but then it isn't active on the map, right? He really wants to be in that mid lane role to then actually run around. I haven't seen too much Locke jungle at the moment. I really have just seen it in that mid lane role. So if the Yone ban is targeting top along with the Jax, this is screaming to me, maybe this is Ornn and maybe not Scion, because Scion into Jax is fine, it's okay. But then this is like, well, why are we not worried about maybe the Vayne? I mean, they've been playing a very chaotic comp, not much frontline, you know, because Sing would have to be going in and dying on cooldown as the Nautilus. But if they ran out here with, say, an AD Bruiser in the jungle that is just happy to just go in with Naught, they then have so many options here in terms of top lane, taking a Vayne or a Gwen or anything that is a counter to those tanks in top that absolutely shreds through them. Broad, I'm a little bit worried. I'm seeing the oncoming train of a Vayne. That's what I'm seeing, an oncoming train of a new Q Vayne. That is a worry for me.
Yes, they are strapping Bro into the tracks. They are handing him a Scion and saying, here you go, this is what we're going to do to you. The Vi comes down for Joki37, not super surprising right here. We have seen this just kind of remain relatively consistent. If anything, it's risen back up in priority over the last couple of patches. The Akranos Anivia does materialize as you had expected. This is a pretty solid round of wave clear they now have. If Rod and friends have to hold the base, there's not really any better champions you could have drafted to do it.
No, this is ultimate comfort. About a year ago, he was like, maybe I'll start playing it. And he did. And he's looked very, very good in it. I think this is something where they're going to be very happy with their scaling in this draft. They aren't going to go for Scion because they're seeing the train as well. They're seeing that bright light at the end of the tunnel. It's not the Nirvana of top 8. It's the train of Bulldog. So they're saying, they're going, okay, we'll take something that maybe can survive into a carry match a little bit easier with that Zehen. Now that I look at it, it makes sense why the Jax is banned, right? Jax into Zehen, something that Zehen doesn't like, can't ever get that knock up onto him. Final pick here. If they want to go range, they can. Is it going to be locked top?
Lock?
Or top Ari? Because I've seen top Ari recently as well.
Okay, we're doing, regardless, we're doing some curse stuff in top lane. Now, into Zehen, to be honest, it is quite a resilient champion. Unless there's a specific counter to it, it does deal relatively well with the self-healing that's built in. It's got a little bit of catch potential as well with the drag back that Tweak can get in on. And it looks like we're going to be locked topic. Thoughts on locked topic?
I don't think he's someone...
Not that there's a lot of data to draw from here, but...
I mean, this is what I was expecting coming out of New Q this split, really. When having watched him and been able to coach him at least that first split in Road to Legends, I'd seen him play so many different carry champs. I thought he's just not going to stop doing that. He isn't going to be the one that says, give me Ornn every game, I'm going to be happy. I like Brod's draft from a... If this hits 25-30 minutes, we've got like Sivir coming online. We've got a Nivea that is a very frustrating champion to play into later. You've got the Wukong who can create space, has Bard for engages as well as sort of denying engage. Zehen as well to facilitate. I like Brod's draft on paper. My only concern is Bulldog are going to go crazy mode for the first 15 here. They've got so much aggression.
Yes.
Vi, Ahri, Locke, Nautilus.
Does have a little bit of the danger of go late we scale about it for Broad. The scaling is absolutely in their favor, but the enemy team has Vi, Ahri, and Misfortune Nautilus have very heavy kind of snowbally pushing options in those lanes, plus the spanner in the works, the chaotic element that is locked up as we head on to the Rift, everybody, for game 1 of the NLC Summer Split. Broad and Friends versus Bulldog. Let's get into it.
And this is going to be one where this is really going to be the metric we judge Broad by, right? We've got Bulldog, I think, in our tier list hovering around 4th, should we say? 3rd, 4th. If Broad can take a game here, that's a great start towards... Remember, this is Swiss stage. It isn't... You get to play everyone once and show your prowess. It really is. You could only face those in front of you. And it will let us be able to go, okay, maybe when you start going to that 0-1 or 0-2, where if you do drop down bracket, where can you start picking up games? For Bulldog, they need really this to be a clean 2-0 to really make a statement and say that, listen, the national leagues, you may think you're good, but we're just a little bit better.
And Kasing with a bit of tomfoolery in that level 1, coming from the top side of mid lane, pushing Akranos back off those first couple of minis. He's not denied much, though. And we saw the response from Broad Sinanaka's pushing Nikias off the first couple of minions as well, so relatively even in terms of impact across that mid and bot side. We now return to business as usual. Junglers both starting on the bot side. We could see them both pathing up to a top lane scrap, though of course Tweak on the Wukong would love to have level 6 before he's asked to commit too hard to these plays.
This is kind of the concern that we have when we look at the draft overall, right? Which is one, it is a sit and scale. Two, your jungler Wukong, unless he gets some, skirmishes early that he joins a bit late and cleans up the kills, is just going to be sitting back farming and hoping to get to that Trinity Force spike, or maybe a Sunder Sky. Whichever he wants to go first, he needs that one. I was like, needs that level 6 Cyclone to actually be strong enough to really play in these team fights. Whereas if you are BDG, I think you need to get off to the races. I do have a worry again for BDG's draft if it goes 30 minutes straight. I do think, if Brod's team fighting is generally very good, and I don't think Barone in this game is in the requirement that we've seen him in some of the UKL games where he's having to play an Aatrox in an odd position. He's not that comfortable. I think as a hem for him here, he's going to be having a lot of players playing with him, like the Wukong. He can play backwards, pull people into stuff like the Anivia stuns. And so late game team fighting should be in favor of Brod. Whereas Bulldog, I still need to see a bit more than just, if they just sit back, and we're seeing them kind of sitting back at the moment, look at the waves, at least in top and mid, that's not necessarily spelling great happiness for the Bulldog fans.
Yeah, I mean, you can get into that late stage, and given that they have a Vi, Ari, and a Lock, the pick potential is kind of nutty right there, and there's plenty of pickable targets on Brod, and even if they get to that late game, they're all buttoned up, they're only sort of 2k behind, and they're scaled up to 4 or 5 items. You can still throw the Baron fight, you can throw the Soul fight by not approaching it properly, not doing your homework, not sorting your vision, and walking into these picks. As we see some 2v2 developing in mid lane, Akronos trying to hold down Ronaldo, first blood in bot lane while this is going on, and Brod seem to have the right of it in mid lane, but they've already lost that first blood potential.
This is a bit of a concern when I was highlighting Signakas as being a strong point for Brod coming into this. Already dying in that 2v2, they're playing Sivir into MF Nautilus. This early game should be in favour of Bulldog's bot lane with the champions that they picked in draft. And already we're seeing, we didn't get to see it on the stream, but already a kill picked up for Nicholas that this is where the MF gets off to the races. And he's on for what is a press the attack build, right? So this is going to be, he wants to click you. He doesn't necessarily just want to be looking for those big ultimates. That's the first strike build. He's going to be going towards a BF sword already on base, Trajan, at 3 minutes, brutal. 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, Sin is clutching his cull and his boots to his chest while the BF sword swinging from Nikias on these trades as well. They're going to have to be very, very careful in that 2v2 and might need to get Tweak involved as well if needed. So, but going a little bit behind in the spot side, and we'll see if they can stabilize it there. The rest of the map, though, relatively stable. Small CS leads developing for Bulldog across the board. Remember, they do have the weight of experience, the weight of ERL titles firmly in their favor. It's just about whether these strong pieces can come together properly as they weren't able to in spring.
And I think, again, we've seen it already start in bot, but now I want to see how the Bulldog, or Kasing in particular, and to some degree Akkas, then get and impact the map. I said this is a meta where we've seen a lot more playing away from the bot lane, playing into top and mid. We've not seen it just yet, but when you're playing Bard, you kind of are locked into that. You don't just want to be laning here as the Bard because you don't have an ADC that allows you to have that lane aggression. This isn't the Canes that we've seen with the Bards that have so much lane damage. This is a Sivir who really wants to scale, really wants to get those arms aligned. And Barone is now being targeted.
Barone.
Both sides of Brod, hard, difficult for them.
He's picked the wrong time to walk up and step up on that wave. Instantly Jokey waiting in the brush and is going to take his time just chipping down. That's a hen. Kill gifted over to Nuku as well, so a bit of extra gold to accelerate. A couple of stacks on the old Dark Seal for the Assassin as well.
One thing we didn't highlight, Ignite versus Ignite in the top lane there. So Barone here, really trying to match some sort of lane aggression. It's not to be. Gives that kill over to Locke, who is a snowballing type of champion. Let's not forget, is one where you had a bit ahead of the curve. The AP ratios, the burn damage on the E, if you land the 3 sort of nails, it put them in their coffin. It makes it very difficult for any of these squishies. Like Sivir, for example, who only gets to spell shield 1. Yeah. And that will make it very hard for Sin to play into these sort of mid-game fights where it's, 2 items or 1 item and a half versus 1 item and a half. The Lock will be the one very much coming out on top there. Oh, Barone. We're going to have to see him make sure he doesn't let this lane run away with him because Locke is someone that is very much a stat checker at the moment.
Yes, the rest of Brod will need Locke to at least be dealable with if they want to set up these team fights, if they want to get to that late game, if they want to have a hope of surviving the pick potential and the engage potential that Bulldog has, right? Ari, Vi, Nautilus, so much. There's a solid CC chain there and big burst to back it up. And Broad and friends have to be cognizant of that. We have not seen too much presence on the map from the support after that level 1. Akka's even on the Bard, lands a nice Cosmic Binding over the walls. The Dragon being started up by Bulldog. Broad look, they'll want to try and contest it.
There's no 6 for Tweak. They're going in.
No ults available. The slow through for the Make It Rain. Level 6 for Joki, though, is locking down that Wukong. Gets back to safety. Sin and Akka's big chunk onto that MF, though. This does not look safe for Bulldog anymore.
They managed to stop the Drake take. They managed to sit there and get the MF out of the lane. Joki's just here trying to see if Tweak walks into that river, maybe he can get something to happen. Kasing flashing forward. They've got support of Ronaldo, but Brod already know this is happening, right? They've seen on a ward, if you notice, in that sort of bot side of mid river bush, they see that Ronaldo was roaming. They're pinging going, well, why were you joining? We were never walking back in there. Tweak a little bit behind, but that counterplay keeps the game in a slower state, which should favour the Brod draft.
Yeah, it's notable for Broad to keep their heads right there, and without ultimates, they're not over-forcing, they're not chasing Nikias into the darkness. They have successfully neutralized that Dragon take. They get a wave crash mid lane, and it doesn't have to be more than that, though it is still a comfortable lead for Bulldog, it must be said. 1.5k, as we're 7.5 minutes into this first game, and they are still maintaining those small leads more or less across the board. And Broad are going to have to potentially, at this rate, go into a mid-game against the very strong mid-game comp with the gold lead, with a potential momentum as well. And we'll see what they can do in terms of holding them back. Slowing down the Dragon takes is certainly a good way to start.
And another good way to start is the Anivia using Wall and the threat of maybe a play to get rid of the Ariel, which is doing done now. We see a lane swap coming in. Brod going, well, we don't really mind. We just need to get Barone out of this top matchup. I would assume so. We need to make sure that we're putting pressure on this lock so he isn't just being allowed to get a lead against what should be a bruiser that's very healthy in this game. There should be a Zahen in this game in a decent spot, and it's not to be at the moment.
Yeah, and Kasing has come up for the roam as well, but Bulldog not looking intent on challenging this. They can see the vision of the grub take, but it will go 3 going over to Broad, and Zahen is just going to farm up those minions against a Soul Nikias. So, nice back movement by Broad, picking up that objective, and they'll receive that top wave as well. We'll see how long they stick out with this swap, because I'll be honest, even if you have to put Barone into a 1v2 bot side against Nautilus and MF, I'd still be worried about potential kill threat there.
Yeah, I didn't actually notice that they were going for the grubs at the same time. Something interesting to me was that I feel that BDG are not feeling that they're as strong as they actually are. I mean, if you think about the fact that how strong Locke is, they had Kasing there, they had Yoki there, they didn't have the Ahri ult, so maybe they were like, I don't really want to play this without Spirit Rush and an Anivia that can threaten me without my mobility and have to burn Flash, etc. But they are losing now on the bot side, Brod, for that trade. And you are getting an MF into a game here where once she gets BT, once she gets towards like second item, maybe it could be an IE, maybe it could be an Essence Reaver, goes for lots and lots of AD. There's a spike here at 2 items for Bulldog that is going to be very hard for Brod to handle.
Yes, they need to be cognizant of that, and we see Bulldog picking up that bot lane Dragon with no contest right there. Gold lead continuing to grow. Barone was recalling, has cancelled it. Joki's around the corner though, has a Vault Breaker considers, going to land it, has the ultimate, but the rest of Bulldog not in position to capitalize. So Barone sticks around, but does not end up giving up the kill. So positive for Broad once again, but yeah, it's the slow march of the gold lead building up for Bulldog. They slowed that first Dragon, but could not stop it. So at some point, Broad are going to have to try and put their foot down.
They really do, and again, this is something where at least you're looking at a soul fight that isn't at 22, 23 minutes. You're looking at closer to 26. Maybe you can get a bit of gold into your Civic, get a 3 items. Akronos in a lot of risk here, but does have cover from Tweet.
This is going to be a 3v2 right there if Kasing can get in position. They've committed the ultimates. The damage is coming down. Joki commits that cease and desist. Ronaldo the last charge. Akkas arrives with a Bard ultimate. The depth charge goes nowhere. A flash rate from Joki. Akronos goes into the egg. Barone has arrived as well with Nuku coming down the lane. Kasing, if he gets dragged back, could be in danger. There's the knock-up. The heal can't save him. And Akronos picks up the credit. Akker's under a little bit of threat from Nuke with the Ritual Nails. Tries to get to safety. Purgatory comes out. A flash doesn't stop the stun. And will Akkers be able to skate his way to safety here? Has a little bit of a speed up from the Shrine. Nuku teleporting in with the Ashen Pursuit. A dodge of the Nail cannot prevent the kill. As meanwhile, there's a dive in mid lane. Trading Zahen for Ahri. It's all getting a bit crazy in this one, Rob. Tweak now on the run as Nuku trying to chase him down for more damage. He's realized how strong he is. But is there real kill threat right here? A teleport through. Has he put himself in danger? Flash away from Tweak. A stun in place. And a shutdown for Akronos to end it all.
What we usually see is it's 1 Brod, 2 Brod, 3 Brod, 4 in every fight that they play. They are a team-fighting team. However, Bulldog, they bring the numbers as well, and this is absolute chaos, Trajan. On the top side, they do go and try and get the Ari, which makes sense. You were able to get rid of, that Spirit Rush. You're able to take that gold off the Rift. And as a result, what has got fed here? It's the Anivia! The Anivia is 2-0-1, and Nuke going a bit too deep for a play onto Tweak. Tweak, yes, did burn Flash to dodge out on that damage of the Lock and E. I'm gonna have to the Lock E. I'm gonna have to learn the name of because we're gonna see this champ quite a lot.
He's gonna be pressing that button a lot.
Ashen Pursuit. Thank you very much. But now the main result of this is Anivia fed in a lane where you can bully Ari. It's an Acronauts game to carry here at the moment. Here, Trajan. It really is.
You really don't, in the position of Bulldog, you don't want to be giving even trades over to the scaling team, right? You want to be taking value and giving nothing back, and they were a little bit hypey there. Nuke got a little bit big for his britches there, went for the dive that there wasn't any real need for. He is still 2-1-0, is still 30 CS up and has a Lich Bane ready. This guy is still absolutely strong, but now Anivia, as you say, is boosted too. Here comes the 3v2. Oh, it's a beautiful MF ultimate. It's cancelled as fast as it can be by Akers, but it doesn't stop the kill coming through. And now this Bard is looking awful, vulnerable under this turret. The wave crashing in. Nikias without the ultimate this time to set it up. Nautilus as well, use that R button. Akers is going on a little bit of a journey here. Into the alcove he goes. He's wasting a heck of a lot of time. That's about all he can hope for.
So as the result of, we saw that fight, maybe we're like, well, Brods, they come out even. Scaling team manages to come out even. And Bulldogs say, not today, we are the better team. We have a read on this game. Our Vi will skip a camp. We'll just run down bot lane, and we'll take your bot lane out of the game. And this MF here, which it couldn't be cancelled any sooner by the Bard, to be clear.
Yeah.
Because the Bard was knocked up by the Nautilus ultimate. So what we're seeing is BDG playing a lot more cohesive than we'd seen in that last split, playing a lot more together on these plays, a better read of the game on where they need to be and bring their jungler down. Tweak was nowhere to be seen, he was on the top side. And Brod, we were praising them a minute ago, and it's all kind of gone back to being Bulldog favoured. Look at the goal lead, is extended to 3k.
Yeah, Joki stealing away the red buff on bot side as well. First turret falling in bot lane. Bulldog now with a comfortable map to play out, and they're keeping that gold income high. We just saw a change of direction from Nikias there. Sold or got rid of the BF sword, went for the lethality instead. I assume we're setting a collector up here. Maybe just trying to get a bit more snowballing damage for this MF that has had a very strong start to this game. Sin's got one item done, he's got the cull completed, but he is behind the curve and pretty much will be until we see that third item come through.
I'm currently worried for Brod in the amount of burst we're going to see coming out from Bulldog. Yeah, he can make a play onto Ronaldo. Spirit Rush is available. Should get out.
Yeah.
Should leave.
Yeah, we're really just trading HP right now. Akros is going to arrive. Bit of damage from Akers, but Ronaldo managing that one very easily.
Should just be able to get out. Spirit Rush not even burnt, which is an absolute boon for Bulldog because they want that Ari to play with that Vi and play forward, as well as being able to get dodge out of like getting walled by Anivia. Great to see. Fight in mid lane, but again, Brod don't want this at the moment. They want to get away.
Not in a great spot right now, but he's trying to get to Tweak to reposition a charm lands. The wall goes up. The Barret ultimate just clips the Vi. It's picture perfect from Akers, but surely the fight is still losing right now. Tweak's pulled up. Sin shredded by the ultimate. A flash in from Joki as well. And it's just all turned out of position here. Sin does what he can to look for Ronaldo, but it's a double kill for the Ari, and it's going to be another dragon for Bulldog.
That was what I would say for the bottom side of Brod, an uncharacteristic mistake. What you saw is that Tweak was peeling to get his mid laner out. There was a Bard ult to get their mid laner out, and Sin walked forward, thinking, I can maybe trade here, I can maybe pick up Ronaldo. I think you're all automatically calling off that player if you're Brod, and now you slip further into the hole. Now you're talking about 4k, 5k is on the horizon as the lead for Bulldog. And it's the spikes coming through. I was going to say before that fight, there's a lot of burst at the moment for the Bulldog lineup, right? You've got Locke with the Lich Bane finish. You've got that Sunder Sky for the Vi. You've finally got Ari finished items. You've got the MF now completing Collector. She's going to hit like a truck. And Locke's going for a play and Sin too far up.
Like, Akers get there he can. They're going to keep them alive right here. Solid for Brod to not lose out even more, but you're absolutely right, Rob. We're getting into the strongest part of the game for Bulldog. The Vi, Ari, the MF, this is the massive danger zone.
This is also a turret that you can't defend without 4 members because it's Bulldog's map and you're just living in it. Joki can get out here. They can try and clear the wave, but they don't have a way of making a play now. There's no Tempered Fate. There's nothing available at the moment for Brod to play aggressive. They really are holding on until they get to that sort of 3-4 item spike for Sivir, 3 items or maybe later for the Anivia. At the moment, it really is Bulldog, see how much you can get in the next 10 minutes, because the world is yours.
Yes, it's about what Bulldog can do with the lead that they have. How clean can they keep it? How cohesive can they push this advantage? It's not time to sit back on your laurels, but you don't want to make reckless plays and give the shutdowns over. We saw Broad able to answer early on in this game, but this is now a much bigger lead to play through. Marone is trying to get scrappy with Nuki right now. He's got the Maw Malmortius completed with a fair amount of MR. He also has Akkers. He's got two other members of Broad. They're going everything for Nuki right here. Flashburn, in goes the Grim Deliverance, and Broad pick up the play on the map, but look at the trade. It's Herald being picked up by Bulldog upside.
So we're seeing what we expect at this level of play now. Cross-map, cross-map, cross-map. Bulldog recognize their top lane is dead. Let's see if we can get something else. They're also going to get waves pushed in top. And Nivy finally responding. They get mid-turret as well. So overall on the play, I would say slightly Bulldog favored. Yes, the gold goes into Sehen, but the map state, as well as getting a Herald that let you open up turrets more in the near future, very much favors the Dogs. The big question I have here now is about Nuki on the lock on side, because we saw there Zehen was able to just kind of scrap with him after that first burst of damage came down. If that continues to get worse and worse, which is something we'll have to keep an eye on, there's not a win condition loss for Bulldog. They start losing the ability to play side lanes, and if you can't play at least one side in a game, it's very, very, very difficult to close out. We usually see a 1-4. Trying to just run down a lane as 5 against Sivir and against Sivir and Anivia, it's not going to work. So they're going to have to make some advantages, some map movements that maybe, you know, I push in lane, drag someone there, move across to actually make a play. Keep an eye on that at the moment.
Yes, you can see, I think, really the picks and the fights where Bulldog need to try and push that advantage. You can see them taking aggressive movements into the topside jungle. Broad backing away, giving the space. They'll potentially lose camps for this. They'll lose passive gold on the map. But it's all buying time to give them room to reach their win conditions that they can get to later. We are a full item behind in bot lane right now. Nikias with the Collector with another BF sword to just the lonely BF sword, followed up by Sin. There is so much power on the Rift for Bulldog. They still have 2 Griegs to pick up for Assault. 2 minutes before the next Ocean is not the most impactful soul for their win condition either. But Baron's going to come a factor as well, as Tweak now gets back to the safety of the turret, but sets up a knock-up onto Sin, and Vi goes deep for it. Do they have the damage to force it through? A stun is there. Hook connects, and it's a shutdown for Zivir, but it's traded back by Nikias. And Kassin goes down to a turret shore. All in all, not too bad for Broad.
They slow the game down again. 2 kills in their favor to 1. The Anivia now walking over to clear this wave. They won't get any more turrets off of this. Barone able to take farm off of bot as well. So, yes, we see some of the aggressive tendencies from Bulldog come through. The champions they pick, they need to go in. But Broad answer accordingly. And the game will now be slowed down a little bit. I'm still looking at Drake timer as well. 1 minute for that dragon. That will be the sole point for Bulldog. I don't think Broad can contest this. I think we're talking about in 6 minutes' time. Are Broad strong enough to fight the Ocean Soul? It's not the strongest soul in the game. But giving that over to a team that plays into and immediately burst you and then play out means that any damage you put down is going to be healed up. You lose a member immediately and you're playing with a health with disadvantage. So we need to be keeping our eyes on that. Because if I'm Broad, I'm just sitting back and taking waves for the next 6 minutes.
Yeah, I'm honestly down to just push the Elder Dragon for another 5 minutes as well, right? I think you don't want to, especially because Bulldog will likely still be coming out of their strongest point, even in 6 to 11 minutes, right? You're only about the 30-minute mark. You're still looking at about 4 or 5 items at MF. You know, this lock is going to start hitting some Rabadon's-esque items if that's the way he wants to go. So I think delay the Elder, but do not necessarily flip the game on it is the name of the game for Broad. But Bulldog, they need to keep making these plays, keep the pace high, don't get discouraged by a couple of failures. They need to keep pushing for these advantages.
They really do. And I think you're seeing it here. They're hoping to make a play. Kasing is chunked quite low. I will say, Anivia on 2 items, finishing that balance, it does get quite frustrating as this goes on. Like the wall, the zone control. We'll have to see if they can play into
it. I feel good about this. They're thinking about it, right? We're not just picking up the top wave. There's a Herald drops in the pit of all places, and it seems like Broad wants to look for an angle.
I think this is a bit of a risk. They do have time on their side if they want it. The Battle Herald.
The wall to slow him down. Akka's going to be the only one touched right now. The Dragon's been slayed. Bard ultimate's been used, but when the Broad carries, the knockups come through. Sin, it's got its way onto Kasing. Tweak's just trying to slow down the other side. It's a fight on 2 fronts, and so far Broad are in charge of it. Nukes the second slow down. MF ult is big again, but Barone's there to stop her. Broad and friends step up to the Drake fight, and they just take the win.
And I think Bulldog were not prepared. They genuinely believe Brod aren't going to fight us here. Look at our items. Look how strong we are across the rift. Kasing gets in the Herald, tries to take an angle, tries to use that sort of Battle Herald nonsense that we've seen so far. It's not to be. He gets knocked out the Herald, and immediately they turn onto the engage support. Sim plays on that side. A beautiful hold on, Barone. What are you waiting to
Okay, well, you know, we had to have a little Barone moment, I see. Bit of a silly one right there. It's obviously still positive for Brod, right? And the fact that they bet on themselves in that play, and they managed to execute it that well. As you say, this is maybe a little bit of a worrisome point for Bulldog that they did get kind of torn apart in that fight.
I was going to be so praising of Brod on how they play that out. Tweak in particular, delaying the game, and then Barun has just walked into turret and died. However, this does show the teamfight prowess of Brod. This does show the fact that they are willing to scrap you, and Bulldog now have to be aware that if they don't get a fight that is very much on their terms, I don't think that fight was on their terms, to be clear, they are going to be struggling against a team that will have that sort of snap decision-making and a jungler in Tweak that knows what his job is within those team fights. His job here is to not allow those much more fed, bursting members to get on top of his squishies, and he does that beautifully. Brod need to go, we took that win, let's roll with it. You know, they need to roll with it and go, okay, like, don't get overzealous, don't run in and die against the very bursty comp, but sit there and go, okay, we're feeling very, very happy. The Drake in 3 minutes' time very much should be ours.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, Barone, I've been pretty mean to you this split in the 4 Nations so far. I've had some harsh words, and we need to cut this out, right? We're trying to praise you, we're trying to be nice, all right? This is your time on the NLC. Let's have no more of that. Nikias caught by the Bard. Ultimate, the TP's coming in, bro. We'll capitalize. The stuns are there. Nobody from Bulldog is anywhere near helping this one.
And you just see there. This is what you can do when you take the Bard, and I was surprised. I was surprised to see the MF come in. Immobile champion into a Bard always can spell disaster. You step up too far, we see the punish. And Bulldog are now looking for a sort of counterpunch and angle here in mid, but at the moment Brod aren't giving it to them. This Anivia, this Sivir are getting online. 3 items for Sin, 2.5, getting into 3 for Akronos. This is where you start coming into the team fight, the late game scaling aspect of the draft, and Bulldog at the moment, they haven't pushed their lead enough. Yes, there are 3 dragons on board. Yes, they're ahead in gold, but you cannot be allowing this game to go to 35. Absolutely.
We're really running out of momentum right now. Yeah, it's getting a bit dicey at this stage. Now, they do still have the 2-minute timer to play for an Ocean Soul. You could maybe drag Brod into a worse team fight scenario and get the momentum back. We do have word already that this pause is going to be going straight into already, so we're gonna get straight back into the action ASAP here, everybody, so don't worry about that. But Brod and friends, we saw them, you know, that previous situation where Brod's trying to control the mid lane, and Ahri, you know, Ahri's hiding on Vision on top side, there's Nuke on the flank, there's a lot of threats waiting in the jungle, but Brod are so tight-knit. They're playing together, they're shoulder to shoulder, you know, keeping their carries protected, not just kind of straying into an off-Vision part of the map and giving kills over. They're not allowing the free picks to go over for Bulldog right now.
It does feel a little bit like this early game, Brod were not as expecting of the amount of aggression coming out from an ERL1 team. Do you see what I mean? I think they were not prepared in some ways of like matching the players in bot. Yoki was there to make the dives happen, you know, forcing out Barone early, etc., etc. And I think now Brod are in their comfort zone. You know, they're sat there, not that they're behind, it's that they're in a comfort zone of, okay, let's not walk into the darkness. Let's make sure we play together, as you've mentioned. And this is where, and this is a story of the Brod organization. They are a team, the reason Friends is in their name. And this Baron take, Brod aren't going to give this to you for free. They're going to recognize something is up. They've got the TP on Akronos. They will be looking to contest this. They know it's happening.
Safely. They've got to do their homework. Bulldog could use this to try and pull the Brod team fight apart. Akronos is still coming up the river. They don't have the Anivia in place right now. Bulldog, though, continuing to tank it. Jockey's not feeling good about this one. The Baron is shredding, and we have another split fight for Bulldog. If they get caught by Brod, it could be the same as last time. They've had to peel away, and all they've really done is lost a bit of time. Brod didn't even commit a teleport to this.
I was going to say, really good read by Brod to say, don't teleport up here. Walk.
They don't have it. These guys don't have it like that. They ain't got the sauce.
Yeah, they ain't taking this Baron in front of us. They'd have to engage onto us while being shredded by the Baron. They'd have to play, and then if that's the case, we can play it a little bit slower. They played a great range. Like Sim was never really under threat of being jumped on. That is at the moment becoming your main team fight carry in that ADC role with the 3 items getting into 4. Let's just play it slow and sort of herd them out. A great play by Brod, because if this TP was used, they could have done this again, Bulldog, and there would be no TP to then actually answer the next Baron attempt. Bulldog know, and you can see it from that Baron take, Trajan. They know there is a timer on them. They know they can't sit there and let this game go past 35. They have to start forcing major advantages soon, because this goal lead that expanded has shrunk. In terms of where the carries are for Broad, it's massive. And Kassin goes in.
Onto Anivia as well. There's the MF ultimate. That's instantly going to pop the passive. So much damage onto Anivia. And Ronaldo in a flight position. Akronos has gone down. The Bard ultimate comes through. Where's Sin? The Sivir has to be the main carry. Down goes Luke. He's got the double, but he's dead. And the rest of the fight comes through. Sin flashing in. Barone goes into the resurrection, but a charm onto Sivir. Ronaldo clutches it out. Broad and friends, they get assaulted by Bulldog. They try to fight it back, but the fight goes even.
Big Sin was feeling himself. Hold on a second, Ronaldo
into the 1v1 against Akers. He's out of charges, doesn't have a flash. Can Akers get himself away? Misses the binding. And a blast cone from Ronaldo puts him onto this bot wave. He's going to TP out as well. That's a big summoner to be taken off the board.
So an even fight, which you would say should be favouring a scaling team. The Drake is up, and members are respawning. We'll see exactly how that fight goes down in what will be about 30 seconds. But you could see Sin was feeling himself there a little bit, Trajan. He was flashing forward. Wasn't prepared for the charm. And I think it's just those tiny little fate and mistakes that was going to cost you in a game like this, because I do think if you get caught here as the Sivir or as the Anivia, you're causing a lot of problems. This soul is on the table. Vi is coming. Broad, what a fight.
They're not in the best position right now. Akronos does have flash still, but again, he's separated from the team. They don't have the pure battle line. Anivia might be in a bit of a flank position, not the normal position for it. A hook goes out from Kassin. Onto Barone, who commits an ultimate right into the depths of Bulldog, and he's already gone down. But Joki's traded. There's no more smite for Broad, or for Bulldog, I should say. Broad are the ones with the smite. Nukes over the wall. Ronaldo looking for it. Tweak secures the Drake. No soul for now. Sin looking to get that DPS down. And Akronos lives on a sliver. Nuke could not get the assassination. And this time it's Broad with the win.
I can almost hear their comms now, Trajan. They pick up that jungler, and a Barone goes forward, recognizes he's going to give his life, but he gives his life for the cause nonetheless. To make the space, to blow up the jungler. And you can see Broad turn on a dime. They must have all been screaming comms, Drake, 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 Drake. And that's what they do. They manage to delay the soul. Another 5 minutes is added to the clock. And Bulldog, you can see that they aren't prepared at the moment. They were not ready for Barone to go forward. They think that the land is theirs. It is not. Broad turn on Baron. The TP comes through. The jungler's only spawning now. New Q spawning in 13. This should be a Baron for the Broads.
My word, and ain't this just the same story we saw from Bulldog time and again last lit? They would pick for lane, they would pick for early and mid game, but when they got out of that phase of the game, it would start to fall apart, the cracks would show, and these resilient, cohesion-focused rosters were able to pick up win after win over them in spring. Broad and friends, they've not done the job just yet. The job's not done, you might say, but they're now within 1,000 gold. They've delayed the soul for another 4 minutes. They're holding the Baron with a Sivir and a Anivia comp, and it looks like they're just executing better. But here's a pick for Bulldog. If Tweak can slip his way out of there, the clone does some work. The Cyclone comes out, but the CC chain is massive, but it sets up a triple from there, and Barone's now found Nikias isolated in the jungle. But Bulldog, have they reached too far? A triple for Sin. He's got no one to contest him now.
That's the game, Trajan. They've got Baron. It requires Ronaldo to wave clear against Anivia. I think this is very close. 30 seconds to end. We should be looking at this as potentially an end angle for the Broads, because they should burn down the wave. This is so close.
About Broad's mindset.
Yeah.
This will tell you how they're thinking about this series, about this game. Do you go for the end? Do you bet yourself on respawning champs?
It's really close. It's 20 seconds. I think it's too late. I was looking at this. They've got Baron. They have 4 members available, but they are not shredding through the turrets fast enough. It's so close. Are they going to go for this? They're still looking. They're looking for the end.
The wave goes massive. They've got grubs, remember. They've got additional pushing power. The Bard ultimate just clips the Ahri. That gives them more time to work on the structures. They've gone for Kassin. It's going to be at least 1 kill pass back. Barone uses the ultimate to cancel the aggro there, but in come Bulldog. Rolling off Fountain, Nuku, the assassin. He sees the low HP bars. Joki's dumping in, trying to set them up, but he takes so much damage on the back. He's dead. Since lost the shield. Akronos finds Vi, and another Baron wave steps up. Broad looked like that's what they needed.
And Barone has TP. They're going to look for another end, guys. They're going in again. The Broads are not done. They're looking for the Nexus. Bulldog have to try and defend.
The Broads are marching in, everybody. Bulldog with a last-ditch chance to defend, but they've got no turrets, they've got no chance, and Broad and friends, open up the NLC Summer with a win for the regional representatives. That's why they're here, everybody.
And remember, this is a best of 3, so there's a little bit of way to go now. They still have to close this series over the line, but we saw the team fighting prowess. I was saying if they get past 25 minutes, that's the comfort zone in the preamble to this game. I said the Brods can team fight every day of the week. The viewers might not know this. At the LAN finals, there are 40 Brods deep there, all in Brod jerseys supporting their team. This has the UK at its heart, and they've shown here in Game 1, in the battle of the UK between Brod and Bulldog, maybe Gov has a little bit of bragging rights up against Jolly, because those two go at it. They like to argue, they like to discuss, they're friends and enemies and everything in between. That was a great performance by Brods to come together. That was incredibly clutch going into that game towards the end. And Bulldog, they've been shell-shocked. They thought they had the lead. They took their foot off the gas and they were punished.
Yeah, we're still seeing the strengths that we know and expected from Bulldog, but we're just not seeing those final few steps come together. We're not seeing the cohesion they need. They absolutely had the lanes in hand. They've got the mechanics, they've got the hands. We know this, they always have. But they've got to sort out that late game. Otherwise, Brod and friends, they were able to stand tall and resist them this time. But as you said, bro, it's a best of 3. 2 more chances potentially for this game to go the other way. But let's go to a break for now, everybody. We'll be back in just a few minutes with game number 2 of Brod and Friends versus Bulldog. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, to the NLC Summer Split. We are one game in, we are one upset down, and we now have to move towards game 2 for Broad and Friends versus Bulldog. Quick update from the parallel series right now. Verdant currently 1-0 up versus Absolved. Of course, we gave our brief thoughts why we're not super surprised about that. As far as we can tell, it was a fairly quick wrap-up, even-ish early game, but once Verdant got the lead, they were not going to have it taken away from them. More efficient with their victory, as we would expect from the two-time now defending champions, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, and we can always compare and contrast that with the series we've just seen.
With this one,
because you would say Bulldog did get a lead in this game by all metrics.
Yes.
They had the Drakes, they had the gold lead. Broad formed the Phalanx, they shut up shop, and they just waited. And they scaled, and then they played their team fights not to perfection. I think there were a couple mistakes we could point out in this game, but I do think they played very, very well. The one I want to highlight is actually Tweak. There's a couple fights here on that Wukong where he's doing what I've been quite critical of some Wukongs for not doing. They think the champion is only engaged, but he was using that clone so effectively to create space to play the fight slower, to allow his ADC and his mid laner to get that damage down. And you can almost see, not so much here, because this was obviously a fight that initially looked incredibly bad early game. This is, you can see the gold at the top. This is Bulldog, Trajan. This is Bulldog all the way so far early on in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we were pretty confident that the game was going to go that way, bar some sort of comeback, bar some overstepping from Bulldog. And we see in fights like this as well that the pick composition is there. They did have the burst. They were able to eliminate Akronos, but again, they can't turn it into a clean win. Broad did manage to build up enough threats. It wasn't all about Akronos. Sin was able to get out of a slow lane into a good, strong position without too much problem. And Barone managed to get off the ground with this Sehen as well, dealing with the lock top lane pivot very well.
Yeah, I want to point out that I just noticed the wall in that fight as well, which was right in the center. It caused so many issues for Bulldog where they couldn't actually make anything happen. You can see here the Wukong also used to great effect. I think there's a replay we don't have, which is a bit sort of between these two fights, where there's a fight where they use the Battle Herald, Kassin goes forward, then Tweak Tweak recognizes the only thing he can do is create space. He goes the other way to go in. Yeah. He has to make that space. He moves forward, dashes in, clones out, creates so much time for them to deal with the little scrap that was happening on the side. And I think here, this is where we spoke about the regional league teams last split. We said, wow, Ruddy making this great run. Look at Serbi. These are also the UK champions, just like Serbi with the Danish last split. We have to put respect on the name of these teams in the regional leagues. I'm sure we're going to have one coming a bit later today. We're going to have a bit of a B2U, and Sweden are very good. And I know some comments have been made by some of their players regarding the quality that they've seen, and I think that we have to keep our sort of eye on this. We're going to see a couple of these regional league teams coming out into playoffs, is my bet. The question is who's going to fall out of the current sort of incumbents. Yeah, absolutely right. I would be very surprised if it's all 8 main NLC teams going into that stage of the competition. Not even before we saw what we've seen from Broad and what we might see later on from BTU versus LLS. We'll have to get into that when we can. But let's refocus for game number 2 here. Broad versus Bulldog. So, some big hitters for Broad off the table. The Akronos Anivia is now gone. This is a fearless format, remember everybody. This is ultimate comfort for him, it's now gone. The Sin Sivir again, super comfort, very stylistic. The Akers Bard, there was some real comfort power picks for Broad that were invested in this first win. Do we still have the depth for Broad to actually get forward and get these wins? Because they've been doing a lot of 1-1ing in the Four Nations, and we were talking about it in the context of top lane. However, it seems like maybe the rest of the map we need to consider, are they still going to be able to do the same amount of work without the same picks? We also have to mention, again, Bulldog picked red. Again. So this is my concern. This is a worry that we still had a guy going into the previous split, this previous draft for Broad, which is that how do you deal with what I view as the top lane situation here? I think in some ways, the fact that they did this weird lock pivot, we saw lock being okay early, but realistically, other than very early on, what did this lock actually do? It put some pressure in these team fights. We can see it in the replays. Some pressure in these team fights onto backline, but it's not the same as maybe in a Kali who has a little bit more exit mobility, shall we say, from those sort of those pressure points. She can leave. Lock can't really leave once he gets in there unless he gets that reset. Kill. Yeah. So, and then we saw Barone fighting him in the bot lane, and we saw a scrap that went pretty well for the Zen. And so I wonder if now Nuki goes, maybe I need a little bit more strength in terms of side laning a bit later in the game. I need to show a little bit more in terms of what is stronger later, and they can't just lock up shop against me. There's a few changes I make to this Bulldog draft, and it does start with maybe going away from a style that was very explosive for the first 15 minutes,
Yeah.
but doesn't do well past 25. And we saw it last split. These games do go the distance.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely right. When you have a top laner like Nuke replacing someone like Shigenda, Nuke can do any style you need him to play. We don't necessarily have to play to Stomp all the time, and he wasn't able to get the lead that you need to get with a champion like that over Barone. This was the lane that was supposed to be the weak spot for Broad and Friends, even in that early game, and it just didn't play out that way. So Barone still has access to the full gamut of tanks. We didn't need one for that first game. However, I'd say Nuke does as well. Nuke also has the availability to the champion called Sion that will one-shot your backline and also is unkillable and is disgustingly utilitarian at all points in the game. Maybe we just need to get Nuke approaching this game in a different way. Maybe a little bit more late-game resilience here. Ronaldo, some of his Orianna games from spring were absolutely phenomenal. We don't necessarily need to be this mid-game focused. They obviously still have the talent individually. I don't think that if you then move away from the Viari style of compositions, they're suddenly going to start losing the lanes. I just don't think that's going to happen for Bulldog.
No, I think you are going to be able to, if you want to match some sort of, I say scaling, but scaling with scaling. So to some degree, I think you can do that. I think that there was a few questions, like the MF this game we saw had some great ultimates and some ones where she was very much in an awkward position, caught out and killed. And I think maybe giving Nikias like a little bit more ability to play out these fights on a maybe more mobile ADC would be helpful. The Ezreal was banned, so very likely not getting that one. We didn't see them go towards mages. We should probably highlight that as well. We didn't see the mages coming out in this game for either team. We expected that for Broad, and we had questions on Bulldog. Those questions at the moment are answered. They aren't going to go towards them, so it will be a much more standard game. And I think if you're playing standard versus standard, you have to put respect on Broad at 30 minutes plus in team fighting. And so match that team fighting prowess. And you do have better lanes. We saw it here, to be honest. We saw that they were laning better. So get better lanes and have equal scaling or equivalent scaling.
Yes.
You should be in a good spot for Bulldog.
Yeah, certainly there is ways for them to keep the playmaking and get better scaling on that side. I think that what we'll need to hopefully see, what Bulldog will hope to see if they go that way, is can they actually, if you give them a team fighting comp, can they then show the cohesion that was lacking a little bit? We saw multiple fights where they end up on 2 or 3 fronts. With a comp like you've got a Viari here and an MF, Nautilus here, and a Nuke over here, a Nuke Lock over here. Maybe there's an argument for that kind of play to be more for the flank and the confusion element than a front to back. However, it did suffer going into a Sivir Nivea. They weren't able to use that to advantage. If anything, it played to their disadvantage in that game. They were confused, and Tweak was able to slow them down over here while, Sin is flashing in over there. So if they're able to, if they want to go from front to back, we do still need to lock in a little bit to get a bit more cohesive, get that phalanx, as you said, for Broad. Bulldog need to be able to put that together, because if you draft a front to back comp and you're still all facing 5 different directions, the phalanx doesn't work. Fundamentally, it fails.
I played enough Rome Total War to know that you can't be having that. I need the spears to be down.
If I aim my armies in 5 different directions, I keep losing, and I don't understand why. It's very unfair.
So, yeah, I think a bit more cohesion needs to be shown. I think that leading from the front, this is where I highlighted Akaz versus Kasing, and I actually thought Akaz might be genuinely a better player at this point in time. I saw Kasing in this game, and I think there's a few moments where he's playing Nautilus, which is not the easiest champ, but it's not the hardest, right? And there's points where he's in odd positions and he's not necessarily, like, he misses a couple flash hooks, things like this. He gets caught, plays a bit too aggressive, doesn't respect a Nivea wall. This is the kind of thing that opens up games, right? When you are able to pick up the engage support early, it makes it much harder to then play the following team fights, because you don't have that CC. You don't have those playmaking tools. You're relying, after that, think about the draft. Well, the Vi will have already used ult. You've used everything on the Nautilus. That's gone. You're relying on like Charm from Ari. I need more cohesion. And this is a question we had last split. For the last Bulldog roster was, are they cohesive enough? And the answer was no, frankly. And we saw it in that lower bracket series. This is Arctic Pandas. And in this game 1, they look great for 15 minutes. But 15 minutes does not a game make. There was an additional 20 added onto that. And it looks like in that extra time, so to speak, the British representatives come clean. Not so good in the football, but the British in extra time in League of Legends, apparently very, very good at scaling.
Yes, the physical sports, we're not doing so hot in that regard anymore. But, e-athleticism, we're really popping off in that regard. We're really changing our focus onto the digital realm here. We are into the draft, so let's get back into this digital realm, onto the Rift imminently. We see the Fearless bands laid out below us. Again, as you mentioned, Bulldog selected red, Broad and Friends with a chance to pick again. Now, I dare say we should probably forgo the Fiora ban and do a real ban, Bulldog, because we don't, well, they're still doing it, but I'm going to be honest, I don't know if we have room for bans like this, I think this is still a little bit of a waste.
I feel like you've got enough tape. I'm sorry to say this, you've got enough time. This is not the kind of split we had last time, which was so condensed into 2 weeks. It was so intense. You've got time now to look at the tape that's presented to you. There are VODs of Brod and Friends playing, they don't favour this pick. And I think it's the same thing where, like, yes, the Syndra makes sense as a ban, but like Tryndamere's second phase ban last time as well. I'm talking over these because they're the same bans. They're the same bans right here. It's going to be Camille. That's, again, against Akers, not against Barone and Top. Yeah. That's fine. The Syndra and the Camille are fine. It's just when you start banning out based off of OPGG or something is where you start going a little bit haywire. And I think that now Brod have a pick of the litter because they would have predicted this. They said if they're going to keep them the same, we've got to have a plan for game 2. See what T-Time's cooking. Well,
pick of the litter without their favourites, without the Bard, without the Anivia, without the Sivir. Let's see what their new priority is going to be. For Akers, of course, here we do still see, you know, he's very confident on the engagers, but as we said, he does have a very wide pool if they want to change their approach to the bot. It's a Pantheon lock here, likely for Tweak. Tweak's Pantheon, I should say, is very, very fearsome in the Four Nations, and obviously great early playmaking that it gives him access to. He doesn't have to wait for level 6 anymore to get stuck in.
We also have seen it banned a lot against him in Four Nations, if I remember correctly. We don't have our local stats man here today to do the stats on those things, but well, for the UKL at least. But he has a very good Pantheon, and the Zinzao locked in encountered this. I don't know, are we going to go towards Ashe Seraphine? Because usually the Zinzao we saw picking with those things, and it's dropped a little bit in priority, like a tiny bit in priority, when we've seen the removal of those enchanters that sort of enabled him. Will they go towards engagers? I mean, I could see Seraphine coming through here if they really want to do, but that is usually what we've seen out of meta. Okay, it is what they're going to go towards.
It could open up a Mel lock for Brod. I don't know how Sin's Mel is looking. I know Akranos' Mel is absolutely crispy. And even if you don't have it in the lane for the matchup and you still have it for the team fight, it's still massive to have that rebuttal for Mel to get to potentially neutralize a Seraphine ultimate, even with if they go Ashe as well, right? So that could be a choice here. Also, Pantheon Mel mid-jungle duo is an absolutely nutty one-shot combination. Their CC chain very well together. We do see, it looks like Brod and Friends considering splitting up the Ashe and the Seraphine. We do know that Sin is a very competent Ashe. There's not a Nautilus to pair with it. There is a Karma, though I know that's fallen out of priority quite a lot as of late.
Yeah, Karma. I mean, the only thing I will say is, I don't know if you're looking at this at being a Seraphine, support. I don't think it's necessarily guaranteed that Kasing is taking this. It could also go to the carrier on bot. I know we said Nikias doesn't play those mages, but it's entirely possible. I mean, the Karma is what we expect. I could talk about it, but if you're playing if we're going back to the Enchanted meta role, it was, at least in the UK, Seraphine Karma. And we'll have to see now if they want to go towards an engaged support and put the Seraphine into that bot carry role, or if they are going to try and match with something like what Ezreal's got. It would be like, what, a Jhin? Maybe coming out in the ADC role here if they want to put the Seraphine support. Things like that. Or MF is gone. Ezreal's not open. MF is gone, which is another pairing. So Senna is another option as well. It's not. They're showing Caitlyn. Kate Seraphine is their bot lane pairing. I'm not as happy with this as the others.
Because personally, I'm surprised we don't see it as much. Why is it that Caitlyn Seraphine does not light the world on fire?
Firstly, Caitlyn in this game, I would say in particular in this game, is into Karma Ashe, and these are two champions we've seen picked into Caitlyn because Ashe has sort of enough range, is able to slow the Caitlyn down. She gets on top of her, and the Karma generally causes a lot of pressure in the lane. Just the natural cues. Yeah, it's the matchup and the pairings here that generally you see Karma. It causes issues. Usually we see Seraphine Karma on either side. If the Caitlyn's with the Seraphine, she's against the Karma, and that causes issues for the Caitlyn and her lane control. So that surprises me. We saw it here. I would have preferred to have seen like a Senna, maybe not Senna, but like a Jhin is a possibility again. Going towards the bans though, Ambessa ban against Barone. We're very likely to see very similar bans as last time because I think you want to make sure that Nuku is not comfortable. There's a Hen is gone, so maybe you drop the Jax ban. They're going to go for a Warwick. I mean, Yuku has played Warwick in Road of Legends, but it surprises me that we're going for a Warwick ban because what are we picking that makes Warwick such a difficult champion to face?
Yeah, what's the unwinnable Warwick matchup that's being lined up here? I think people at some point did think that Aatrox was bad into Warwick. I don't think we saw that play out. It was picked a couple times, even in Tier 1 International. It did not end up going that way, but I think theoretically that's supposed to be an angle. We have seen Barone pull out the Aatrox a couple times, so you know that's a pick for him. We noticed that they've dropped the Tryndamere ban. I think this is probably a good idea. I would have dropped the Fiora as well, but there you go. And the Cassio being taken away from Akranos here. So we still have an Orianna available as an option, but I'm not sure what else we're thinking for. I still think Mel might be low-key kind of goated here, and I just don't know what we're looking for Akranos now in mid lane.
I think we're going to be firstly waiting for the R4. because I think that should very likely be mid. I mean, if you're going to... Most teams would top blind, right? Like, a lot of teams would say, let's just put the Scion up there. Let's put something like Jace is gone, but something like this, like a Rumble, for example. How a Bulldog seemed to show preference maybe towards Nuke gave it, sort of the ability to flex last game. So they are currently, the Orianna being open, pair it with the Xin Zhao makes sense. I think that's perfectly reasonable. There's no Syndra. There's no Ahri. There's no Cassio. I know Akranos doesn't have an Akali. So I'm just going through the list in my head. Ryze is banned by them. So we're really running out and pinching the pool here in mid significantly. There was stuff that he's practiced, like maybe a Vex he's practiced. I don't really like
Orianna
this.
Doesn't really do much. I mean, you can get into that backline to threaten a Seraphine Caitlyn with a Vex, or it's the Hwei. Okay, I think this is one that slipped my mind. This is a very confident pick for Akranos. It's very confident for him. It's obviously a very versatile mid laner. It can play from range to contest something like a Seraphine and a Caitlyn, and it feels like you can just kind of opt out of the Orianna mid lane matchup. You just throw the Fisher down and walk away and play the wave.
Yeah, I'm now looking at whether Nuke is going to go towards an actual carry in top, because the one thing I'm kind of missing right now is like a real snapping gauge. Like, if I can get on top of Ashen and Hwei, it causes a lot of problems for the broad comp. And if we're going to go towards side laning here, like the Jax kind of nullifies a number of side laning champs, also a pick away from Nuke, but he's not going to likely go like a Vayne into it unless he feels very confident. Jack's usually good into those range top matchups. So is he going to go towards Scion, maybe?
If
Scion's
you count
an option.
Orianna as a supportive champ, it can be scary.
Akali is good.
I think this is probably fine. I think Bulldog, it's more akin to what they did last time. It's not necessarily akin to what we might have... or I might have suggested, because we had the 4 pieces of a front to back, and then we've gone for the Akali instead. So we still have a Xin Zhao with double shielders to be a front line, but that is a single front line. And again, in terms of playmaking, it's basically Seraphine or Xin Zhao going, I'm fighting now, I don't care, I'm going in. So there's not too much pick potential like they had last time. They weren't able to really leverage it, though, to be fair, and maybe this just gives them a stronger ability to, on an individual level, play out a longer, messier fight.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I think this is a great draft. I'm now revising my sort of, when I see 5 champs versus 5 champs kind of vibe, I think Brod's draft is going to struggle into what Bulldog is bringing out. They don't have much lockdown for like Akali to run around these fights. It really does come down to like hitting the fears or the roots from the Hwei. The Ash Arrow is not consistent enough against champs like this. Pantheon Stun feels great, but he only has that once, and if she starts shrouding it, you start having issues in general. Jax as well, lots of issues there. The matchup is hard for Jax, and if Nuke can show the laning prowess he showed before, and just general Bulldogs show the laning prowess they showed last game, they've got a much better comp as it comes together as 5 in those 25+ minute team fights. I think Brod can't drop out the game like they did last game. They didn't drop out completely, but they were behind 3-4k gold. If that happens this one, I think this is going to be a much easier game for Bulldog to close. I don't necessarily even agree with Brod scaling this game in particular either. No, I think Bulldog...
Caitlyn and Akali, I think we can easily go toe-to-toe here in those later fights, and you can also kind of pull them apart and play the multiple fronts. Akali in the backline, you specifically offered this as like, if you had Akali, you could do this and it would be safer, you'd have a bit more escapability, and this is what Nuke has gone for. So it's the same strategy here for Bulldog in many ways. However, we're happier with the choices. Let's see if the execution can match up. Game number 2 is upon us. Brod and friends leading this best of 3 against Bulldog.
And going into this game 2, the questions that we have, and the main question is, does Bulldog show cohesion? I think that has to be the name of our analytical game here. Because last game, I don't think they showed it. I don't think Bulldog showed that they can play together in these later game teamfights, whereas Brod really did show that they can do that in spades. And this is a comp which should be a little bit easier to do so, right? You've got the Xin Zhao, you've got the Seraphine, you've got the Orianna, lots of combinations between those 3, the Caitlyn providing damage at the top, and Nuke causing problems in the backline. If Nuke goes too early and gets picked up early on the Akali, and then Brod can play out maybe a 5 versus 4, that's where we could see those questions be answered in the negative. But otherwise, Bulldog have to show it here, because let's not forget, the best of 3 takes them to 1-0 in Swiss stage. And Swiss stages are brutal, and you get a lot of team kills, or I would say team kills if you went incumbents versus regional leagues here as being on separate teams. When you get to that later stage of the bracket, Bulldog don't want to be there at any point in time.
Absolutely. Level 2 secured by Nikias and Kasing. Remember, they opened up game 1 with a 2v2 kill onto Akers and did mostly have control of that lane. throughout that early stage. Bulldog were able to show us that laning prowess, and it was the later setups, the team fights as the game went longer, where Broad and Friends' quality started to shine through. So we know that, Caitlyn Seraphine, not the easiest to 2v2 into, and you mentioned as well that Akali, a good matchup into Jax. We are seeing Nuke trying to leverage that as much as possible. Both junglers this time, though, started on top side, pathing towards bot. And now with the Pantheon that we mentioned for Tweak, I am expecting to see a little bit more action from that. 3-0 on the pick in the Four Nations so far this season. This is a strong pick for him.
It really is. It gives him, again, unlike the Wukong, a little bit more ability to make plays early. It gives him a better chance to maybe fight some of those earlier dragons rather than just denying them, as you saw that last game. They didn't go and try and take it afterwards. They just said, please stop taking the objective. Here, they'll try and play a bit more aggressive and kill you and then take it themselves. That's actually what I want to highlight for Broad in this game, is second Drake. I want to see them with their comp, which is, Ashe gets very strong around that time. You can see, with the Ashe arrow, you see Karma being able to get another point in Mantra, for example, get it pretty strong around that time. Her lane power transitioning into controlling those objectives. It's the second Drake I'm looking at for Broad that I need to see them take team fight wins, which will be crucial here for them to actually run away with this game. Because again, I don't think scaling is favouring them here. They need to show that they can do what didn't Barone.
Oh, it's a struggle for Barone. Flashing away. Just about leap strikes away from the 5-point strike there. That was close, but the Broad top laner escapes alive as Joki has a punishment look to line up onto Akranos here. Tweaks on that top side, a flash into the top side river. So Broad lose a summoner, but they will get away alive again.
I think Akranos feeling a little bit overconfident there in the 1v1 matchup, bullying out the Orianna, which we often deem Orianna as being a big lane, but hold on, Tweaks jumped on.
Tweak now found the wrong place. He flashes in, goes for the kill, goes to Blood on Ronaldo to flash away from Orianna. Akranos drops a shield, but he's completely at this point. And nobody has enough in the tank to get a kill. The mid lane wave's not quite going to crash either.
I like to see the fact that Broad is still scrapping. I think in that last game, they showed it decently well in mid-jungle 2v2 as well. They aren't conceding space. Often you see teams come into these tournaments where they are the underdog. They come from a lower division. We saw it in the old Aurora Cups that we used to have, where teams maybe played a bit scared and thought, we'll just sit back and scale, we'll just chill. I'm happy to see Broad is still contesting. In particular, in mid lane here, this mid matchup currently going the way of the Broads, which is very impressive, honestly, to say the least. Ronaldo is a very good mid laner, so Akranos matching that, very impressed. But we still need to see them translate that into actually getting wins, because I'm still looking at the time of being on the favour of Bulldog this game, and Bulldog are going to be very happy if the game stays even, if they can team fight with Seraphine plus Orianna.
Yeah, we did see, you can see a couple of summoners have been stripped away from this bot lane duo. Sin and Akers saw a window to try and pop their summoners aggressively to try and chase down Bulldog. They got the flash from Caitlyn, the heal from Seraphine, but they could not actually get their hands on the Bulldog duo. So they will just be able to crash the wave, and Bulldog continues to grow their modest gold lead from their laning prowess. Barone trying to hold on to top lane as well right now. Taking a pretty tough chunk here. Has had to TP back already. Nuku's done the same, but in an aggressive fashion. And it is still going to be Barone withstanding the onslaught, I imagine, as opposed to really pushing for the advantage. Level 6 there for Nuku too. There's an execute on the table.
Oh no,
he lands. Shuriken. Oh, not ideal. Barone early counter strike just in case the E comes through to time it out, and he survives.
I'm not gonna lie, this sort of top lane matchup is quite a clencher when you are the Jax, because you are very much on a knife edge early against the Akali, who can burst you very, very easy. We saw the trades being very simple for the Akali to pull off, and then once you get that perfect execution, you become a bit too mobile for Jax to ever get the stun down. And Barone has been left on his own in this game so far. We see Tweak is not doing anything. They're calling for this lane swap that they did again last game. They are bringing that top lane, their bot lane up to top. And Broad, they seem to have an idea about what macro movements they want to do. This is not the most traditional macro movements we've seen. We often see people still staying in their lanes, obviously with the introduction of the role quests. But they are looking to trade what would be topside pressure for a Drake, because Joki's already on it. He's already taking that dragon, and Broad need to get something off of the map.
Yeah, that is going to be picked up without an answer right there. First straight going over to Bulldog a little earlier than last time. Sinanaka's going to push this top side in. Now, we do have Barone having to actually lane into the 2v2 from the get-go, which last time Kasing had roamed up to contest the grubs. So we'll keep an eye on how well that goes. And obviously, Sinanaka's will love to try and slow Nuku down from the advantage that he's gained so far. Tweak with an invade on Vision, though. Joki knows what's up. Nuku could rotate forward. This could get testy for Broad.
It is a bit worrying when you play that aggressive and you're being collapsed upon. Ronaldo is zoning Tweak out here. Tweak does have to wants to keep going for this. He's calling support, and Barone is really going to be struggling in the 1 versus 2 as the Jax. They're still trying to show aggression here, Brod. They're still trying to play around what is their stronger side, which has become top lane because of their bot lane moving up. But either way, they're just trying to put pressure down and not give space. And I like to see this. They are still not sort of conceding anything. We need to see confidence coming out from the UK reps in this game. They are 1-0 up. They have a chance to create what would be a massive upset in the first game of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've seen them seemingly playing with a lot of confidence right now, betting on themselves, as we saw some aggressive flash forwards from Sin, some playmaking by Tweak. We saw the aggressive Pantheon maneuver, but it looks like he's caught out earlier this game, goes for the kill threat instead to really stand his ground. So Broad, with that first win, they can clearly understand that the victory today is absolutely possible, and for Bulldog, they should shake that one off and try not to get dragged down by the specter of Spring Split, especially for Kasing and Ronaldo, who are present for it. They have these 3 new players in Nikias, Joki, and Nuki, very tried and tested across the board, these guys. And, you know, we know the quality is under the hood right there. So let's see if they can use this new draft, this new approach to get a better... They did at least get the Dragon uncontested, and the Grubs, which Rod were able to trade for pressure last time, are now also going to be picked up by Joki on the Xin Zhao.
I do have a worry for Brod with such a hype win at game 1, being able to take a win against an incumbent. I'd wonder if I do have concerns that they are either they get a bit too comfortable, or they sit there and go, that one was too close, or we can do better, and they start like locking up a little bit, because they do need to take this one over the line. And
yes,
we're not seeing at the moment, if you just look at the gold, it's not a massive lead, but it is a lead slightly for Bulldog. But it's the objectives I'm concerned about, where we aren't fighting them. And we said, Tweak, get active on Pantheon, show map presence. You don't just need the ultimate from Panth, which is coming in now. You need to get active. They're going to show Nuki what it's for.
Nuki under threat, the stun is there, out of the shroud as well. Do they have the damage? They have to step forward. Sin, though, gets sliced up. It's first blood for Nuki, and now Tweak caught on the wrong side of the turret right here. The wave thinning out. Aka's doing what he can. The Xin Zhao's going to get rooted up. Is he going to land? The wind becomes lightning. Tweak's going to try and sidestep it. There's a shield for Karma to put some distance, and he'll escape, but it's 1-1. Meanwhile, Barone got pushed out of topside, and Nuki still walked away with that first kill.
Nuki picking the kill up there, having now been not weak-sided, but put a lot of pressure on by having the bot lane constantly laning into him. He's going to keep trying to get into that top lane matchup, and now he's going to come into that top lane matchup significantly in the lead of Barone. Barone doesn't want to leave. He's already just TP'd up here, so we will now be resetting to the standard lane state, and you've got to be saying that fave Bulldog as it stands, because the pressure point, the player that we highlighted at the beginning of the day, Nuki, is the one with the lead.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm not sure if we did have a bit of a tanking incident for Sin on that bot lane turret, if they couldn't quite get the aggro stacked up correctly with the dive that they went for. Obviously, as you said, Akali, it's just harder to lock this champion down. It's really more of a task to get that one done, whereas the lock struggled to get any impact and was focused down on the team fights in game 1. Nuki with Akali in his hands right now, likely to be more of a threat right here. So it's a similar path so far for Bulldog. They've opened up an objective lead, they've opened up a small gold lead, but they do this time have a draft that will allow them to play more with it. Akers with the blast cone will get himself out of that 1v3 situation.
I'm now looking at, as I said, I'm highlighting second Drake, whether Broad try and fight it and whether they can. They're playing aggressive in bot lane, but there's a Xin Zhao to support. Akers too far up.
Ooh, too far up. He's going to get knocked up here. There's the ultimates committed. A flash away. And a lot committed by Bulldog, actually. Sin feeling a bit feisty. Gets some DPS down. And Broad still not looking the healthiest, but now the ultimate's not available for Dogs for a potential dive.
They're not available for the dive. They also won't be available for the Drake. There is still the Crescent Guard, but there is no Shockwave, to firstly mention that, as we haven't seen that on video, but did happen in mid lane. There also isn't the Encore, which is the major teamfight ultimate I want to highlight for the entirety of the game, is how well does Kasing deal on this Seraphine. We're not going to see the next Drake fight, which I do think Broad should be looking to now contest if these are down. If you don't have these teamfight ultimates, you have much more power in your kit. You've got everything up. You can have Pantheon, you have Ash Arrow, you have the Spiraling Despair from the Quay. You should be confident in taking this. If they aren't, that's a concern.
Yes, the Barone doesn't have the TP, whereas Nuki does, so you can see him getting quite aggressive there and maybe trying to force Nuki into a position where he cannot TP down and be a real 5v4 threat into this play. But now Barone has actually just started walking down. Sin just drops an arrow with a Tweak ultimate over the top. Flash by Nicky has a good reposition. And Broad with split focus right now. Kasing flashes away under turret. Now Joki looking to see if he's needed. But he's a bit isolated here. Akers is there with the slow. Early Crescent Guard coming through as the mid laners arrive. Double root the CC chain is massive onto Tweak. Tweak. Can he get back to safety? He can't. It's Ronaldo. Both junglers traded.
TP coming.
Broad looking for more. Akronos is spiraling despair, and there's the new QTP. Here comes the 5v4 threat. Akali looking for Sim, but it's a lovely fear from Way to keep the bot laners safe. The ultimate doesn't connect. A root onto the Akali, and Broad get back to the turret. As Bulldogs still have a 4v3 right now. Akronos looking low. The fear onto Ronaldo. The lightning bolt. The flash. As Bulldogs slip away, it's so close in these fights, Rob.
Honestly, Akronos saves the day a little bit there, gets the initial fear onto the Akali, and then is able to follow up despite getting shockwaved into denying his own death. But it is so even. It looks like Xin Zhao is caught. It looks like maybe they could shut down the jungler, but Ronaldo is here first. The TP is also then channeled by Nuke, who recognizes I got to join soon. So it ends up being just a trade, 1-for-1. No one takes the dragon at all. And we're going to go again. But in the picture-in-picture, Nuke's solo kill Barone, and the Drake is being taken. This is going to be a huge problem for Brod.
You can see at least that fight without the TP would likely be a 4v4 if they wanted it again. But we'll see what the result is when we come out of here, and you can see how tight it is. Kills going through. Tweaks found Kasing, and the Dragon's cancelled. Nuke, despite getting that kill up topside, he cannot now be the difference maker that forced Brod to pump the brakes last time.
This is a 3v3, and there's still a very mana-full Quay coming in. The arrow lands.
Ultimate lands onto Caitlyn. There's no flash there, and there's the easy CC chain. Brod and friends. That should be the kill they need to get this dragon over the line. They'll make it 1-on-1. The gold is now even, though Nuke is going to pick up a top lane turret and bring it back into Bulldog favor.
We need to keep our eyes on that top laner. Ronaldo, hold on, you're in a very awkward spot.
Spiraling Despair is here. Now Tweak's pretty low. Jokey has the Crescent Guard up again. Bulldog have the respawns they need, and Broad get baited a little bit by the Bulldog mid laner.
They can't get the Drake fast enough. And so the dragon will reset. Bulldog will now take it. We looked at top lane and immediately there's action bot. And this is at least we're seeing these two teams clash head to head. We're seeing Brod stand up to Bulldog. The aggression that we've seen coming out from them in the first game is showing again in the second. I now am still very worried for Brod in that look at the Akali. Gunblade finished. That's going to mean that on side, Jax has no hope. The Drake, second Drake, will go over to Bulldog, forcing Brod into, it's a mountain Drake as well. So this gets much harder when you're just sat there in these sort of 5v5 standoffs and they have a bit more effective HP than you with that magic resistant armor increase.
Yeah,
Brod.
You don't want to have to deal with the shielding for Xin Zhao for Akali diving deep. They've already got a double shielding comp, and it's going to be even harder to try and execute them right. As we said, the Acronaut, the Brod scaling is not as as it was last time. It's not really burst heavy. It's a bit DPS. And the shields are going to make them hard to knock in these plays. Flashing from Nuke in the 1v2, and there's help coming from Bulldog up the river. Sin knows there's nowhere to go, and it's an easy execution. Nuke is rolling.
I think that shows a little bit too much comfort from Sin there. I think in the UK, or maybe the Akali isn't flipping on your head. Nuke knows his damage, he just jumps in. Akronos is happy in the lane here at the moment. He has wave clear. There's going to be 3 standing around. He does need a bit of support soon once the next waves come in, but Akaz is there in assistance. This is where you can't be allowing this to happen. Look, we are highlighted him at the beginning of the day, Nuke. We said in this game, he's going to cause a lot of chaos on the backline. He's causing chaos this game, Trajan. He's causing a significant problem for Brod now, and it's not going to get easier into teamfights where, they're going to give another objective. Are they going to give the Drake in 4 minutes' time? Like, they need at some point to come together and teamfight.
They have an ult on him. They've got a CC chain onto Nuke. If they can get some poke down, maybe take the sting out of that Akali. No ultimate there. Jokey has to pop an early ultimate too. Brod smelling blood in the water. Ult lands onto Xin Zhao, and that's going to be the first kill for Brod. Nuke, though. No ultimate, yes. Still a threat if he wants to be one. TP's coming in. Barone has arrived and the Herald's picked up for Brod, so they are able to step up through pushing Nuke out of the fight to begin with.
I like that from the Brods. I like the fact that we are seeing them continue to play that fight out despite the Crescent card going down. We see some people view that as almost like it's made too much space, I can't do anything. They just keep going, punish that jungler from Bulldog, get the Herald so they do actually get an objective onto their side. This will allow them to open up mid lane, for example, something that I think need to see them do, or at least get some extra gold from a side lane turret from that Herald. Or if you really want to be spicy, do the combat Herald, but I don't think you actually need it this game. I think you do the gold in your back pockets. They're going for Ronaldo again. They're playing everywhere on the map now, Brod.
It's another Pantheon ult to bot lane. It's taking a little bit of time right here. There's help coming down the river, but it's not there in play. Sin will pick up that credit. Tweak knows what side his bread is buttered. It's bot lane, it's alt bot lane and cooldown, and it's keeping that gold income high. As much as Bulldog have better scaling on their side, they do not have the gold lead that they had in last game. It is still even, and Brod are able to keep pace much better here.
Much, much better. And something to highlight is that they aren't using both of their pick/global tools in every fight, right? We're seeing Ash Arrow being used sort of opposite to the Tweak ultimate. And so now Arrow will be up again if they want to get a pick or side, and then they can Pantheon ult that again and again. Yoki is too far up here. Support.
Tweak sprinting to look for range. Just slow from Akaz is there, but it's not quite enough time. Yoki's able to slip away. Dash is back in fact. And notices the TP coming in. Nuki's on the backline. Sin is in danger. Ace in the hole coming through. It's blocked, but it can't stop Akali. And Broad, they've reached too far once again. Now Nuke has a potential play to make here. A flash gets out of range of the Encore, but Bulldog, they respond beautifully on the map. Ronaldo, a bit too aggressive, and Akranos puts the hand up and says, stop right there, I'll take a kill in return.
I think Broad have got a little bit too confident with the fact that they keep bringing an extra member because of the Pantheon ult, and then Bulldog just bring all 5. And they say, right, we're going to fight you now. Barone on side, doesn't join that fight, doesn't have the teleport available to do so. And Bulldog have kind of decided to match fire with fire from the team fighting from the Broads. You see here, they play a bit too aggressive into Joki. I thought they went to catch him, but he was just out of range of the Tweak stun. And you can see the problem that the Akali causes on the bottom side as well. Sin picked up there. Akranos comes in a little bit here, has to get away. Does get the damage down to make a return kill happen. Sad sort of flash from Cassette to try and get the Encore, which doesn't quite land. But this is Bulldog bringing the members, bring the fire, and Bron now have to respond again. Their biggest problem, and will continue to be the biggest problem, is the Akali.
It's Mr. Nuke up in that top lane. It's the player to watch, everybody. Nailed it on that one. But Broad, they did at least get that top lane turret. Barone was this time the one answering the side play on the map, so they've gotten a little bit gold, and the gold is still even. In fact, slightly Broad favoured with 30 seconds on the Drake. Akranos, though, is so low, and there's no help in place. He's going to get flashed on. And this is the guy who's been holding down these team fights for Broad, but he goes down first.
And he walks a little bit too far up there, gets caught by the shockwave, doesn't have the flash available, and that just results in now members off the rift for Broad, control for Bulldog. They're going to try and push down this mid turret. Barone needs to get some gold into himself, so he's happy to stay here and Tweak with cover, but they are going to be able to get these structures off of the map now, at least push or try and get that mid tier 1, which would open up the map so much for the Akali flanks that are needed to get onto that backside of Broad. The third Drake will be Bulldog's. Soul is a scary prospect. As you mentioned, the healing and the shielding coming through on top of those resistances will make the Bulldog draft very, very tanky, very, very difficult to blow up for Broad. They can't give over the next one. So they have Ansys Drake Fools. 5 minutes. You could put a timer on the screen. In fact, luckily enough, 5 minutes to come up with an answer to what will be a better team fight comp getting a Mountain Drake.
Now, Ronaldo is under threat right here. They do have a Xin Zhao coming. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow will sail past and not connect. Broad see that Xin Zhao's in place and they won't force the issue. So, Bulldog, they don't have the gold that they had last time, but they do still have the 3-stack Drakes from game number 1. They have a much better team fight composition offering right here. They have the massive threat of Nuke, who, if Akranos is not careful, is going to receive a Nuke coming down his throat right now. He's going to get into range, and I just don't think there's much to be done about this. Rampage for the Akali. Akranos wanted to clear the way, but he loses life again.
It's if you don't land that fear, as the way, you have no hope in surviving that burst coming out from what is such a fed Akali. This is going to be that PowerPoint deal. Can Nuke keep putting that pressure on sides? Barone's got to go and match. He is, despite having a hard matchup here and being down on him, he's the only one who isn't so squishy that just gets one shot by Nuke. Now, Bulldog, they can play around this. They have 4 members top side versus 3 with that way down. I mean, Broad will come with something. Pantheon ult in mid lane. It's not going to happen now because Bulldog already back off. That's that cooldown gone. It will help you make a play. Broad backs against the wall.
Bit of momentum here for Bulldog, finally going to crack this mid lane outer. They've got a lot of the damage taken off that bot lane inner as well. And Nikias, who has been quietly scaling here, opened up a nice yes lead over Sin and is going to be entering that zone where Caitlyn really starts to become a threat. 2 items done, 3rd item will do the trick, I imagine. And then Broad will have another threat to worry about. It won't be all about where Nuke is. You're going to have to try and deal with Nikias as well. So the doors now starting to close for Broad and friends. They do have a few team fights left in them, that's for sure. 3 minutes until the Drake Soul fight. There's a Baron live too, and they've got playmaking tools It's not about sitting back in this game, as you said in the pre-show, Rob. It's about making plays happen for Broad in this game too.
I mean, I wish we could see the gold at the moment, because I really do think that entire goal lead is in that top lane, right, with those kills going over. But because we haven't highlighted anyone else on Bulldog so far. It's good that you brought up the Caitlyn, because this is a champ that once you get past that mid-game sort of deficit with the Hex Optics, with the Infinity Edge now completed, you're going to start curving into maybe an LDR, for example, huge headshot damage coming through, and then you're able to carry those team fights with the Seraphine out of the top, the Zinzal making space, the Iron and Shockwave, and your Akali is just there to play nuisance. The Akali isn't necessarily required to be so far ahead as she is in this game. They're feeling very, very, very happy here. Bulldog and Broads, you've got pick tools. You've got to start picking people. You've got the Ash Arrow. You've got to start doing something, because if you let them scale, you're going to struggle. And I think that we've seen here Sin, you say that CS difference. That came through Sin getting blown up by NuQ, at least in that top lane, but a couple times as well. He's not been able to be out on the map consistently enough to pick up those waves deep enough to get that CS into his back pocket, which is where these advantages are now coming in. It really is all that pressure generated initially from that top lane.
And right now, Broad do still have a relatively even inventory to contend with, as the gold has been so even. If they can find a fight, if they can keep track of NuQ, or better yet, somehow manage to fight without him even being there, that is certainly a platform they could use. Sin was definitely under threat right there, but doesn't walk quite far enough out in mid lane to be actually attacked. Barone soaking up bot lane, Broad with a little bit of a brush camp in top side of mid lane. Maybe they're just waiting for Nikias to step up and sending a Pantheon at him. Yeah,
you can see on the gold there as it flips back away again, about 1.8k gold in favour of NuQ versus Barone. That's the whole difference. Broad are going though, they've got to fight.
NuQ there, threatening onto Akronos. There's a good fear to slow them down though. Can they get the kill onto this Akali? They can! Akronos has it, and Sin's still living. The shielding comes through, and Ronaldo's isolated. He does manage to trade back with the Ashe, but it's both the main carries and Bulldog gone. All of their top side evaporates, and only Sin falls for the Broads.
Are they doing it again, Trajan? They're showing so much proficiency.
It's about that time. It's about that time. I'm tapping my watch, dude.
It's Broad o'clock. They show the team fight there, and NuQ goes a bit aggressive, gets hit by the fear, I believe it looked like. We'll have to check that again. I thought NuQ would run rampant here. Flips in. Boom. Fear. Fleeing. Blown up. There goes the Swearing Despair. Champion down, and Sin understands he's quite low, but he has to keep playing aggressive on the bot side, the top side of the fight. Barone and Tweak keep moving forward. It ends up being a 1 for 3. Just losing their ADC, which honestly, when there's a Fed Akali, you're expecting to lose more than just the ADC at that point in time. Great play by Akronos to land the fear, the Sparring Despair. Everyone follows up on the target. This is where the Broad proficiency comes in, because their comms will be so concise, so clear. They will know who the target is going to be in those situations. But look at the Drake. Let's see if Broad can pick this one up. They need this dragon, or else Mountain Soul will cause so many problems to them.
TP by
NuQ is coming.
Deep flank by NuQ. Do they know? Chat, do they know? Do they have the critical information? Sin has a flash, but it's going to walk slap bang into NuQ. And he's already down. The Bulldog top laner wastes no time in redeeming, and a lovely shockwave from Ronaldo to keep Tweak and Akronos in arm's reach. They can't get the kills. NuQ again takes a lot of damage. Tweak looking forward, a flash over the wall. And it's a little dicey at the end of it, but this is still a 4v5 and a recalling way, as Barone is going to walk snap back into the entirety of Bulldog. This man's 1v5 right now. He's taking a lot of damage on leap strike back to Tweak. As Kasing flashes in for the encore. Joki holding them down. Aka's doing what he can, as Akronos TP's back in, but it's a second death, and Bulldog, this has got to be the soul.
This has got to be the soul. This has got to be taking full control of the game. Barone, and we've seen it before, plays a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too early. The TP was coming in from Akronos. He's trying to find an angle to get into a position where he can threaten backside there of Bulldog's draft. It doesn't come to be because there's just so many members already in the bush. And now, when you end up sacrificing Tweak Slide to junglers down, you will give the soul. This will have to play into Mountain. It's going to be hard, and Barone does get out of here somehow.
Again. This Akali is just absolutely devastating for Broad and friends. Nobody can match in the side lane. Certainly not a problem for Bulldog in this game as we see the replay.
Yeah, they don't keep track of the vision from Bulldog. They don't understand where NuQ could be. They don't see the TP coming in. Their run scattered to the winds. NuQ manages to blow up Sin first. Akronos gets hit by the shockwave, and he's your damage dealer once the Ashe goes down, really. And you can see he survives, and he recognizes I have TP, I can rejoin, play it a bit slow, and Barone here, just a little bit too early. And you can see the TP only comes in now. Great play by Kasing. We see the picture-in-picture, and NuQ has died, by the way, so that means Broad may be in an advantage, but they've lost a lot of other members.
Perhaps not. They have lost 2 for the price of 1 right here. It's probably not the worst, still getting a kill onto Nuke. It looks like the credit went onto Tweak, I believe. They would have loved to get it on Barone right now to try and get this Jax closer to that 2 or 3 item position as that side lane threat to maybe start matching the Akali. You really need to get a full inventory before you're going to start to win that 1v1. And Bulldog with a 4v5, they maybe have thought for some sort of Baron-shaped target right here, but they're not going to go for it.
No, one thing I want to mention is this way is 3 items. This way is very scary, with Death already completed. Now can maybe get, hopefully, a defensive item. I understand that you're playing a long-range mage, but you are against the Akali. Zhonya's might be a little bit useful. You might think they'll jump on me while I'm in Zhonya's, but I think you just have to understand if you survive the initial burst, you're going to put out so much damage with the Spiraling Despair and with those abilities coming through, empowered by whatever you can throw at them. I just think that, honestly, I just think if we can keep, you know, locked up here, Brod, we can form that phalanx. There is an option. It just comes down to whether Nuke can continue to abuse vision to get onto the backside, get onto Sin. If the Ashe is immediately dead, you lose so much of your DPS. And there really isn't anyone that provides that DPS in lieu of the Ashe, right? The Jax isn't there yet.
Not yet.
The Pantheon doesn't do it. There's a lot more bursts from the Hui than consistent, you know, hits onto major targets that get away. So walking forward, he could be caught. They respect it back off. I think I need to see Brod go for 1 or 2 more plays aggressively, and then I'm ready to call this and say Bulldog's draft is outscaled and Nuke looking phenomenal.
Yeah, Brod, they look for an angle there, but Bulldog peel back. They don't want to give the window open. Of course, they have that Mountain Drake shield, giving them that extra bit of safety off the burst. Barone heading back out into the bot lane. And Bulldog, they're going to call his bluff. They're going to start up this Baron. There is a TP for Jax, and he might have to drop it.
Ooh, they need to fight this, Brod. I don't think you can give over much more in this game. Bulldog, they're inviting them in, and Nuke is in such a threatening position because if he can get on top of Sin, it will be curtains. He's playing their Tweak. They're trying to shut him down. They need Hui. They need Jax. Tweak already half HP.
TP's coming in, lovely shockwave again, catches Sin and Akers. The Baron's already completed, and Nuke is just uncontestable in this play. As Bulldog snapping at the heels of Brod as they try to flee. Barone will at least get one back on the Akali. He'll give his life for it. It's 2 for 1, and the Baron for Bulldog, and Brod running for the heals back to mid lane.
I think a redemption, slight misposition there from Akers, for example, meant that Sin couldn't get the full heal back, was almost taken to full HP from everything that went down, but was not to be. Nuke way too much damage. They aren't going to get, you know, they get the Baron. They're going to get mid-turret. They aren't going to end the game here, Bulldog, but it can be very close. And I do think they aren't keeping track of Akali enough. And I had worries in draft. We mentioned it in draft. What do they have to actually lock down the assassin? It's not much. Ooh. They're going into fight.
They're looking for Nikias. They couldn't find it. Big headshots coming out of this Caitlyn. And Tweak has to back away, has to throw the hands up and go, sorry, didn't mean it. Please let me leave with my life, as Ronaldo is working on that top lane turret as the gold lead finally starts to widen out for Bulldog. And we saw in that Baron fight, the solo laners were just completely holding arm's length right here. The rest of them were all looking at Baron.
Yeah, and you can see Sin, you see the redemption come through. It's too far forward, so Sin immediately would die anyway, just before it comes down. But if it was a bit further back, a bit earlier, there's a chance that he can survive the initial burst. And if they can survive the initial burst, there is a good chance of them to at least try and pick up a kill here onto Nuke and to on one other member. At the moment, it's just Nuke throwing himself forward, picking up 1 or 2, forcing everyone back, and if he dies, he doesn't mind. And I think that is something that Brod are struggling to deal with at the moment. They're really, really, really struggling with the space that's being created by those solos. They've got to come up with an answer. And that answer is very likely, can I get some survivability onto my Ashe? Unlikely.
Thank you. Tweak and Sin currently going here. They crash the Ashe ultimate, but Ashe cannot withstand the Akali. A flash away. Does Tweak have the last bit of damage? Down goes the stasis from the Seeker's Arm Guard, and Tweak makes it a 1-for-1 with the mid lane turret. Honestly, doesn't seem too bad, but the bot lane push from BDG is still 4 strong, and the inhib's going to fall as a flash in from Joki. Tries to push for more, but can't quite catch it.
They do have wave clear. It is again Baron, so it's going to be
Baron's
hard here.
On top as well.
Barone is pushing. They are trying to get as much gold as they can off of the map here, Brod. They lose the inhibitor, but I don't think they really mind. Right, the Baron is already down, so that bot lane inhib, less important. As long as they can push that wave out in preparation for Elder, they're going to feel pretty happy about it. Sin will be back up in time for the Elder as well, whereas Nuke is spawning, what is that, 20 seconds later? Does have TP, but he's spawning at the time it's coming in, so everyone will be up. And it will be that 5v5 really to decide the game. If Brod can somehow take the Elder, either in a steal or if they're able to get there sooner or get a pick, for example, this either delays the game or causes a game end. They can still end the game here off of 1 push here, Brod. They still have the ability to do so. It really is nail-biting stuff at the moment, Trajan, because Bulldogs should be winning this. if they misplay one fight, Brod can run it down mid.
TP from Nuki into mid lane. Doesn't have the Baron himself, and there the buff falls off. So the wave now clearable by Akranos, but they're currently in the bot side jungle. They've maybe had a different call. They're looking to get to the Elder Pit, but Bulldog's not interested. They're going for the mid inhib, and now Tweak isolated. Nuki with the massive shields tries to flash back to his team. Akali maybe goes too deep. Didn't get the kill they needed. It's going to get picked up by Sin. BDG just lost their main carry. Barone threatening onto Nikias. He's holding 1v3 right now. Flashes away as Ronaldo under threat by Sin. Both the solo laners down, and Bulldog... They had the mid lane push, but Nuki sees too much blood in his eyes. They get the mid lane turret and Brod. They head back to try and defend the inhib. As Akranos looking for more damage. Pantheon goes in for the stun, but a lovely knock against the wall, and Caitlyn's still safe. There's another carry for Bulldog, and his name is Nikias. And the flash away from Brod. They can't get the kills they need.
No one falls, though, crucially there. So Brod will have 4 members up, so... Even with the respawns, or with the resets, we should say, coming through from Bulldog, them showing a threat onto this Elder not to be the case. And Brod, they clutch up there, like Nuki going a bit too deep. He said, blood in the water. He was seeing red. He goes over that wall, gets stunned, doesn't know where to land the perfect execution onto the Pantheon. And that's the fine margins here. If Brod can survive that initial onslaught from the Akali and be able to play those fights out like this, they look like they're in an all-right spot. The gold is close, Trajan. It's only 2,000. I say only, at this point in time, if you think where the gold is situated,
33 minutes in. Yeah,
it's pretty good for them. It's good for Brod, but they cannot give over this. This objective being started by Bulldog, the Elder Dragon is so important. Brod have to contest this. That means they're going to be walking in. If they can pick Ronaldo first...
He's on his own. If they can get this pick and get back to the Drake, that's rough for Bulldog. Orianna, no business being there, but they're having to stick the Elder. They can't just let this go now. Where is Nuki? Where's the Akali? Where's the flank possibility? Barone's on the front line. Joki's under threat, but in comes the Akali onto Akranos. Into the Shroud they go. They need the CC chain. Why doesn't find the fear, but they get the root. Do they have the DPS? Nuke's still alive, but he falls to Sin. The healing is there.
Sin.
The Elder at 4k. Joki looking for the early carry, but he can't find it. Tweak it out with a potential smite steal. Gets a stun onto Nikias. Akkas has the support. Shut down for Akkas Kasing. The last dog left standing. Triple for Pantheon and Brod and friends. Ace Bulldog.
Ronaldo is caught out in mid lane. An absolute disaster from the guy that they kept from the previous roster. He makes the mistake that leads to this scenario, and we see Bulldog, Nuki, trying so hard to rectify the situation. Picks up Akranos first, but gets rooted by the Karma, gets picked up by the Ashe, and look at Sin kiting out. They aren't able to get on top of him just yet. Joki finally gets on top, but does fall, and Pantheon is left untouched. And yes, this champion has the global map movement. It has the ability to make plays early on, but it also has a lot of damage later on with the percentage passive armor penetration that it gets on its ultimate levels. And now Tweak is showing how good he is. He's waiting for the respawns.
Yes,
they're gonna have full Elder.
It's optimal from Brod and friends. Lovely stuff. And now they have 5 Elders. Their inhib's going to be back up soon. It's another fight they managed to again clutch out. These are not clear-cut fights, everybody. This series is wild with how close these plays are. And Brod and friends, they are now in possession of an equally insignificant gold lead. The Elder buff is the difference maker. They have a timer to try and push this advantage if they want to take this game too.
And you can see it. If the Akali doesn't cause the chaos, it caused a little bit there, but not enough, it's going to be problems for Bulldog, because at the moment, we're seeing Brod being able to have just better plays in teamfights. Just better execution, shall we say? I mean, this Baron is a bit of a risk, even with Elder, because even with the Elder on them, it's a bit of a scary situation. They're to get shredded.
Don't look like they want to contest. I think they could have. I think there's an angle for it, but you know, against the Elder, it's an understandable decision. Maybe Bulldog think they can hold out. They do have Caitlyn Seraphine, right? It's very easy for Brod to push too aggressively here. Nikias is almost 5 items deep, in fact, as Tweak's just ulted behind that mid lane turret to cover this wave push. He gets away healthy enough. But we have to remember this Caitlyn is going to keep scaling up. It is so hard to push into this champion.
And we're going to have summoners coming up. We've got both flashes, rather, for the carries of Brod. They can maybe dodge out on Nuki's execution. I think they need to end here, Trajan. I think if they drop this, they no longer have Baron and no longer have Elder. It gets, you know, they go back to basically a flip fight. They need to be aggressive. They need to win in the next 2 minutes.
Tweaks on the fountain. They're past the Caitlyn trap line, but they cannot retreat past it easily. 1 inhib down. Brod, are we going for the Nexus? 5v5. Yes, you're wearing double buffs. But are we going to not push for inhibs? We're going to go for a 5v5 for all the marbles. for a 2-0 against Bulldog. Barone's flashed onto Nick. Yes, he's gone crazy. He's dived under the towers and he's going to fall, but the Nexus turret goes down as well. Barone, as he overstepped his bounds, Nuki's into the backline. A Ronaldo shockwave pulls back Sin, and a beautiful stasis from Akali. Broad push too far.
And this will now be the counter end for Bulldog. All 5 members dead for the UK representative. Barone just oversteps slightly, looks for the play. Goes, well, I have Elder. I should be able to one-shot the Caitlyn. The Caitlyn survives. And this is just... They were so close, Trajan, to making this a 2-0. But we will be going to a Game 3.
Oh my word, everybody. Broad and friends. An inch, a fingernail away from 2-0ing Bulldog. In their NLC debut, we're gonna go back to 1-1, and I'll be honest, Bulldog were given a new lease on life right there. They were given a second chance. They lost 99% of that game, and they managed to get away with this one off an over-aggressive dive by Barone. We're 1-1 here in the first series, and I do not know what to think about the Game 3.
I mean, Game 3, so many power picks off the board, right? We see the Seraphine, which was looking like not the strongest, but here gave a lot of solid team play for Bulldog. Really made sure their draft wasn't just this scattered sort of offer play on the side. One champion here, one champion there. One insane game end, and I think we just saw a bit too much over-aggression, a bit too over-hype from Broad. I hope they don't take this one too personally. I hope this doesn't sort of break their mental, because they were sitting there going, we should be winning this game. We should be winning this game. You can't let those thoughts come into your head going into a Game 3 against, again, it's an incumbent team in Bulldog. This is a roster that's been built to take the title. As it was said on Bulldog's Twitter, this is their last dance, the last chance for them to win NLC. They've never been there before. Broad almost upsetting that apple cart not to be Game 3, the decider.
Yes, absolutely. We're going to go to a quick break. Couldn't have said it better myself. Stick around, everybody, because Broad and Friends and Bulldog, the NLC Fight Night to open up this summer split, is going all the way to the distance. Let's go to a break. See you back here in a moment. And we are back here. Game 3. Broad and Friends versus Bulldog. 1-1. Not the score I expected about 5 minutes ago, I'll be honest. It looked like Broad and Friends had managed to hold the line. They had Baron, they had Elder, they had everything. And managed to lose it all on one ill-fated Jack's dive of Nexus turrets. And now here they are. 1-1. But Rob, from what you know about Broad and Friends, is this a team that will take this hard, or is this a team that will put it to the side, mental reset, go game 3 easy?
So, Sin Akers played a lot. A ridiculous amount at LANs, online in tournaments, played in like NLC Div 4 back in the day, played in old UKLs, etc, etc. I think they'll sit there and they'll have a bit of a laugh and they'll be able to mentally reset here. Tweet, I think he's played enough with Sin. I think he'll be able to mentally reset. The younger solo lanes here, and Broad have brought up these 2 younger solo lanes to be the future of their team. Maybe Barone, I don't want him to be too hard on himself despite what we saw in that end. And I think Akranos should keep mentally in this game because laning-wise, I think Akranos has been matching Ronaldo. A statement that personally I thought was going to be in question in the beginning of the day. Because I've watched this guy for a long time. I think he is very competent. However, Ronaldo comes in as, 3,000 LP, players in the top 20 or whatever it is. 4,000 LP it is now. That he's looked very, very good up against what we see to be one of the top 3, maybe top 4 mids in the league. So take that. Don't focus on the end of the game. In your mind, we won this one. We're just simply playing a best of 5 and 3-0.
Yeah, we're playing it for practice on this third one. You can see some of these plays where Nuke on this top side for Bulldog. We have to say again, what a massive impact this guy had on this game. Ultimately, any team fight that Bulldog won, it had to be because Nuke was getting the kills he needed. If he wasn't there, or if he was effectively neutralized by Broad, Bulldog just were not able to get it over the line. But after that lock performance in game 1, you recommended the Akali as an option. They went for it, and we really saw the value that champion can bring, while still allowing Nuke to play that way.
I think if you're giving a player like this the sort of space and time and the champions that he wants, he will give you results. And again, we saw it in this one. It's about those champions themselves having positions of power they can find in the game. Lox is, I'm very, very strong, I'm fed, I'm going to one-shot you, and I'm going to jump on you and take you off with the Ashena's Soul. I forgot the name again. Either way, regardless. The Akali, on the other hand, perfect execution, the mobility, the Shroud causes a lot more disruption, a lot more time to be able to get your teammates into positions, and that's why I kind of recommended that, and I think it showed in this game massively. Even in the fights that Broad won, Nuke was putting in an insane shift. You see this one here around the Elder. Like, Nuke is the one playing forward. Now going into game 3, though, I want to see, and I don't know if we have the confirmation yet, what side Broad are going to select, Trajan. Because for me, I feel you've got to take red. I think we just had confirmation it is red.
Production confirms they have, so they're aligned right here. It has been Bulldog taking that option multiple times so far. And for Broad, both of them were comebacks of a level, right? They did not suffer the same gold deficit in game 2, but ultimately, especially when Nuke started to get rolling, Bulldog were about to crack the base. They had Baron, right? This was a fight back from Broad from an inhib down once again. And Bulldog are still showing that they cannot cleanly put these games away, even with, in our minds at least, a better draft, a better scaling draft, a more usable one that still plays into the way they clearly want to execute. But they still had to be given that game. Barone had to reach into his pocket and say, here you go, this is for you actually, I don't need this. And that's not where Bulldog want to be. That's not where Bulldog want to be, right? So it's improvement, somewhat. They got closer that time, but we're still not getting to the Nexus without a throw. Bulldog need to be cognizant.
I feel like, and I don't think these teams will feel this way, in particular Broad won't feel this way, I think a lot of the regional teams won't feel this way, but on paper, the teams that represent the NLC incumbent, the 6 that we're bringing in, 8 that we have already sticking around, they should be winning these games. In this first round of matches, in this first round of Swiss, we have a incumbent team versus a regional league team. We might see some upsets, but on paper, if they want to say we deserve to be here, they need to be winning in this first round. And Bulldog at the moment, we could have been looking at a 2-0 here. Let's be abundantly clear. This could have been a 2-0 for the first series we've seen, would be a 2-0 for one of the challengers. That's not where we need to be.
This is 5th seed versus 12th seed, to be clear. This is a pretty wide margin. Our second match of the day that we'll be looking at a little bit later is 8th versus 9th seed, right? We're expecting that to be close. This one, Not so much. We can also confirm off stream, Verdant have in fact 2-0'd Absolve. That was first seed versus 16th seed. That's what we'd expect to see here. Bulldog, yes, it's not as divergent as that, but it's a big gap in the expectations coming into this. And we have bigged up the national representatives time and again because they keep giving us good reason to. And we need to see what Bulldog can show us, or I guess what Broad and Friends can show us now that they have come so close. That they'll feel like they could have 2-0'd this one. They feel like they had to work harder, but they still have the resilience. They have the pieces. But when do we start potentially worrying about, if top lane has been sort of more even than we'd expected, bot lane maybe not as dominant as we expected, mid lane's going super well. I don't want Broad to get overconfident in the wrong places. And for Bulldog, we need to see more threats than Nuki, right? We need to see more players than Nuki step up and be able to win games.
I completely agree. I also think that when we're looking at this draft for Game 3, with the red side being selected again by Broad, I think this Nuki problem is a little bit more solved than it was prior. I think he might go towards, maybe not to be a sign, but there's the Jace is permaban. I think the Jace will be a ban again coming out from Broad. We'll have to see whether he wants to take like one of these carries blind and Barone is able to take his favourite, pick into that, whether it's a Stonewall pick or a counter. I think Broad to win this series, in my head, had to win on a blue side. And that was going to be very, very hard. And what we've seen is that they've done that in the first game. They've almost done that in the second game. They're now going to red. And that's where their drafting prowess should come in better here, because I think they've got a mid laner happy to blind, a bot lane that's happy to take whatever's strongest in the meta, a jungler we saw in this game first pick the Pantheon, and that leaves space for Varone to have a bit of a better time. Bulldog, they almost have to go completely away from what their current draft plan is because they've been hinged so heavily around giving UQ the absolute best matchup possible. I want to mention one other thing as well. Broad face this team now, and then on Thursday, on paper, they're up against the Academy team of Bulldog. If this is a win for Broad here, there are questions on this roster versus the Academy coming up in this week, which will be crazy.
Yeah, they have to go back to the Four Nations and face little bro down there, having taken the eldest sibling this far to the edge, right, with some massive ERL successful, some EMEA Masters mainstays, players like Ronaldo, players like Nuki, players like Kasing. These are guys who have been doing it up and down the rift for many years at a very successful level. And Broad and Friends are taking them all the way. So let's focus in on this draft just a little bit more. So it's blue side for Bulldog, it's red side for Broad now at this point, and we are going to have to dog on Barone. He keeps getting so close to avoiding it, but he keeps giving us a reason to. We have to dog on Barone for that final decision. However, he has actually been managing his role in those previous team fights very well. He's been he's been zoning out the backline and putting proper threat onto players like Nikias, players like Ronaldo, to allow the rest of Broad to play out against the threat of Nuki. He's been doing that super consistently on Zehen and Jax. He overstepped that mark by taking the game into his hands at the end of the game, but he still has not been going back to the tanks as the way I thought he might. He's not just been Sion duty, he's not just been on duty, he's been taking bruises, he's not been winning the lane, but he's been doing his job pretty darn well.
I think this has been, again, the product of the player that he's up against. They know that if you start slamming a Sion, you're going to be giving a completely free lane over to Nuki. We kind of saw it in this last game where the Akali was given the free lane into the Jax, really. Barone really struggling in that matchup. This is now the game where Broad should be able to get the free lane for the top lane, so to speak, and Barone maybe can flex some of those tanks that we've seen. He is pretty competent, at least on the Sion and on the Ornn, at least can play those. We see him as a carry player on ladder. He got to Challenger playing these carry picks. But in comp, we want to see him more on that sort of Stonewall style. The bans are close to the same. The only thing is that they have dropped one of the bans for Bulldog on blue side to go and...
So they've elevated the Cassio. The Syndra was normally their second.
They want to take Syndra first.
Cassio was second rotation last time, but they've kept it up. Broad are likely just going to go for the same three. Jace, Ezreal, I'm assuming the Nocturne comes through here. Or actually, Bulldog took the Nocturne. I tell a lie. They're going to have to find a new ban in that point.
Yeah, are they going to just trade Syndra bans? It screams to me that Bulldog wants Syndra first pick, right? They were banning it both times on red. If you are dropping a ban coming onto blue, especially in Fearless, you're very likely looking at it and going, okay, this is something we take away early. Broad are really thinking about this one. They don't want to take rid of their Syndra themselves, because if this Syndra is left up, we know Akranos has a very good one. It's probably his best champion on current patch and historically. So we'll see if they want to lock in the purple mage in the mid lane. Akranos not necessarily got that many champs left. There's a Rise. There's
Rise was
Azir,
covered
he
as a
played
ban, but is
historically. Yeah, it's Syndra. I mean, Syndra first pick. You have to be picking this if you're dropping the ban.
Yeah, it's going to come through right here. Bulldog, they have been prioritizing junglers previously. We do still have things like Jarvan available that have not gone picked just yet. I'm thinking of a Tweak as well. There's Mundo as a bit of an outside case. You can flex it. They've played it top and jungle in the past, I believe. So we shall see what Broad and Friends wants to go here. They've got 2 power picks. We've got room for Akkus and Sin as well if they want to lock something down. We'll see maybe if there's an answer for Akranos, and the Camille has been left open and it's been locked. Technically still a flex, but really we are seeing this champion have much more success in support.
This is a style that Akers is particularly good at, which is that roaming sort of style. We saw it on the Bard, we're going to see it on the Camille this game. Interested to see whether, and this is my concern about a Jarvan pick here, about a Poppy right now. Is like the thing that's screaming out to me is if we want to take a J4 off the board so we don't have Syndra J4 punishing mid, then you walk straight into a Poppy pick in jungle or in support. You can flex this and take bot lane if you want. I think you take Poppy plus 80 carry on 3, and then you're sitting there going, okay, well, do you want to take your mid pick on 3, or do you want to take your ADC? If you don't take your mid pick, we're gonna ruin you in the ban phase. And this is now where if Bulldog passes out, they're in a very strong position in this draft.
Yes, and the Poppy coming out here likely for Joki or Kasing, depending on who they want to assign it to. And Bulldog now with a chance to make another blind. It looks like it might be a Yunara for Nikias here. I know Yunara definitely, it felt like when it was initially launched as a champion that wanted an Enchanter pairing, but I know people really were happy to put it with anything after a while. We were seeing Nautiluses, we were seeing Alistairs. So we'll see if they want to lock that one down. It is a flexible option for them, and it does give them a bit of late game insurance once again. Caitlyn never really got into that game. They got a lot of items, but ultimately there were a couple of close team fights. It was about not quite enough for Bulldog, but they once again have the Yunara. It gives Nikias room to flex.
I like this. I know that I was saying I like Sin on gliders, but I think when you look at the AD carry pool and what wants to play into stuff like Syndra, into Yunara, what's left? Well, you don't want to play shorter range. Let's play something that really outranges both of their carries in the Ziggs. You've then got a combination with the Camille, a combination with the Jarvan Cataclysm as well. They're now going to be able to take off. There you go. The Enchanter pairings I do think would be not necessarily preferable here, but something that I could definitely see Kasing going towards, which would be like maybe, I don't think Yumi is coming through, but there's definitely that Lulu. The Victor ban is intriguing to me. I know that's a champion that Akranos can play, pretty proficient at, but doesn't necessarily value it if you use it more like a placeholder mid laner, more than anything that gives you a particular power, unless there's a lot of engage coming into your face. I do think we're going to see another support ban here. I could see is Braum particularly? Not really. I think you maybe Playmaker, you get rid of one of the engage, like a Leona or something that you're able to deal with them jumping into you, and you sort of play
Alistair maybe?
There you go, there's the Leona.
Out the ultimate, if there's going to be an Alistair focusing to try and defuse the Camille threat, to try and keep Nikias a little safer from the dive. If you want to try and go for another Enchanter, if there's another one that's even alive at this point for them with no Seraphine, Karma, Bard or Lulu. I know Nami's kind of fallen out of favor right here. Olaf taken out of Baron's potential hands.
So they didn't double mid ban. So there's still Rise up if you want it. Into Syndra doesn't feel great, and with the Syndra buff that came through a couple patches ago, I know that Rise was like Premier and then has dropped a little bit. We are really getting down here. Like Azir was a champion that Akranos used to play, but Azir into Poppy here. I mean, you can stand your ground, but you don't want to dash in. So, the Twisted Fate, a champion he does play. He does play TF. Interesting to me to bring it out here. This is very much saying, hit me if you can, Ronaldo. I think I'm laning better than you. And in that last game, I'm not going to lie to you, Akranos has matched in both these games in lane. Easily.
Yeah. Absolutely. And it does give them room to play for these sidelines, gives them even more global pick potential. You've got to assume Akros is going to be on the roam heavy style, and Akranos can now join in to lock them down on the towers. I was wondering if Nuki was going to go back to a carry, or if we're going to see a pivot to the tank. Obviously, Shen has now become quite a common support pick as well, so we still don't necessarily know where Poppy and Shen are going. They could all top, they could all support, they could all jungle.
I'm going to hold... I will say, if this is a Shen top, are they predicting a Tryndamere pick? Because you need AD. You need some more physical damage on the side of Bron and friends.
If I see
Tryndamere, I'm
gonna
lose it.
I'm gonna lose it.
It's also good into the matchups like Ornn and Sion, right? Because it has that tank killing potential. So I think they view it like that. No, it's going to go to support. It is going to go to support. That's fine.
I really don't care if Tryndamere's good at killing these champions, dude. I don't want to see it.
It could, in theory, go towards like Poppy support and Shen jungle, but very likely just Poppy jungle, Shen support.
Yeah.
It isn't going to be the case that it is going to be a top Shen. It will be support, as we've said. The Gnar, intriguing. You could go. I mean, Malf is fine into it if you want to play Malphite. I guess you want to play Ornn. Mundo is okay, but can struggle early on in the lane. If you're going Scion, that's something that the Naya is able to sort of harass the lane as well. Nuke picking probably the only ranged-esque top laner that's kind of happy to be blinded here with that Naya pickup. The Mundo to match means that Barone is going to be doing what Barone has been doing so far this series, which is sitting back a little bit, farming the best he can, and then coming into that game later.
Yes.
Man, Brod's draft is a lot of aggression and a lot of moving around the map, and I think Bulldog are going to have to learn to respect this.
Yes, this does feel like a bit of a sea change here. Bulldog, this is no longer about smashing your lanes, it's no longer about pick potential, it's not about the first 15-20 minutes. We have a Syndra and a Yunara, we have 3 tank lines, we have multiple engage options, we've got Shen ultimate. This is a 5v5 composition, and Bulldog have not been able to win the 5v5s consistently so far. However, with this comp, Rob, do you think they can win the 5v5s now? Do you think they can rock up to Elder Dragon and 5v5 Broad to win with this change in draft style?
So I think, yes, I think that they have obviously more consistent damage in terms of like the Yunara being on the board. I think the Syndra has playmaking potential. However, I want to add, prior to fights, prior to engages, around those objective standoffs, you have TF gold cards coming out, you have Ziggs bombs coming out, you do have a front line, and with a couple go buttons that you don't necessarily have to flag drag Cataclysm. You can Cataclysm and then just lock them up and just play the fight. Yes, I might die as Jarvan, but I've put you all in the cage. Broads have a lot of ways of playing fights early with the poke coming down prior to there being an engage. Bulldog have that DPS when that fight starts. The Shen pick is a counter to the Camille in the lane. It just and can match the Camille roams post 6, right, with that Stan United. Interesting to see how much time Kasing has put into this champion in this matchup. Because I know Akers has played a lot of Camille. Kasing, is he picking this as, I've played this, I understand this matchup perfectly, or is he picking this going, this is theoretically the best pick into this new sort of movement into support that we've seen from the Scissor Lady?
Yes, and Camille, we have seen the dominance this champion has from level 2 onwards. It is absolutely demonic on the all-ins with just a couple of points in the skills. And Sin, of course, getting a few base skills into those bouncing bombs is going to get a Lost Chapter on deck, and it's going to have strong damage as well. Rod and friends, they probably feel like they should be 2-0 right now, feel like they should be, you know, getting the pints in and celebrating their first win in the NLC already. That's not the case. They find themselves here in Game 3. Bulldog with a light at the end of the tunnel, given a new lease on life, and with a chance to turn this one around, to save face in the face of this regional representative.
Yeah, they really are. It is about saving face, isn't it? Because I think a lot of the other teams are looking at this game and going, Bulldog, you came in as at least, you know, rated as top 4. You know, obviously 5th seed, but top 4 in terms of predictions with the new roster build. And who are these people taking it to you as Akers misses the first hook shot?
Does have the shield to get out of there. The trade landing decently even. Nikias pops the barrier, in fact, as well. So Sin, wearing teleport, does not have one to commit, but does not lose anything out. So decent start for Brod as Tweak's on vision. This might be tough. Jockey, if he gets a wall bang, this is going to be very scary. Tweak knows that. It's a pretty tricky place, but he gets the smite away, actually. That's probably all he wants, and he's going to walk away.
So now with that smite down, we'll have to see if Jockey wants to go for a little bit of aggression on, say, like the Crab, for example, because, you know, Tweak's clear, not slower, but, you know, isn't going to be able to maybe contest. So the second smite coming down will be very, very important. And Akers here.
Akers.
Oh my god, Kasing, hold
on.
on.
My, he's dead. What on earth? Kasing just got spun by Akers. And the level 2 completed for Broad. Sin and Akers finally, we talked about them as a lane to get an advantage here, but it's only really been until Game 3 where we've finally seen it come through.
I had questions whether Kasing, how much he had, you know, played Shen support. It's a very specific pick into the Camille. There's a few others that I've seen people trying out into this champion as well. Shem seeming to rising to the top in the counter picks and showing there that maybe the counter's a bit fake, at least at this level, because just absolute great performance coming in for the bot lane. Yoki's here, but he's not going to maybe look as Camille jumps in, though.
Oh, my word. Bad timing there from Akers, and the wall stun instantly coming through. No way out. Unfortunate for Broad making the play without the full information, and great movement by Jockey to get in there.
However, Jockey is now significantly behind on his clear. Yes, they get the kill. Yes, it goes over to Yunara. Yes, that's important. We'll have to now see if Tweak can use the advantage, which is he has the tempo at the moment, right? He's already taken his bot camps. He's going to be moving to that top crab. He can then play maybe a bit more aggressive potentially, although his lanes are Not in the greatest spot mid and top. Look how pushed in Barone is, but he'll be able to at least get maybe a double crab here and get a little bit of advantage for himself. But you're obviously sacrificing getting a kill onto Yunara, which as a champion this game, if Nikias can actually be unleashed in these team fights, not shut down with, say, a gold card and then blown up, going to be an absolute disaster for Brod, because that's where the DPS comes in for Bulldog.
Now, we have a play developing. We've got an invade. Akers has arrived, stopped up by the Steadfast Presence. Tweak going for another steal. He finds it, but a flash taunt from Kasing. Ronaldo's been stopped by Akranos as Tweak has to flash away. A flag and drag avoids the scat of the week. Nuke, though, coming around the corner. Akers once again going to be wallbanged, and it's going to be a blue buff for kill trade overall.
And I was a bit concerned about going for a more aggressive invade there because, yes, I'm pretty sure the TF can move over. I think that the wave was pretty neutral, but top was so much in favour of BDG that there was always going to be an extra number there at the play as long as Kasing reads it. And you should be reading this, right? Because if the Camille's died, she's on reset. Enemy jungler is going to be looking to use his tempo somewhere else. It will be on my topside jungle. Let's make sure my jungler doesn't get played out of the game. Let's make sure to support him. Great taunt coming through from Kasing landing onto 2 as well. Tweak surviving on a sliver HP. I now have a bit of work because the two players that kind of need to be online here. Nuke showed his proficiency last game. And as you said, Nikias had a pretty quiet game on Caitlyn last time. The Yunara needs to be in it. So the win conditions for Bulldog very much online. Whereas the win conditions for Brod, which is map play, are seemingly being answered.
Yeah, Barone with a TP aggressively into the lane is going to take a bad trade to Nuke there. And now has to deal with a Gnar that has been given a kill in a non-lane altercation. The cull is ready to go, and Barone not having the best time. Of course, we expected this, and we'll have to see how well he holds up under the pressure in this critical third game. The high-pressure situations have not been kind to him so far today. But there's a chance for Brod once again to stabilize and look for this first series win. Akranos, a little bit down in the CS right now. Obviously, Syndra can play aggressively here. Yoki looking for another play onto bot side. Brod going aggressively into the 2v3. Flash away from Akers, trying to give time for Tweak to get into position. Steadfast Presence is down, but Tweak cannot get into range to force this to continue.
Looks like Akers was trying to go for a bit of a bait there for the Jarvan coming in. Kasing then taken very low. They then back off. Tweak doesn't get any value. This is the first game in this series so far, I'd say, that I've seen Ronaldo get a significant lead in mid so far, right? But the TF still has value if he gets, a little bit less CS, but gets that passive down, can kind of keep up and go. But TF is a champ that does want to be able to get that CS down just to be accelerated. Not the case so far. The next play, though, to look is on that ultimate from the TF. Whether you can actually make things happen as Barone is taken very low.
The turret shots for Nuke, though. 2 aggressive flashes traded. Is there a cleaver? And Barone stands his ground under the turret. Nuke too aggressive this time.
Ooh, I don't like that one coming out from the Turkish top. I'm not a fan of seeing lots of aggressive play and giving over very much a weak-sided player here. Barone has not been given resources so far this entire series. Him now getting any gold into himself. The Mundo will scale into this game and be frustrating to deal with for Nikias. If the Mundo is ahead of the curve and starts picking up, the Warmogs into the Heart Steel, etc., becomes almost unkillable until you start getting into 4 or 5 items for the ADCs. And it's on those timers at which Brod can win those fights. As this is another first for this series. Brod are taking the first Drake.
It's getting a little rough around the edges here, Rob. We're in game 3. I think it's starting to take its toll just a little bit. We're getting a bit antsy, a bit too aggressive. For Brod and friends, remember we checked out this bot lane. Is the lane we'd expect to stay cool and calm under that situation. And we have to keep an eye on if Barone can. But Nuke, he has been a little over-aggressive today generally. We saw even in the Akali game and the Lock game, maybe just getting a bit too bloodthirsty and slowing down Bulldog at times. We're seeing that again here today. He's definitely still in command of the lane, don't get me wrong. But that will be something to keep an eye on as the first Drake is secured by Brod this time.
We need to keep an eye on as well a few things for when teamfights come down. Brod's standoff is generally better with the poke. They're going in, hold on,
we're going aggressive. Oh my word, onto Nikias. They've got Akranos in place, but the Ziggs bomb doesn't land. Akers is going to fall here, and now Jockey's arrived. This Brod dive has gotten very messy, very fast. 3 versus 3 right now. Nikias gets into range, flashes forward onto Sin, tries to get back to the help of the team. Q comes through, Tweak flags and drags in. If they can find one onto Yunara, it'll at least be even. They've got a slow, do they have a Q? There's a stun from Akranos. The damage is there. And Brod have to scrap their way out of that one. Lucky to get away with a 1-for-1.
Well, they salvage that play, don't they? It looks like the answer from Bulldog is superb. And not to be, Nikias plays aggressive forward into Sin's face. Sin has to run away from the tower. Then obviously Akers dies again. But it really is a salvage play from Broad, which, yes, it's nice to see them using their comp, using the fact that this TF should be more active out on the map. But you're going to be losing gold in mid on this. Look at the CS difference in mid now from the Roam. It's 20. It'll keep going up and up. And that's where Syndra, once she gets, the Splinters of Wrath through, once she gets that scaling on board that she will be such a threat, it's going to be frustrating to have to play into it when those stuns come through. You see it again on the replay. Yeah, it's just a misplay.
Yeah. It's just not quite in position. You want to have the gold card lining up, with Nikias to get the stun to make sure Tweak's engage lands. And honestly, I feel like Broad is so lucky to get away with not losing more here. There's so many walls for Yoki to try and make plays in, and the flash is traded by bot laners. It's dicey stuff, but Broad will get away with it. Again, we're deep into, the 4th round of this UFC match. We've got more fights already. Akkas has found a kill onto Yoki right now. Akranos not looking too healthy, as Tweak's looking low too. Kasing leading the charge in. Akkas goes in deep and only finds a stun onto Nuke. Ronaldo's safe for the time being, as Kasing finds a kill onto Barone, and Tweak has to get out of there. Stolen Void Grubs, as Nuke will not be stopped. Chases down with a lovely boomerang. And this time it's Bulldog getting the better of it. You just cannot split these two teams right now.
No, you're seeing neither team wants to back down. Neither team wants to say, okay, you're a bit stronger right now. We'll concede a bit of the map. And I appreciate seeing we get another replay. We're going to go replay into action into replay, aren't we? Agonos sets up too far, gets stunned, gets chunked very, very low initially. Joki plays a bit aggressive. And I think Broad here, low-key, could probably drop this fight. I know you want the Herald. You just got to get your TF out and then play the fight afterwards. And Barone, he's not strong enough. This is a Mundo with only level 1 ult. We're not talking about that level 11, level 16 point where he just presses R, runs through you and kills everyone. This will be a fight cleanup where the Gnar is stronger. And Bulldog now, maybe I wouldn't say in the driver's seat. I don't think they're, so much gold to the good that they are running away with it. It's only 700. But they are still showing the prowess on fighting wherever they can. I was going to go back to a point I was going to make about 5 minutes ago. Bulldog do have one problem, which is getting access later onto the Ziggs without flanks, without angles. So the one thing I want to keep track on here is the vision put down by Kasing. We saw Nuke use that vision very, very well last game on the Akali. I think the Gnar is going to have to do that again to get access onto this little Yordle, who has already picked up bot turret. The Ziggs is quietly very, very strong in this game. Barone doesn't have ultimate.
He's on the wrong side of the lane right now, and this is just a matter of time until Nuke runs him down. There is a flash coming up in a bit for Barone, but it's not going to be enough time to get away from this one. And this is kind of what we would have expected from this matchup. Barone getting that kill stolen away onto Nuke does not stop Gnar. Definitely should have the run of it. So, the gold lead's still fairly even. Of course, the Sin tower taking pressure we saw there. Akers going deep, flashes in, goes for Ronaldo. Locked into the Camille Hextech ultimatum. The Stand United can't save him. Kasing's now put himself in a bad position there. Terrible timing, unfortunately, as it goes down. Tweak in with a Cataclysm. Continues to play, but Yoki knocks down. And an ultimate will not be enough for Tweak, but Broad finding 2 kills in mid.
This is the only concern Bulldog have to have, is that when you try and start something or you try and play aggressive, the Camille is going to be very active on the map. We already know that. But there's a TF to join. And if that TF joins on the same time the Shen joins, the Shen needs to be blocking gold cards, needs to be blocking the plays. It doesn't happen. Ronaldo is played onto first. The Shen gets the TP off in general. But look where the W goes down for Shen. Doesn't do anything. And now Kasing is also going to be the target. They keep pulling the trigger. This could have been gone a little bit worse for Broad if there was one more turret shot available, not to be. And Broad have taken a fight again. They are now 1,000 gold to good. But this game is not going to be decided by this fight. Trajan, this game is going to go to the wire. Constant punches back and forth.
Yeah, we can see there's a lot of CS advantage for Bulldog. But now Nuke going aggressive. An instant response from Akers and Tweak. Can they get into range to force a dive right here? They're thinking about it. But they won't commit to it. Bulldog going to start on this bot side. They're going to take the dragon as well. Broad, currently with one themselves, leaves it one apiece as Kasing now maybe threatening onto Sin. It's going to be fairly even. Akers working on that top lane turret, and you're absolutely right. The punch is going back and forth, back and forth. Barone getting aggressive once again, but he's 1v3 right now.
He's just trying to force Ronaldo out. I mean, the break should be taken, but then the play onto Barone, he still has maximum damage.
No stun. He can get back to the wall. Gonna be safe right here. I don't think Bulldog gonna get into range unless Barone really wants to make them go on him. He should be able to get out of there safely, so it's good chunks. I think he really wants to flash on Ronaldo, to be honest, but he has not gone for it. As meanwhile, top lane, here is round 2, and Akers on a killing spree as Nuke goes down.
Broad know how to play this comp. They just simply understand, well, we've got a Mundo that can easily stonewall a Syndra lane, by the way. I mean, Mundo mid was experimented within the past into these majors where once he gets a little bit of HP, it's hard to burst through him, and the Syndra should be going towards the cooldown reduction build and not towards the pen build, which means it's even harder to get through that. If you try and use the scatter, he's still going to run at you. That allows, and the Ziggs farming in mid allows the Camille to play wherever she wants to. So the action is, weirdly enough, going towards the Twisted Fate lane rather than away from. The setup is so easy, and the fact that they're able to make this game the way that it is, and they're playing towards their team comp, they're playing towards how they want to, is concern for Bulldog, because at the moment, Bulldog aren't really aren't really responding. They got the Drake, right? But they aren't necessarily dealing with the main root of the cause, which is the playstyle Broad are employing.
Yeah, and you can see that the gold differential in mid is largely cancelled out by bot side, plus there's the turret lead for Broad. Barone has managed to get more or less back up to the point where Nuku is. He does jockey around the corner and needs to be careful. Remember, as he still doesn't have any magic resist, it's not as tanky as he could be. But Sin now rotated into mid lane, right? Bot lane's dealt with. It's time to get the Ziggs a new turret and actually a knockback onto Nikias. Beautifully sets up the Cataclysm. There's no dash left. Do they have the damage? The Sand United keeps them alive. Akranos has arrived with the destiny to sew this kill up, and Kasing just doesn't have the juice on his own to take one back.
It's quite funny, right? You pick the Shen to match the Camille, but then you are in itself matched by the TF, and so the numbers...
In melee range, hello, on your back, yeah.
It looks honestly like that Broad are able to sort of manufacture a numbers advantage everywhere that they go.
They're also Shen ulting Nikias, but in a malicious sense.
In a very malicious way. And it's resulted in the lead that we're seeing for Broad, who they've slowly been creeping this up. It's now 2k gold to the good. And Barone is scaling. And the Ziggs is scaling. And so at the moment, we now need to be looking at this next dragon, right? And then the Drake after that. Which sides do they go? Because I do think Broad have such good objective standoff as long as the bombs are landing, as well as that force of engage. You don't need to always dash into the Poppy. Again, you can just flash Cataclysm. You can just walk up and Hextech Ultimatum. It doesn't necessarily deny your engagement potential. It just makes getting out difficult. But if you've got a gold lead, you're never going out.
Yeah, and you know, Barone doesn't have a dash, so he can't get into the backline and die at this point. You know, he has to flash if he wants to do that, which is maybe too expensive even for him to invest it. So we have gone into a quick pause, but this gives us a moment to take stock right here. It does feel like Broad have really taken control of this game. The one threats we're looking for, you know, this is a much more standard tanks and DPS front to back from Bulldog. They still have Ronaldo on Syndra, who is CSing very well. He's laning well. This champion is very good right now, and he's very good at it. So he is still building a threat. And Nikias on the Yunara, playing into a Ziggs, not having a lot of fun, fairly unsurprising. But eventually, right, eventually you should be able to rely on them as win conditions. That's something they didn't really have in the past. Now they do have it. So yes, they are no longer the ones in control, where usually they have been. But they are the ones with a bit of insurance to play for later.
Yeah, my biggest point here is if Nikias can come into this game a lot later, you know, 4 or 5 items, one crucial flash forward, kind of aggressive play with the Transcendence gives you so much potential to be able to just carry the fight with your DPS. Because there is one thing here, which is that you have the gold card, but once that's gone, you know, you're talking about having a Poppy peeling for you, denying the entry for most of these champions. You can get out of, like, Cataclysm, for example. So if you are locked up, it's a problem. But if you are able to run free with a Shen on top of you, it makes it quite easy.
Kasing.
Hold on,
Nuki's actually found a way onto Akranos. They need to pivot and try and save the TF. Kasing drops a taunt through the J4, but Sin has the Mega Inferno Bomb to chunk down Kasing. Someone's going to finish it. Akos finds it. Still onto Nuku. No ultimate left. Another knock-up as well. We see a lack of DPS, but do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Double for the Camille, and now Yoki tries to come in and save, but has put himself in a bad spot again. Flash is traded. As the BDG jungler will survive. There's a dragon not live, I tell an absolute lie, but it's 2 kills for Broad on this play. They're continuing to find the picks. Cataclysm now onto Yoki, but Ronaldo's here. The Syndra damage is in position. Can he get forward to leverage it? Tries to get into range. Akos takes a bit of a chunk. Another knock up onto Yoki, but Sin flashes forward. Doesn't quite have the damage onto Syndra. Ronaldo's got to get out of there. Nikias, another carry, tagged in by Bulldog. Kasing's back on the map, and he's shut down Sin.
I'm loving this, Trajan. I'm loving seeing Broad play how they are playing because they are bringing numbers every time. You notice there the fight starts as a 3 versus 5. Then there's more members joining, and Bulldog are forced to respond. They're forced to play your game. And then meanwhile, what's happening elsewhere? Barone is chilling. Barone is just taking gold off the map. So yes, there's trades back and forth, but Broad are getting better position overall on the map with taking that mid turret as well. You can see here, 3 members for Broad. Sin is then in support. the Bulldog go, well, we've got to respond. Yoki's got to come in. But they always bring in more numbers, and we go again.
They're looking again, they're looking for Nikias. They can't find him, though. Double taunt for Gasing. That's a great start for Bulldog. Akranos has to flash away. Barone soaking up that frontline damage. With his Mundo ultimate ticking away, Ronaldo playing on vision, looking for a target. Akka's under threat. Broad in a dicey spot right now.
They can reset and come back up the map. There is no Drake just yet. So they have time. And the one thing to point out here is that Sin, as long as he remains untouched in these fights, is going to put down so much damage. You saw it there onto Ronaldo. Sin flash forward, didn't get the auto, but it was almost basically a solo kill. Yes, Ronaldo didn't fall, but he was forced very much out of the fight. And I think you can see that if the poke from Ziggs lands, the damage from Ziggs, who is incredibly fed, got so much gold off of the map, has those lights completed, it's almost impossible to keep the fights going for Bulldog. But then that same thing lands for Broad as well, which is that if there can be poke from the Syndra and a bit of a chunk down, then they're worried about it being cleaned up by the Yanara. They will fight for this Drake. This is the game.
Broad taking Dragon position. Barone still finishing off that push on bot side. Akers is a little isolated right now. He can't set up a play. He's been ulted by Syndra. He's alive, but he's out of this one. And the Keeper's verdict charging. Joki lets it run out. But it's a 4v5 still without the Camille. Another taunt comes through. Dragon secured by Nuku. 4v5. Ziggs bomb is there. But the Gnar threatening is massive. And the front line for Broad's locked down. Bulldog finally take a 5v5 win. They'll secure the Drake lead as well.
I think Broad, they walk up there very much in a straight line, get hit by the Scatter of the Week. Both of their frontliners stunned, and they aren't quite tanky enough yet to really be able to play through all of the damage. That Mundo is not sat there, double health items plus 9 any despair. Not to be the case. You see on the top side of this fight, Ronaldo obviously taking Akka's very low, does survive. And I think here, if you are Broad, you might go for a smite steal. I don't know if you're going for a fight. I don't know if you're going for a fight at this point in time. You see the double stun there. Barone is not tanky enough. Tweak not tanky enough. And there's not quite enough damage just yet. They haven't put down quite enough damage pre-fight to make it worth it. Broad need to understand what their comp does. It is about playing around the TF Camille, the Ziggs as well in support, shutting someone down immediately with that poke, and then playing an advantage fight with numbers. That did not
Camille
happen here.
is holding over half the kills for Broad right now. This is a lot of gold for Akkas. Either support or no, the Camille base damage is massive. That's what makes it such a terrifying support pick right now. And they did not have that element in that play. Ronaldo only had to trade his ultimate for it, and Bulldog play that one out in a very calm and collected way. This is what we need to see more from Bulldog if they're going to actually live up to the potential that these names should offer. Now, gold is back to more or less even. 500 in it as we approach the 19 to 20 minute mark. Bulldog, 2 dragons to 1. But Broad need to be careful when they're approaching these plays. The carries for Bulldog are scaling.
They are scaling. And one thing I'll mention here is that in mid lane, we praised him in the break, but Akranos is down a lot of CS. As TF, that's obviously so tied to how much gold you're getting in from your passive as well. And if you are down this, you're talking about a Syndra having more items than the TF. The TF wants to now get something into him, but everywhere that the TF goes, the Ziggs goes, well, this is my lane now. And the TF is not being able to catch all sides. Barone is the one very much taking those sideways and taking those minions. TF is finally going to get onto a wave here, but Broad been so aggressive, played so much together that they have dropped waves a little bit, and that is hurting them now because the gold lead should be a lot larger. It's only 500.
Oh dear, Barone's been dragged into a 4v1. He's popped the ultimate. He has a flash. He might need to use this one. Is he going to be able to get away? Joki's coming around the corner. Herald comes down, in fact. The ult and the flash are committed by Broad. Nikias looks like he was under threat in mid lane, so there's going to be a counter push for Broad at least, but the Herald is going to outweigh them bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, this answer here from Broad, not drop both, but I don't think you want to be sending members because then you're sort of playing to the beat of Bulldog's drum. You can't be doing that on this composition. You see the TF not going to defend that bot wave, going to get gold into himself because he needs it. He needs to be able to get towards that rapid fire. That's when you start being able to fish for those much longer range stuns, which enables your Ziggs. It enables your J4 to not necessarily have to flag drag into position. Things like this. So we're seeing Broad recognize we can drop both of those and give the gold over. We just have to make sure to play towards our win cons for those team fights, which will get harder if Nikias can play aggressive. This...
Ooh, Ronaldo.
Whoa,
cancelled.
hold on.
Is anyone in position to follow? Camille's coming out of the base, but they still have Nuku. It's a very dangerous chase if they want to go for it. They'll let him go. So good passage of play there for Bulldog. They even up the gold again. 2 turrets in bot lane for them. Secured 1 traded by Broad back in top side. And we go back to a more or less even state. Bulldog, in fact, with more turrets now taken across the map. And they are going to be feeling a lot more comfortable going into these latter team fights. And look, it's going to come down to the execution, Rob. You know, we knew this going into this. This series has been so back and forth. It's been so heavily weighted on just the clicks in the moment. And we're going to go exactly that way again here in the deciding game 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly watching here Nikias. I'm watching the new ADC, the Greek ADC coming in from Bulldog, because I think Yanara has to be your carry. I think Ronaldo's actually a pretty rough series, low-key. I think he's not been having the best series caught out a few times. It really does rely on, well, who's bringing your damage. If you want to flank with the Gnar, is your engage tool. He's not putting down that DPS to the same level as the Yanara should be doing. And if you're Brock, you've got to chunk out this Yanara pre-fight. And at the moment, you're not being able to do that because Bulldog are really forming the phalanx themselves. They're sitting there and not giving them any angles into getting that poke because you're not going to land a Ziggs bouncing bomb from that much range. That's disrespectful to suggest that the ADC would just walk into that one. Ronaldo, though, is in an interesting position.
No stun, and the instant TF ultimate response, Ziggs comes through. He's completely in Narnia in the lane. And the Syndra goes down first. The flash away from Jockey. Broad want to keep this going. They found the gold card. Mid and jungle removed. There's a Baron on the field here.
What? Ronaldo, I was just saying, he's had a bit of a rough series.
Yeah.
He's got caught again.
There it is.
And I think, Bulldog recognise we have to play on this top side and not give them entry, but what if we just took Dragon instead? Just push mid, take Drake, don't give themselves an inroad. This is Bulldog fighting, though. We want to make something happen.
3v3, they have Nikias, they've got the DPS, what can they do? Because seeing both the supports under threat, top lane for Barone is doing what he can, Akronos looking to move over. Bulldog will not let too much go awry right here, the Dragon's still getting picked up for Broad, but, as it comes down, second Drake evened up the stacks, not too massively impactful. That death for Ronaldo and Jockey certainly could have cost them more, I think, in a different world.
Really, really, really could. I think there was an angle maybe there to try for a Baron, although I do think you're going to be shredded by that objective.
It's risky,
then you'd see yourself getting it turned around on, right? Like, there was still Nuki and Nikias, who are the people to highlight in this game, being required to sort of carry through different means, and they're both alive. That makes it hard. However, I love how Broad are punishing. I think Broad are recognizing mispositionings and turning on a dime. Bulldog now have to go, we have to just play as 5. And if they are playing as 5, does that give Broad a chance to play sides a little bit better? Barone should be okay. I'm still looking at his scaling.
Okay.
He's got Spirit Visage finished as well. He needs to get towards Unending Despair and he'll be very strong. Akers is caught.
Has to flash away. It's a big spell taken off the table here for Broad and Bulldog. I like the aggressive positioning here, trying to catch Broad, strolling into their jungle. Akronos, though, has a counter push on bot side. As long as Broad don't lose a man, they should be happy.
Really important to get rapid fire on this Twisted Fate. So, at the moment, Broad are just saying, listen, we'll just concede a little bit on the other side to not give too many more, structures. But let's just get this gold into TS pocket so can have that gold card, can have that longer range, which gives us those pick tools, that lets Ziggs land the bombs, that lets us win the game. And it's great play by Broad to actually seed a little bit there. Bulldog, on the other hand, recognize this and do play aggressive. They do take the space being given to them. They're not scared. They're not worried about being caught. However, I'm looking at that next Destiny coming out from the TF. Also with an Exhaust as well on board. If anyone is in any misposition, Broad are poised to strike.
Now, we do have 3 items done for TF. We've got the Rapid Fire Cannon. We're almost at a Rabadon's Death Cap for Sin as well. He's gone for the tank shredding start and wants to get some raw AP in there to really threaten Nikias and Ronaldo if they can make these picks happen. And you can see he's clearly still working on that gold. So Broad, I think, probably happy to sit back and wait for that massive breakpoint, as damage is where their comp does fall down a little bit as this game goes later, right? Akers, though, Ronaldo again, he's got the stasis. This gives time for Bulldog to get into position to flash away, but they have a stun. Do they have DPS? They're going to knock back a satchel charge and Sid has the kill. But he's under threat from Yoki. A knockback can't be found by Tweak, and now Nikias maybe can play this game. Akronos tries to get a gold card, but he's isolated from the rest of Broad. Akers doing what he can over the wall. But it's going to be traded 2 for 1, and Bulldog come out the winners.
Taunt flash used by Kusing, but it was required, right? Ankronos almost walking away, gets shut down by that shed. Very, very impressive target focus from Bulldog here, because Ronaldo caught again, mispositioned in my opinion, but they see Sin. And Yoki says, well, this is, what's this Ziggs doing? I've got to be picking this one up. And at that point, Broad then have to run away, because with Ziggs down, you lose a lot of that consistent damage, you lose a lot of that one-shot potential. And this game is so back and forth in terms of fighting, and it really does come to target focus and a few misplays. But we're now onto the Baron. The action doesn't stop.
The carries for Broad are still coming off the fountain. Akers been caught. He does buffer the hook shot to get away from the stun, but Tweak's trying to get in position right here. He's trying to look for a steal. He gets it. He can't find it. And now Nuki's going to be chasing him out. Tweak might lose his life for this as well, because Sing's got the taunt. And Bulldog with a great capitalization. They get that small win in the play. They head out onto the Baron. They walk away with it.
They do, but Brod already respond. They recognize they're going to go for resets. Let's make sure to get some gold off on this map. And a player that so far has been quite quiet, we need to start looking at is Barone. When this Unending Despair is finished, how much damage is going through into that Mundo? Because that Mundo can push sides very easily. There is an option here to play a 1-3-1, although very archaic style possible for Brod. But there's also something where there's an angle where Nikias has got LDR finished, but maybe the Mundo can spend enough time harassing in the sort of backline to give them time to blow someone up. We haven't seen it come through yet. And Brod are slowly running out of options. We were saying we kind of preferred Bulldog as it went later into this game. And we are later into this game now, Trajan. We're almost 30 minutes.
We are getting to that stage, the Bulldog team fight. We can see them able to stand more effectively in the 5v5. They're having much more success in these plays where Brod were using the team plays to break back into these games, to nullify the leads the Bulldog were putting together. Now the story is a little bit flipped. And we do have an Infinity Edge before too long for Nikias. He's working on the components right now. 4 items. Yunara will be very scary. The Stasis gives Ronaldo that safety if he finds himself on the wrong side of a play once again. And the Baron now, safety, putting extra safety on this push as Bulldog finally, for the first time in a long time, feels like they really have a bit of a control over how this game is played.
They have control, but again, look at the gold. It's very even. Obviously, TF passive means that gold is a little bit skewed, you could say, but they are still answering here, Brod. Barone immediately was walking top lane, so Bulldog with this Baron haven't cracked the base. They've got some objectives, they've got turrets, they're probably going to, this third Drake. But they haven't fully broken Brod out of the game. They haven't actually removed them, and Brod are going to fight this. Brod are going to fight this.
Sin's taking a bit of damage right there. Akronos on the flank, but he's ghosting away. Nikias completely shreds him. It's a great start for Bulldog. And Akronos just is not in a great spot to fight this. You can see Sin low on mana, not full HP. Brod don't want to throw this one away over a third Drake. Tweak's going to try and run for the hills. As Bulldog, if they get a little bit too feisty, a bit too hefty on this engage, they might put themselves in a bad spot. Ronaldo did suffer a little bit from that last game, but they've got the third Drake and Brod have to run.
Tweak is the one having to run at the moment, in particular. He's got to get out here as the J4 because, losing a member loses you pressure on the map. It gives BDG even more control of the Rift. And it was a sort of position from Akronos playing on a flank, trying to blow some cooldowns, maybe force a bit of a misposition. And Nikias just turns onto the TF. Just says, I'll take that fight any day. I'll just run at you. And when you get that Transcendence out, Brother, like, well, can we play the post fight? The answer is no. They give the Drake, this isn't Soul. There is a Soul for Bulldog spawning in what would now be 4 minutes 20 time. And that is a fight that I think Brod really do need to take, because Infernal Soul, not the best Soul in the game, that one, in my opinion, goes to Cloud or Hextech. It does give a bit of extra damage to a comp that really wants to be able to get through, say, the Mundo, get through the Java, and it just is a bit of a frustrating thing where you can start, maybe remove a target a bit easier as well with that blow up from the Infernal passive.
Brod trying to look for an angle for this bot lane turret to sneak it away. They have been really prioritizing the map movements. This is a tool that they used to great effect last split in the Four Nations. They had better map rotations than basically any of their competitors. We're able to get so much money on the map from it. You can see them still playing this way. Even with a new mid and top laner, they still have that DNA. And they'll back away, keeping the gold even. But again, the Baron is now off over 3 minutes before that next dragon play. And Brod are the ones with the stronger pick potential. They've got the TF ultimate, they've got the Camille, but they have to play with so much respect.
They have to play with all of the respect. And I think this is something that we kind of have to frame this game before we obviously go to what will be the final fight. What an absolute just banger that we've had of a series to start off the NLC. Yeah. This has been back and forth. Brod with a chance to take it game 2. Brod playing very well here early in game 3, but Bulldog now taking control. And this is when you get later in the series where the quality shines, when some of that experience shines. And at the moment we're seeing that for Bulldog, aren't we? We're seeing that experience at a higher level really come to fruition. Questions will be levied after this game, I think, going into the next stage of Swiss. But Bulldog, if they can get it over the line, like many teams we've seen recently in maybe other competitions, it will put them in a great standing in this Swiss stage. And Brod, they're sitting back. They're waiting. They're still playing on these sides. Akas is still covering Akronos, covering Barone later, has been in this game. They need to make something happen, though, here, Brod, because I think the DPS from Bulldog will really rule the day. soon.
Yeah, you can see there that Broad, despite having investing 2 members in just protecting a bot push without any enemies there, Bulldog are threatening onto Akranos right now. They won't find purchase though. They can't really find a pick onto Broad as Akers is looking for an angle onto Yoki right now, committing Hextech Ultimatum just for the jungler. They've got that first kill. Both the carries are still alive. Stun onto Nikias. Barone getting into melee range. Flashes in there, but a blast cone, double blast cone gets Nikias out by the skin of his teeth. Akers on the front line had to get away. Broad almost had two for none there.
I was going to argue if that is a kill onto the AD carry, Broad are going to be starting breaking over the base and taking control of the map. Not to be just yet, with that ADC still alive. It will mean that it's going to be harder to continue to play in that 5 versus 4. However, the big thing to mention is that flash from Nikias is gone. Now, the ADC that wants to be able to play aggressive here to get that damage down onto the longer range members isn't going to be able to sit there, wait for the cooldowns, and then flash forward, is now going to be under threat of... always under threat of gold cards, but in particular under threat of stuff like Camille, now on threat of the Jarvan, has to use the ultimate to dash out of that, for example. Yoki is just eviscerated here, and I love this focus from Broad. They couldn't quite, I mean, Barone is not unlucky, but still had the passive for the Mundo, so was never going to be knocked up by the blast code.
He gets cheesed by his own Champet there, unfortunately. Mundo turns against his master right there, and does not let him follow Nikias to complete the kill. But now Broad using this opportunity to set up shop in the topside jungle to get a bit of vision to threaten. If they can find a pick like that again, the Baron's going to become a real option.
Real threat from Broad here if they can control the map. The big thing I'm still looking at here is the fact that they are able to continue to make these plays is very, very impressive. They need to do it probably 2 more times, shall we say, Trajan, unless that fight goes completely in Broad's favour. If they get one pick, if no one's alive, they win the game. Shock horror, great analysis. But if they can pick one, that could potentially lead to the Baron, and then they pick one more, that can lead to the game end. It really is that knife edge. But Broad, they need to recognise that that is their inroad, is very much play pick style, and not jumping into 5.
Ooh, flash taunt onto Akers. Akranos was going to base, but he's had to cancel it. Akers not doing too well. It's a triple cactus of a tweak. But where's the follow-up? Broad did not have everyone in place. Ronaldo under threat from the TF, but he stasis his ult and survives. And Broad now 4v5 into Infernal Soul with no smite. Nikias trying to do a kill onto Barone. Akranos flashes, gets the stun onto Syndra, completes the kill onto Ronaldo. Sin's isolated, Nuku's chasing him down. Barone can't hit the cleaver that he needs to, and the dragon goes lower. It's picked up by Bulldog, torn onto Akers. Nuku flies in, and Bulldog have clutched it out. They caught Broad slipping.
Oh, they really have, and the Stan United is going to keep Yoki alive in the backside. And this is Broad. I was saying, you need to play towards the style of picking people off. You need to get one target down immediately. It doesn't come to be. You see here, how many members are on the screen for Bulldog? 5. How many for Broad? 4. And Broad don't have any more of that wombo combo left. They managed to make a bit of a miracle fight in some ways here because they get some kills off the board, but there were so many low members. Akranos is over the wall trying to poke, but Yoki just says, I've got enough HP to take you down here. Doesn't get the wall stun. You can see on the top side, Akranos eventually does fall because the Stan United keep Jockey alive. On the other side of the fight, it was Barone and Akers fighting to the death. Look how low members are here for Bulldog. But the one member not low is that AD carry. And Nikias just puts down damage again and again, and now has a Seeker's arm guard. He'll be able to survive the initial burst.
The Yoki Keeper's verdict, removing Barone, leaves Sin unprotected as well. Nuku sees it, goes for it. These little interactions that are opening the doors have let Bulldog take control once again. Infernal Soul, Baron buff at their backs, 3k the gold lead. And Broad looking to stop them getting the momentum. They've caught Nuke isolated right now. Do they have the damage? Zigzalt is there to shut down. They've got another kill on Yoki if they can get another bomb down. Almost, but not quite. This is a 4v5 they have to try and push for. To strip the Baron buffs. Akranos in a flank position. Sin looking to get damage down. Akers on the re-engage, but Akranos is caught. Broad can't line it up. They can't break apart the Bulldog line. Akers and Barone, they can't make it work. They're too strong. The scaling for Bulldog has happened. Everyone from Broad tumbles to the floor, and 3 Baroned up Bulldogs can push down mid.
And Broad try as they can, try as they must to make something happen in a situation where they were being sieged. They find the pick onto NewQ, but they just go too aggressive. And one by one they fall. Bulldog, they remain standing. And a team that we had coming into this game saying, I thought this should probably be a 2-0 Bulldog. This has been a close, nail-biting best of 3 Trajan. But Bulldog, the incumbent NLC team, will take it. They will go 1-0 up in the Swiss stage. The Broads dropping to 0-1. But I think this bracket is going to have a lot of upsets for us. I think this Swiss stage, this is going to be an absolute banger of a season, because 16 teams, the first game like this, just give me more games. Give me more games like this one across from the regional league teams trying, because this has been an absolute barn burner.
A true statement by both teams here. Broad and Friends pushing Bulldog to the limit. But Bulldog finally getting their feet under them, getting the resilience they need, and punishing Broad where the mistakes were found, holding together under the pressure, and securing that 2-1 victory. They will advance to the upper side of the Swiss. Broad will fall to the lower. For anyone who is lucky enough to be standing across them in that 0-1 section, they need to come in there with some respect on the Broad name, because they came so close today.
More than just a little bit close, would you say? That ending to game 2, almost heartbreaking now in retrospect. This game 3, stupidly close until that final fight. Broad, again, this is a Swiss stage. This is not one where sitting there going, oh, it's going to be difficult, the round robin. You need 3 best of 3 wins and you're in. You need 3 series wins, you're in. It really is that simple, and that means that some teams can rise, some teams can fall. They are not out yet.
That is it's a tough pill to swallow for Broad, but we can see them. We can see Sin in the chat. We went to war today. Absolutely did. There's no other word for it. They've got to be happy with what they've showed as a regional representative coming up against Bulldog. But we do have an interview on the way through. I believe we have Nikias from Bulldog, the new AD carry, stepping up, pivotal to those last team fight wins, finally allowed to play his game. And we saw what went right for Bulldog in that final situation. So, we need to be honest, from Bulldog, if I'm looking at that, can we do some more front-to-back scaling comps, please? Can we stop doing win first 15 minutes comps? It didn't work last split, didn't work today. Can we scale a bit, guys? I like when we scale. It seems like better for you. I don't know.
I feel like they removed a little bit of weight off Nuki's shoulders in this draft in particular, right? And they moved it, sort of distributed that across a lot of the team. And I think that did come up trumps for them in the end. And I think that going forward, don't forget that they still have to face whoever is, going to be 1-0 coming out. There's a Verdant now sat there. We're then going to have some other games coming today, and then coming to you, I believe, on what's it, Thursday? I have to check the exact scheduling now. But we're going to be having all of these come through. A lot of these teams are going to be hungry, and Bulldog in particular need to lock in, really, because you can't be having these sort of mistakes post 25 minutes against some of these teams. Like, imagine you have to go up against Ruddy. You have to go up against Verdant. That's going to be a very different story here. I think this game 3, they looked a lot more solid when it came to their team fighting prowess. With their team fighting.
Yes, absolutely right. We saw some of that clutch factor, a bit more of the mechanics. I think in that third game particularly, I think Yoki on the Poppy had a lot of big impact there. Obviously was using the steadfast presence for its intended purpose, trying to limit Camille's impact, trying to limit the combination of CCs coming through. Some great keeper's verdicts, I will say, in very important fights, removing critical targets to open the way for Bulldog to stand their ground in these fights. So, it's the first series that we saw today for Yoki, and I think Tweak did have a great performance in the matchup in jungle, but ultimately, in that game 3, it kind of falls apart. In game 2, it's a mistake from Barone. In game 3, it's arguably a mistake from Tweak there, from just being too far on the front line, from drawing Broad into a fight that they couldn't effectively execute on. And it's heartbreaking, man. It's just a heartbreaker. We do have the interview ready, though. Let's bring in Nikias to talk through that series win from Bulldog. Welcome, Verdant Fury. I'm not sure that's entirely who it is, but I believe we do have Bulldog Nikias here. Welcome to the NLC. Congratulations on the 2-1. Not close at all, I would imagine. No sweat, no problem, yeah?
It was not stressful at all. It was all planned, guys. We want to give some content,
Yeah, and content was farmed by all, that's for sure. In this third game, it did really feel like you were able to play the game a little bit more. It felt like they were really kind of shutting you out of previous games, not giving you the opportunity to play. On this Yunara, is this kind of something that you're often calling for? Do you want to be put in a position where you have a scaling carry that you can be a win condition, like a late game 5v5, I'm the guy to win it kind of guy?
To be fair, we just did the 2 scrims before these officials because we didn't have that much time. We're going to start this week, mostly, to scrim and stuff. So we didn't play Yunara yet, but we saw a good opportunity on the draft, and we see why not. Like, it's scaling good, we can play it versus mages, it's okay, good matchup, decent matchup. So that's it.
Okay, so with the sort of the first two games, did you sit there coming into this third game? Obviously, we spoke about the Yanara pick in particular, but I would say you had a relatively quiet first couple games. Even in that Caitlyn game, it was like you were sat there scaling, waiting to start clicking people, and clicking didn't come. Were you begging for some more action for yourself in this game 3? Were you sitting there really hoping to have a bit more of a back and forth game rather than just sitting there and clicking minions?
Yeah, well, third game had some more action in fights. I think we were doing good early game, and then mid game we didn't do much. We were chilling a lot, and we were fighting only on objectives. So I think if we had more practice, we could close the games easily, and not do that mistakes we did.
Yeah, it did really feel like, Broad, especially in both the games, really, it was a comeback that kind of got them to positions they were in. Ultimately, were able to hold on in that second game. But what's the atmosphere and the kind of communication the team like after that second game? When it has gone right down to the Nexus, there's a Hail Mary jump in from Barone, you guys get the ace, you run all the way back down mid. What's like the takeaway from you guys? Is it like, phew, we just got away with that one, we need to sharpen up now? Or is it just... Lamau, what is this guy doing? I guess we win the series now. Like, what's the vibe when that kind of situation plays out for you?
When we aced them on second game, I asked in the team, can we finish or something? And the team was fun. Yeah. They were fun at me and were fun at me. For them, it was kind of obvious we're going to finish this game. And they were pretty chill. Everyone was pretty chill.
Yeah? Yeah.
So you coming in, obviously, so Bulldog, I don't know if the history, they've been in the NLC as one of the main teams here for quite a while now. And this split, obviously, you get the sort of pleasure of having one of the biggest splits ever. 8 of the incumbent teams that have been in the NLC before, and 8 teams from our regional leagues, the sort of tier below the NLC. This is the champion of the UK you've just faced. Do you sit there and think, was it surprised the level they brought today? Because I think a lot of us would have said the NLC team should be taking really 2-0s. They should be looking pretty strong. Were you impressed by Brod today, or do you sit there and think this was just a bit of we haven't had enough scrims? When we come into this with scrims, we're going to stomp everyone.
Yeah, I thought we didn't. I didn't expect them. I don't know if they were good. I think they were not that good. They were decent, but I think our level today wasn't that good ourselves. We can do much better things if we scrim and stuff. I think our level is not there yet. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they did okay. I mean, games were close, so yeah.
But with the NLC, obviously, I'm sure you will have sat there having signed this roster. You're looking at some of the other ADCs in the league. I mean, maybe you've had a look at some of the other rosters. Where do you think your team is, having had a little bit of practice? Do you think you guys should be finishing? Are you sat there going, we're going to win the whole thing? Are you incredibly confident that you guys are going to be in finals? Or do you sit there and go, this is going to be a journey of, we've got to grow over the split, but we're still going to get there?
I think obviously the goal is to win the split, right? And to get the mayor. That's the goal of our team. I think it might be hard, but we might get there. Like if we scheme and practice, why not?
Why not?
Why not? Right, absolutely. Simple as that. Why not? With the practice coming in, let's see if Bulldog can capitalize. They clutched it up today, and we'll move on to the 1-0 bracket. Thank you very much, Nikias. We'll let you go for now.
Thank you, guys.
And we are going to go back to a break just now. We've got another series coming up with LLS versus B2U. So stick around. We've got more NLC coming your way this evening. Welcome back, everybody, to the NLC. We've only done one series, Rob, and I'll be honest, I'm beat. I'm beat today. That was a lot. That was a lot to deal with, right? There's UK rivalry on the line. There's 3 games of absolute crazy gameplay. But we've got to keep going. We've got a second series to jump into. We have Lundqvist Lightside versus B2U. Another regional derby playing out before our eyes.
So, just to be clear, going into this one, the way that our format works is that we've had a best of 3. It's sort of a rolling schedule, so we've already had the first game of this one played so far. Lightside are currently up 1-0 in this BO3 versus Buddies U.
Yes.
And this is the fight for Sweden. This is the fight to represent
the custody of Sweden.
The custody of the entirety of the country of Sweden,
Yeah.
and the like. We had some nice insight coming in from one of our regional casters in Zleeper about how much this kind of matters here, because Buddies U have been back-to-back Swedish champions. They're coming in with a roster with many, many Swedish players that have been around the scene for a very, very long time. Nodu is one that stands out to me, for example, although we did highlight Nord. He is not playing today. They have got Alex subbing in the jungle role. But they've all been around and they've played an awful lot of the regional league. And Lundqvist Lightside promoted, and they've gone back towards their Swedish roots, right? They've gone towards that sort of Mons and the Spider. They've got picked players out of those leagues, and they look decent. Unless it's the roster that is one of my bigger concerns, though, for the incumbents about maybe an upset. But so far, they're looking apparently pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, they were the team that last split mounted an upset or two in that early stage when everyone was still getting their feet under them. LLS looked remarkably well put together. Now, they ended up in last place, I believe, through the tiebreakers falling and some head-to-head issues, right? So last place makes it sound worse than it was, I guess is my point. The LLS did not have a useless split. They did not get to where they wanted to be, but they ultimately, are here to build a project. They're here to support their staff and support the Swedish scene, and they're wanting to continue building on that today. And for what it's worth, when I reached out to Avar, their manager, they did give me the staff kind of mood in the room, which is that, today will be a great showing of what Swedish teams have to offer, and that they will show B2U that they have to stay in the Swedish Online League. So they have come out and said, no, they have little broed them a little bit. You need to stay down there. This is our league, right? And they are currently 1-0 up, so that mission is currently underway.
And like I said, are one of the most established, if not the most established Swedish org. They have been around now in the NLC for a period of time, right? They've had some interesting runs in and of themselves. They've had some interesting rosters in the past. They have sometimes gone away from their Swedish roots, but they are back at that again. It really is the case of these two are fighting to be the best Swedish org in many cases, I would say. Obviously, Leo creeps in there as well, but their roster this split not got those Swedish players on there, other than I believe. I haven't checked if Bunny Beast was Swedish, but this really is the battle for Sweden. We can frame it. We've had the battle in part. We've got 4 UK orgs kind of competing now, or 5, shall we say, in the NLC. This really, though, is the battle for Sweden. This is definitely the top 2.
Well, we have 2 massive kind of sitting in the back of shot going, guys, if they beat themselves into submission, 2 massive will be there to pounce, you know what I mean? Yeah. B2U at least is coming from first place in the first instance of the Rivals League, is currently sitting on top of the Swedish national scene. LLS is the previous kind of the progenitor, one of the progenitors of the Swedish scene, so they've never shared a league at the same time. These orgs, they are finally now clashing actually for the first time, and we will see who's going to complete this series. We do see that the side select for game number 2 is B2U's. They have taken red. And Lightside, the main kind of talking point for Lightside is this new support, right? Is Charm coming in. Reportedly has created a new dynamic in the team, allowing them to connect more with each other. Seems like a bit of a good developmental point for Lightside, so they can keep growing this roster that they have put together. Only one change, but they're still sticking with the same main formula, but now able to perhaps execute it better on the road.
So big question for me on Charm is I did a bit of research into this guy. It looks like, he's very much more a fan of the Enchanter style of champions, the Namis, etc. Obviously, this champion, at least Nami, has kind of been taken out the back and kind of removed from the game for a little bit of time until we get maybe into game 5 in a Fearless. We're not going to be seeing it. The question is now, how good is he on these engaged champs? He's got a few of them in his match history in terms of comp playing in the French sort of scene over there. He is a French support. He has got like Nautilus and Rel, etc., etc. My questions, funny enough, are: do they play stuff like the Bar? Do they play stuff like the Camille? I know we just saw it there; it wasn't successful for a run. This is a champion that has seen so much increase in play in the support role. It's so strong in dominating lane. It's so strong in the roams. It's so strong in making plays across the rift. Is this something we're going to see coming out of either of these teams? Because Nodu on the other side is a player that has insane stories. He's played in the NLC before. He played on the Rich Gang roster with a UK AD carry and rhythm. He's played so much in Sweden. He is 4-time Swedish champion on 3 different orgs. He runs that scene, if you will. And I'm going to quote here, because we got this from Zeeba. Apparently, in a message today, he said, half their players can't even make it to top 4 in Rivals League. How are they going to beat us in the NLC? That's throwing down the gauntlet. And they've already had it smashed in game 1, as you can see at the top of the scoreboard. Lundqvist light side with a little white notch next to them. That's a 1-0. Bar addicted to you behind.
Yes, absolutely. Certainly some fighting words from either side. Nodu taking a bit of a heftier swing, but is now going to have to try and back it up, as they're currently 0-1 down. Into the draft we go. Light side on the blue side, starting us off with the bans. And for B2U, we obviously have spoken about Nodu, an excellent, maybe arguably even the best Swedish player in the national scene. But for B2U, given the subs in top and jungle, my eyes are personally going to be on Squidly in mid lane. I think this guy has a very high mechanical ceiling. He's achieved a lot of success in mid and AD carry roles, and I think this guy has a lot of a strong resume to put behind a lot of strong results as well. So this could be a focal point if they no longer have the usual top laner to play around in Gubez. So we'll see if they want to go that way as the bans come through. Bard and Shen taken away by Lundqvist light side. A lot of map presence removed here, a couple of support options, and for B2U, it's Jace and Orianna focusing more on the lanes.
We do have to mention, by the way, I think Sir Victor has played in the scene for a long time, also been stuff like 4th. This guy is someone that's... All of these players have... A lot of these players have such a story, and I think the Swedish League is one that's not full of necessarily untapped potential, but still potential nonetheless. The final one is going to be Rumble against Mons. I think Mons had a pretty decent split last time, and where obviously in split 1 he looked pretty solid as well on stuff like it sounds to be like an Aatrox. He plays a decent Rumble. Cassante as well. Lots of options for this guy on top. They're going to take the Vi off the board though. Interesting in what these teams, because we've just gone from the UK and a sort of the UK teams how their read on the game, and this is now the Swedish sort of read on the game. Each of these regional leagues often develop their own metas, their own styles, and I'm going to be very intrigued to see if by this you try and play a more high meta style or stick to what they know.
Yes, Cassio opening up for Unicow, a classic mage in the mid lane. This is more or less the style we got used to with this guy in spring. And the answer for B2U, we have 2 choices. Which lane are we going to prioritize? Normally we see, jungler and support, or jungler and mid, or some sort of jungler and X lock-in early on to get something high prio. The Anivia comes through as a mid lane answer. Though, of course, as you mentioned in that first series, Rob, it is still a flexible pick to multiple roles. We'll see what they're going to pair with it.
I just want to mention here, I just want to make sure I got this right, that some of these players have played on light side before as well. So like MKL, Mikkel, whatever you want to call them, Squidly, they've had time. Nord not playing today, they've had time, so they should know this org inside and out, how they manage, how they run things, and this is almost a bit like a grudge match in some ways. But the Anivia, the Zinzao, interesting to see the Zinzao being locked in. This is a champion that, again, when the enchanters fell out a little bit, it fell down a little bit. It's not weak in any way, but it fell down a little bit in priority. The Anivia is a standard answer into the Cassio, although this could be, as you said and mentioned, it's a flex pick possibility here. The Anivia, very, very strong if they start playing lower range, so you now have to pivot away into not always being ruined by that Glacial Storm wall combination. The Neferi is able to get back out the wall, or over the wall and in, so this is another great sort of combination. Playing with the Cassio, who can maybe lock down that Zinzao front line. Where are we going to go? I would be looking here at still ADCs, I think, maybe, unless you're going to be playing double mages and that Cassio's going bot. I can see an ADC potential pickup. I don't think you're going top. I don't think you're going support. I think that only just leaves that AD carry run.
Yeah, we shall see what this lock-in is going to be. Neferi has come through. We saw a Lee Sin hover and a Neferi hover. So they've got this assassination threat, and it's great, very hard to pin this champion down. Doesn't bring anything in the way of CC, really, but it does bring a lot of confusion element and threat into the team fight as well. Renekton locked in here blind for Lundqvist light side, assuming they're not expecting the Anivia to go top lane. For Mons, I don't think I've seen a Renekton prioritize this highly in draft for a long time, Rob, I'll be honest.
So the idea here is we don't want to split our bot lane across 2 ban phases. We want to get a solid bot duo, whatever's left after the ban phase. That's kind of the strength in some ways of blue side, is that you can get a bot lane pairing on either 2, 3 or 4, 5. So they've gone for the 4-5 option, and taking a blind Renekton to me is a little bit interesting, because I think you aren't necessarily incentivized into playing really into your face. They've gone for the Poppy in response. This is technically a flex, although I can still very much see it into that Renekton pick. It is a champion that can sometimes sort of stonewall the lane, and maybe Sir Victor's much more confident on this. I know he's a very good Shen, and that was obviously taking the board, so going down his list of priority on champions. They're banning the Ziggs. I do think that focusing on sort of double mages makes a lot of sense here. If you aren't confident as much playing them yourselves, just get them off the board and try and make it a more standard AD carry versus AD carry matchup. I'm just checking it. MKL and Nodu have played on Light Side before, so this will be saying we are the better bot lane. We might want a different org, but we want to take it to you guys. And I think taking some of these bot lane picks on board makes a lot of sense. The Blitzcrank to me, though, is going to be a target ban. It surely is not coming through. Like, that would be interesting against the comp that you're seeing here. Do you want to Blitzcrank grab a Renekton? Probably not. I mean, so interesting that they are targeting Nodu and putting respect on his name.
I don't know what AD carries were also implying with Blitzcranks as well. Things like Callista and Dire, maybe. I don't know. Not your usual suspects, and we normally don't see it with mages necessarily. It's been banned away here. The Ziggs taken with the Bard as well by the Bard. I just see BTU and I think Bard. The Brom taken away, I should say. So a couple of defensive options from that bot side removed from LLS. See what they want to try and offer as a final ban right here. For Björnen and Char, I think Björnen we saw mostly playing scaling champions, not necessarily playing for hard 2v2 winning. Things like Sivers and Kaisers maybe sometimes have a bit of skill expression, but largely playing to scale. Which went actually decently for him. I think he performed higher than our expectations going into that split. Obviously they weren't able to get too much purchase there. And a Pike taken away from Nodu. We're really just trying to take Nodu off the classics, it seems.
Oh, you know, they're very much giving respect on his sort of picks. The Draven from Kel, very good at Draven. This is aggression. I mean, the Ziggs ban makes a bit of sense in that you don't want to allow Draven to be in a Stonewall lane. He wants to face these ADCs. He doesn't like mages. Wonder what their pick going through, because it's still an Ash Seraphine
after all this.
Ash Seraphine is still available. It's still available, and it's still very solid. This is, again, the strength on blue side of being able to take your bot lane in two different slots together. They can get their duo that they want. And the Blitzcrank now would make sense into the Ash Seraphine, right? Because if you're going to... This is one champion that maybe break that apart, as maybe even experiment with, at least I've heard it would be against Ash Seraphine.
It actually feels really nice, Ash Seraphine, to me here, to be honest. Given that they do need a little bit of extra CC, they've got more than enough DPS with the Cassio-Ash combo and a Renekton. They've got assassination threat. The Seraphine gives them a bit of protection from the the burst coming through from Raven. So we'll see what Charm's going to lock in right here. If it's just Ash Seraphine after all this, like, I'm going to be a little mad about it, to be honest. Yeah, there it is. Wow, genius. Okay, cool. We hovered every interesting champion in the game. We locked Seraphine, and an instant Thresh answer. Nodu had no patience for stringing this one out, Rob. He knew the Thresh was coming.
It's interesting. I'd actually like to have a conversation with him about the Thresh versus the Nautilus. No, because I think that a lot of the times people are saying, well, Naut is a pick that you can maybe take as the Ash Seraphine, break up that combination, force and engage on them in lane, and then you can take an ADC that is more aggressive that can maybe fight them. The other answers we saw obviously were like Lucian Milios as like a different alternative approach there about having that cleanse and having control over mid lane in mid game. Here, this is all about bot lane control with the Draven, so the Thresh as a pairing is clearly much more comfort for Nodu, and very much wants to be able to play a champion that he's very proficient on. Because to me, I'm just surprised we don't again see Nautilus here as an answer, at least trying to break up that pairing, because Thresh is very conditional. He has to walk up here in this game, and it is going to be a difficult game for Thresh. Walk up versus, well, Cassio throwing Noxious Blasts, Ash, sort of volleys, Seraphine roots and damage. He's going to have to tank that and land the crucial hook, because at the moment, you're not using Thresh for the lantern in this game. You're using it to play forward and to catch targets out. This has got to be a sort of, I don't want to invoke a bunny foo-foo here, but a Thresh OTP level of standout performance to me. Yeah, that's a Mad Life. Mad Life is a much better one. A Mad Life example.
I love that you're trying to think of Thresh players and
I forgot.
Bunny foo-foo
I
first.
forgot.
That's
I
so
forgot.
crazy,
I forgot.
Man. That's so crazy.
Well,
You're
I mean,
30, bro. You're not even like a Zoomer. You don't even be like, oh, I wasn't around when Mad Life was playing, dude. Oh, that is criminal. That is absolutely criminal. Not to hate on Bunny Fufu, bro. It's gonna Thresh. Okay, right.
Was
big was on that one. Let's get into it, everybody. LLS versus B2U. LLS leading the series. 1-0 for the soul of Sweden on the line. A draft with a lot of threats on either side. We've dipped into the specific pools as well. And let's see if LLS can wrap up the 2-0, or if once again we're going to end up going the distance here, as level 1's already looking a little bit spicy.
Very, very spicy. So there's a few things to keep track. One is Neferi as a champ hasn't been nerfed to the point where she can't do some of these more aggressive invades as she gets a bit, into the game. We saw it last split with players like Handcat would use that Neferi mobility to pop up in awkward situations for enemy junglers. So let's keep track of that one first for Spider. The second thing I'm looking at here has to be this bot lane, right? How does a Draven perform into an Ashe Seraphine, and is the proficiency on the champion enough to punish what has been the premier bot lane for goodness knows how long?
Nodu stepping up aggressively, has the hook point blank, but Björn's going to stack at the Rangers focus for MKL. Big damage coming through, heals traded. Flash used by Charm, and now Björn wants to step up and punish. They don't land the beat drop, unfortunately, but the health lead is for Lightside.
So let's keep stock here. They've managed to burn some summoners out from Charm. This means that the Draven lane can play aggressive again. The Flash is still available for the Thresh. So Flash, Flay into Hook could be a potential here option for B2U's bot lane. Just look at how their jungler's also pathing. We're very much seeing Alex looking towards this bot side, takes his red buff down into that bot side camps. I don't think if you're really wanting to meet the Neferi early on here, very much wants to just keep this aggression up in the bot lane and allow this Poppy, who is a weak side champ when he's playing the top role. We haven't seen top Poppy in a very, very long time. This does allow you to sort of, against the Renekton, you deny him entry. The big problem is if the Renekton doesn't dash into you and just sort of stands his ground, post 6, you just kind of lose
eventually, yeah. He just autos you to death somewhat with a few Qs and Ws thrown in there. We see these trades are fairly even, so Victor is trying to get control of the wave right now, but Mons is going to be walking away with the CS advantage, so decent start for Lightside up in that top side. Junglers are about to meet in bot though. A Spider Lair is going for an invade onto Alex. Remember, this is a sub jungler for B2U, certainly not an inexperienced player by any means. But not the original strength of Nord that maybe we would have expected. Now the blue under contest, the Gromp in fact being contested as well, as Alex just has to give it up. Lightside are really investing in stopping him here, and the reset comes through. Spider gets the smite. Nodu, can he fish for a hook? Doesn't opt for it. And LLS, they'll walk away with a stolen camp. I say walk away if Nodu wants to let that happen. And there's the Thresh trying to walk through these skill shots that you mentioned, Rob. It's pretty dangerous for him.
It's not easy to get in there. Hold on, they get a hook in bot lane.
They finally get the hook. Charm is under threat, and the first blood for Mikkel. The Draven loves getting those kills to get the passive. Has to flash away as Spider looks to punish. And Björn will get one back, though of course the kills, they're more efficient for a Draven to pick up with those passives stacked up.
Draven off to the races. And the previous bot lane, or one of the previous bot lanes of Lightside, trying to make a statement here in Game 2. Nodu manages to land the hook onto Charm. The Seraphine caught out. That starts to sort of break this core that you get with the Ashe Seraphine, where they're able just to stand there, put down the CC, put down the little bit of damage, make sure that the sustain is available as well. But then you're playing Thresh. And Thresh at some point, sadly, just gets run down. And one thing to mention is this mid lane is very much going in the favour of Unicow, a player that we thought Squidly would have a better time against, according to some of our tier lists. And you can see in the replay here, Charm caught, but then it really is, you're against Ashe, and Ashe is just going to run at you with the slow.
Yeah, you got to have respect for Nodu here to just wade through all of the skill shots and damage coming. You just have to power on and get that hook, and that turns it into that first blood for Draven. It's always going to be worth grabbing. And yeah, you're absolutely right in mid lane. Unicow doing a great job here. Certainly a mid laner who struggled a little bit more than some others in Spring Split, but has managed to have a good start right now. Squidly with, as we said, a very good resume to play from. A lot of experience on this guy, a lot of mechanics to offer. But so far, LLS are standing strong across the rest of the map. And yes, they gave the Draven the kill, but they got one back for Björn, so they're at least fairly even down there.
This mid lane is a disaster state, really, for Squidly. He's trying to get the lane, and he's just using his HP to try and push it through. A lot of the time with the Anivia, with the new, obviously DFT was added, a month or so ago, maybe 2. It's changed Anivia's play pattern from often you saw phase rushes or electrocutes to being you can just throw E if you want to without that empower and just try and get that burn stacking up. It's interesting that we are so far behind in mid when that play pattern very much favours lane trading. Must mean that we're not dodging out on those Noxus Blasts, which leads you to a spot where going, okay, is this really a counter for us? Genuinely, in this matchup. Elsewhere, Mons is having a great time in top lane. This Poppy counter pick not going the way. The TP has already been used by Sir Victor. Mons already has his, and Mons is feeling great. He's got the Renekton ultimate, and Sir Victor needs to be bailed out as well. Alex has got so many places to go here as the Xin Zhao to try and sort of rectify some situations.
Yeah, right now the NLC team is really flexing their dominance over the regional representative here for B2U. struggling to get purchase in this second game. If they go down here, there's not another. LLS will walk into that upper side bracket to join Bulldog and Verdant as Mons pops the ultimate and just dices down Sir Victor. A 1v1 dive kill for the LLS top side.
You can kind of see the issue with the matchup as Unical should not be under threat here. Flash is still available. Miasma causes issues for the Zins out. Yep, absolutely fine.
Oh.
The Draven is left. I mean, this dive needs to be successful. Not even should, needs to be.
Let's see how they juggle the aggro here. Spiderlair, of course, has the Neferi privilege of being able to get away with that one. Mikkel uses the barrier, but an ECW by the Neferi. Charm with the heal. Gets him out of dodge, but now Nodu and Alex, what can we say about this one? Can we force through the hook? Doesn't connect it. Björn cleanses, in fact, just in case. And Nodu now going to be punished for missing the skill shot. Spiderlair finds it.
The dive works. And in addition, they pick up another kill as BTU try and rectify the situation. The map is currently in a little bit of a on-fire state, shall we say, for B2U, where LLS have just really got control everywhere. Top lane, complete control by Mons. Mid lane, the CS difference has reduced a bit, but that was from attention coming through from the support and the jungler of B2U. And in bot lane, the Draven that we want to see get off to the races more than just one kill, wants to snowball that into another kill, is not there. The Ashe Seraphine very much not just neutralizing that lane, winning that lane. B2U need to come up with something soon.
Yes, we need to have some plays, we need some Nodu hooks, we need some aggressive moves by Alex to force them through. Now the Xin Zhao has an ultimate, or not quite as a Che, almost has the ultimate. Level 6 coming soon for them. Spiderlair maybe has a punish angle onto Squidly. Charm forces a flash with a double beat drop. And that's not a summoner you want to lose right now with a potential dragon fight in the near future.
No, you cannot be losing Flash in this game when you are under a lot of threat of stuff like Ashe arrows as they come online. Seraphine is not level 6 yet, but once that Encore's online, you need the Flash to dodge that out as well. And now team fights are going to get a little bit harder. And again, this counter picking working. This counter picking top as well. Look at Mons. He's going to be happy. And this is the issue with this matchup. If the Renection simply doesn't dash, he just stands there. He does just generally do more damage against you, at least early on.
Draven ultimate going mid. He sees it. Might have stolen the camp away, to be fair to Mikkel there, but Unical looks like he did commit the Flash ultimate to make an aggressive move onto Squidly. Did find the passive though, and is now in a very dicey spot. So trying to push a little too hard perhaps from the LLS mid side, but thankfully did not give a cash in over to Draven.
No, if Draven had got a cash in there, we might okay. That's the first thing we need to see coming out from B2U. As Renekton,
Ooh, Dominus used lovely wallbang, perfectly executed by Sir Victor. Mon's a little bit too comfy up there.
He had Flash. He had Flash available. He still tried to dash and just gets ruined by the Steadfast Presence. And if you're going to play like that, Sir Victor's going to take it. The Poppy in this game has been struggling a little bit in the 1v1. An extra kill to get you over the line. Much more likely to be going towards, with that longsword, going towards what would be a Sundered Sky early on. Finish the Bramble just for the matchup to deny the healing. But otherwise, the Poppy is now was in survive mode, is now not in thrive mode, but is pretty close. And LLS now go, well, where else can we get on the map? What else can we do? Because they had control, and then you've seen Unical struggle in mid, you've seen Mons give a kill over in top. LLS are just going again, they have to.
Ashe ult onto Mikkel. The stun gives them time to get position. The Lantern doesn't make too much distance. But it's enough to get back to the turret. Charm with another double root. Light side cannot capitalize. But this is going to push B2U off the bot scuttle. More river control for light side if they want to look for this dragon at some stage. And Mons, not deterred by the whoopsie from before, does get pushed back into turret range, but has continued to try and bully Sir Victor.
Yes, just get back right on the saddle, right? Like just keep punishing the Poppy pick and the way that you know how it was just a slight misstep. It was just a slight misplay. It wasn't. I didn't realize I needed to flash it, and you will see. So once Poppy gets tanky enough, it doesn't get as easy for it, and the damage from the Q makes a lot of problems. And Mons is struggling now.
There's no Dominus. Flash is traded Sir Victor with the buckler. And Mons has given up a second death. It's going from bad to worse up there for light side. The rest of the map's going so swimmingly. We don't need to give B2U an extra threat here.
The big thing about the matchup again is Renekton wants to have control of the wave, get his fury up, and then stand his ground. Once you start giving over kills and making a few mistakes, you don't have Dominus as a threat to be able to do that sort of stand your ground tactic. The Poppy can whittle you down very, very easy, especially if you auto her and it triggers grievous wounds and then you can't heal off of the Colmami. And I think that's what we're seeing here is that Mons has made a little bit of a mistake and Sir Victor's slowly rolling away with it. Still down in CS, but the Poppy will come into this game feeling quite happy in the sense of it denies Renekton entry and denies Neferi entry. And maybe he can look for a wallbang. I do have worries as we get later about the Ashe Seraphine just sort of causing problems in the team fights with the Encore. But if B2U can navigate that and get that Draven in spots where he's putting damage down, finish the Hex Optics, for example, the Anivia's left sort of more untouched and has a bit more space because there isn't, massive hard engage. It really is the Encore on top of it rather than any sort of Ornn or Malphite or Scion diving into you as the Anivia. I think if you can create space for your carries to play here as B2U, you should feel pretty happy. The game is very much not even because it is a goal lead for LLS, but in terms of the map state and the way things are going, you can't be calling it yet for, I would say, the Swedish representative, but they're both Swedish.
Which one? B2U, they have effectively managed to kill the momentum that LLS was starting to build off successful plays across multiple waves. So B2U have taken a bit of the juice out of that push. And Mikkel, now you can see, still confidently stepping up in that bot side. They've got Nodu invading onto bot jungle. Actually has an angle onto Charm. Seraphine's not going to get the option to find a catch there. As LLS instead will look for this scuttle fight top side. Mons commits the Dominus. Maybe wants to drag Victor into a fight that Cassio can then get involved in. There could be a dive on the cards right now. They've actually given up on the grubs, and they're maybe going to look for a Poppy Punish. No Noxious Blast, but Spiderlay, they've got more damage. It's a good Petrifying Gaze to set up that play. And LLS will secure the kill. Don't know if they can go back for the grubs now at this point. They might just go for a bit of camp stealing instead.
Yeah, let's not ruin our tempo too much. We managed to get the kill onto the top lane, which, you saw Mons there. Once the cooldown reduction on Poppy Q comes through, the trading is harder. He has support, though. With that support, the kill is taken. Then you can take top camps, reset, and then look towards the objective. On bot side as well, B2U are the ones putting a lot more pressure, and you see a slight CSC for Draven. I don't know if this is enough. I mean, with how I'm looking at how these comps are interacting and how I want them to play, I think LLS right now I'm giving a lot more value to, despite only 700 gold in the lead. B2U still need to show to me that they can play out team fights and give space to Draven and Anivia. And honestly, LLS are the ones with the better map movements, and that's where it makes me question about movements in terms of around objectives, and the ability to set those up should be in favor of them well with what we've seen currently coming out in Game 1.
B2U picking up that first turret in bot side. It's more gold here onto Mikkel and Nodu. Mon's not going to be attacked 2v1 and not going to cancel the bases either. Just going to push this wave through. So LLS now, still 3 minutes to play until the next break. They do still have grubs to go back and look for. Or I think it's just the one remaining grub really, so it'll just be Herald I suppose at some point. And B2U, they're keeping the pace nice and low. They're getting towards that second item for Mikkel. We've now had a lot of time for them to stack the passive up. Setting up a situation to get another cash out, to put them in a great spot for those pivotal mid-game Drakes would be lovely for B2U. They really need a threat built on the map to play around. And they are trying to cover him as both bot laners rotate into mid lane. Alex is actually going to go slap bang into Spiderlair. Quickly goes for the aggressive play. Lantern back by Nodu. And they will both walk away without too much harm done.
You can see again, every time we tune into bot lane, I feel like I say bot lane, this matchup, I should say, between Sir Victor and Mons, it looks very similar, right? Mons with the Dominus, happy to be aggressive, wants to be able to force an all-in. Poppy just wants to whittle you down, and this is really where the action has been for me. Spiderlair is the one who's been there most of the time and actually made something happen. They're leaving it on an island now because this Herald is going to be spawning soon, and they want to get this first grub to come through, get it before the despawn, and they're trying to use a power of Draven, who is still not... I want to say Draven is that scary with a CC, Nodu core.
Ooh, the ultimate encore comes through. Actually clips two of the Mikkel as well. Has to get out of there. Petrifying Gaze catches out the front line, and Unical stepping in from the flank. A flash away from Mikkel, who wants to keep those stacks for cashing out, but it looked like B2U were trying to turn it onto Unical with an Anivia catch, and then got engaged on the other side of the play.
And that's where B2U, they're trying to fight two fronts there, and they aren't quite sure if they really want to make sure everyone is running into the Anivia. And talk about running into the Anivia.
That's tough. Yeah, out comes the egg, and there's already a wave in position. LLS will pick that one up, and the rest of B2U had already cheesed it from that situation. Mans dives away from the potential wall bang, as now Bjorn has managed to have a bit of an AD carry on mid lane situation. Beautiful hook by Nodu, forces the cleanse, and Mikkel is going to get that cash out.
Okay, so the Draven is really the hope. I would say the hope of Sweden, but that may not be true given the teams we're facing. The Mikkel he's a Danish ADC representing the Swedes, and he's showing up pretty well in this Draven in this second game. They are 0-1 down. They need to win this one to go have a chance of evening up this best of three, and this has to come through the Draven every single time now because the Anivia is struggling. no matter where the Anivia goes, if you look at the side lanes, Anivia doesn't want to play on that top wave. The wave is too long with that tower dying. Look how low the tower is in bot. Once we take these side lane turrets, the Anivia's under major threat of the map movements from LLS. And B2U are going to have to cover that and play second fiddle. The only way they don't have to play second fiddle is if there's a fed enough Draven who can just run at them and they can have control at mid. Because at the moment, LLS are the ones running at B2U.
Squidly under pressure from Unical. Remember, does not have the passive for a little while. Spider stepping in to see if there's a potential kill threat there. As LLS investing in this bot river. Infernal Drake spawning in just a moment as B2U are going to have to play for the forging a path into a river. Assault goes somewhere, and Nodu is still going to find himself in melee range of a Renekton. Mikkel's got that DPS down. Bjorn again shredded. First kill for Draven. Do they have the damage to stick it out? A stun from Sir Victor sets up Mons, but the miasma slows down the follow-up from Draven. And B2U only walk away with one. I don't know where that Assault was going, but it certainly didn't help.
It was either aimed at Squidly or aimed at his own Renekton, but either way, the Assault not being available means that the playmaking tools are diminished, and it's B2U who stand firm. In this fight, Nodu, frontlining against 3, doesn't get killed in the end here as well. Mikkel has the ability to cleanse. You know, I believe that was a... Was that Mikkel's blessing, if you will? Blessing him so much.
Mikkel's blessing.
And so now he's going to be able to actually play out the fight as the Draven, getting that lethal tempo stacked. He does do an awful lot of damage. 2 items already completed. Keep the Draven alive. Maybe win the game for B2U is the goal at the moment.
Yeah, Herald's going to be picked up by them. They know they're in a strong position right now. They've cut the gold lead down. 2 Drakes and a Herald in their pocket. Infinity Edge completed for Mikkel. And they can play around this guy pretty comfortably now, as long as they have those defensive tools. As long as they have the Mikkel's Blessing and a potential flash up for him. They've got Anivia, they've got Thresh, they've got Xinjiao Ultimate, they've got Poppy W. There's a lot of healing tools that they can leverage to let this guy get his autos down.
There is. However, if this Draven is locked up ever, at all, for any period of time, say a Charm from Charm, into a Renekton stun that comes after the Blessing comes through and they're actually able to blow up the Draven, it becomes very difficult. You are very much all eggs in the Draven basket right now at this stage in the game. The only positive is that it seems to be LLS are willing to make some of these oversteps, maybe get baited in by a Thresh. And I still need to see, coming up into this next Dragon, which is going to be spawning in, 3.5 minutes time, BTU have got both of them so far, and LLS have kind of sacrificed that sort of aspect of the gameplay, sacrificed getting those objective bot side. They need to start taking them soon, because a Draven with not Infernal Soul, that isn't right. It is Ocean, the graphic is wrong, but a Draven with more survivability is a scary Draven indeed.
Yeah, Draven with any extra boosts is not one you really want to be playing into here, as we do see Mons take a really rough trade against Squidly, lose a lot of mana for it, but the Renekton not loving the Anivia matchup so far, as Unical is trying to get through St. Victor's HP bar. It's not the easiest task, but sidestepping the Keeper's Verdict will assist them. There's a Rylai's to keep Poppy on the leash right now, and a flash has to be burned, so LLS taking a tool off the table for B2U as they look for a push down mid.
They're going to keep going here. LLS know that they should be having control of this game. They're not up by much goal, but they've got the team fight team, they've got the engage ultimates, they've got the playmaking, and they've caught Alex.
Schultz just sails past right there, and now Mons is in a bit of trouble here. Squidly trying to keep him on the hook as Alex finds the knock-up. Spider Lair dives in deep, and W's back out. The TP cancelled, though, from Sir Victor. Unical dropping a miasma to stop the Poppy coming in to assist.
That does mean that sort of both teams go with the tail between their legs. You notice their Spider Lair thought, oh, I've got on top of the Draven, yippee! Well, it was actually a lantern that drags the Neferi even deeper into the team. Maybe that was the idea between the Thresh pick. I was, again, questioning in draft, and I think Nodu so far has had a decent-ish game on Thresh, landed a few crucial hooks, but in general has had to be what is not a solo frontline, but often the first point of contact in these games, in these fights. And B2U, it all resets to sort of neutral. But again, that man on the screen there, Mikkel, needs to be the one. He's now slowly working towards what looks like, is that going to be... It's not, is it an LDR? No, it's not going to be an LDR, it's going to be a Mortal Minder. He needs to get that armor pen line. He needs to get a bit more gold into his back pocket. Draven later, he's not a hyper carry. But if he can actually get 2 axes onto Ashe, late game she dies.
He's dead.
It really is that simple.
Like, yeah, you have a couple of Caitlyn headshots that you can throw out in order, but you don't necessarily have much beyond that in terms of late game options to contest other AD carries and what they can bring, as Mons trying to get into the face of Sir Victor once again. Steadfast Presence is down. There's a stun for Power W, but again, it's just kind of even trades back and forth. And even with the Shojin Black Cleaver, Renekton's still not really able to make much of a dent.
It's interesting he's gone for Shojin in this game. A lot of people like to go Black Cleaver into Sterix. Shojin gives you obviously that increased cooldown reduction, which allows you to play these incredibly long fights on side more consistently because more stuns, more Cull the Meeks, is more healing. I want to see then go towards what is very likely should be a Sterix on 3, just to give yourself that teamfight presence. You can then play way more aggressive into the face, get on top of Draven and stick on top of Draven. Not going to be there just yet. It really is going to be execution, because it really is a protect the president situation, right? They really it's going to be a case of, does the Draven fall? We haven't seen it just yet. Squidly playing aggressive.
Squidly's so aggressive for this one. He's going to get charmed and pushed into the passive straight away. And the rest of B2U look on a little bemused.
My mid laner should not be walking up here if you don't have the information. I mean, you've got vision on that top side. You know there was going to be support walking up that aggressive into a champions with Ash Arrow, etc. Nodu caught now as well.
Look at that DPS. LLS find another one, and Nodu no longer is able to throw the hook out and withstand the payback.
There's so much damage now. The Thresh really does not have that opportunity to be a frontline. If it doesn't come through that he lands the hook and actually locks someone up and starts the fight, he will be burnt through. And this is B2U, I would say, falling apart, Trajan. Squidly walks up too aggressive in a situation where it's really not a play that works in many different universes, and the Thresh as well. You should just have to concede the space if your Nivea's dead, because she's so much of your zone control. She's so much of your ability to warp the terrain to your advantage with that wall. So then you don't have an inroad. So walking up and even trying to make a play when they are going to keep making a play onto you is regrettable. And B2U are now firmly behind. They keep cross-mapping. They keep making things happen elsewhere, getting this top turret, for example. But it's not necessarily furthering a win con here. It's not necessarily furthering any of their teammates other than the Draven in this game. They need to get... The Xin Zhao needs to be strong enough to fight them. It's not the case at the moment. The Anivia's not strong enough at the moment. None of these champions are in a carrying state, whereas the Neferi is in a carrying state. There's the Cassiopeia can look to carry. Renekton can carry through just taking up so much time. And the Ashe and the Seraphine have the CC, and Ashe does also have the damage. It's scary times for B2U. They don't have the wallet just yet on the right players.
Not quite, as LLS taking aggressive positions in that topside jungle, looking for this outer tower. Hook onto Spider Lair though, Neferi privilege gets him out. Nodu once again, you see, even with the hook landing, it's not enough to keep that Thresh from surviving the play, and when you find it onto Neferi, this champ is just unbelievably privileged in that regard, bro. You can flash, you can W, it's just so hard to get the kill over the line.
It's so difficult, and that is another thing that I didn't even get to remark until I saw the fight earlier. Neferi's dogs will block the hook. So you've got all of these issues where so many things blocking you. Alex is so aggressive.
It's trapped under miasma. The Crescent Guard keeps him alive for now, but Spider Lair's in melee range. Flash forward from Björn and puts himself in harm's way. And now Alex can keep running amok in the backside. Charm's going to find it eventually. Mons flashes in for the stun. Onto Mikkel. A flash away. Do they have enough heal? Keeper's verdict sends Mons back to Narnia. And LLS won't find the second kill that they looked for. Ends up 1-1.
1-on-1 at the end of the day, as Charm is too far up, has to flash. So Victor doesn't get that Poppy, Anivia, wallbang combination.
Yeah.
And so now, the flash con on Seraphine is quite big. She can't play maybe as aggressive as she wants to, but in general, you can see there the issue that the threat that Draven will be under is, look at this replay. This is the concern I had with Thresh. He isn't as tanky as the Nautiluses of the world, and when he wants to play up and play aggressive, he takes so much damage for the cause of it, and then as the follow-up, Alex getting caught, playing too aggressive again. Björnen is taken solo just by standing on the Anivia ult, but the kills are traded, and then more importantly, yes, Mikkel is saved, but you can see the issue when it's even a fed Draven against a Renekton. The Renekton wins every day. And that was really a blessing for Mikkel, if you will, that keeper's verdict. Otherwise, we'd be talking about losing mid-turret and losing complete control of the map.
Very clutch from Sir Victor to keep him alive right there. Would lose the stacks, would lose even more momentum. He has gotten to that 3-item mark. Mortal Reminder is completed. Another Cloak of Agility locked down as well. And on the other side of it, Björn is still working towards that third item, likely to be the Infinity Edge 2. So Mikkel's still in control of the lead right now. You can see about over 1,000 gold the lead, but in comes the engage. Nodu. This, I can't call him a frontline, man, because he can't take it. He can't take a beating. We can't refer to this guy's frontline.
And the bigger problem is that when you compare Thresh as a frontline champ versus some of the others, he's so committed to each play that he makes.
Yeah.
There isn't a fire and forget ultimate like a Solar Flare on Leona or a Depth Charge on Nautilus. It really is, I have to walk up, I have to flay you, I have to get the hook down. It doesn't come. This Baron, this standoff, B2U going for this, it would be Alex for a steal. It would not be a team fight win. They are too far behind.
Thinking about a peel off for LLS. Unicao has caught Squidly on his own right now. Charm can't get through though. The wall is there. Big Petrifying Gaze stuns up Sir Victor. But Unicao's still somewhat on his own. Anivia passive is popped. The Baron is forgotten. Björnen stepping forward for Mikkel, flashless as he is. And Mons gets revenge for last time. But on the other side of the fight, Spiderless caught up by Sir Victor. Alex trades as well. It's a very messy fight, Rob. And LLS now have to deal with a respawning Nodu and get away from the Baron.
I was going to say this shouldn't be a team fight because they are behind. Sir Victor proves me wrong. This guy is an absolute beast on the Poppy. What does he do? He peels for Squidly, knocks Unicao into the wall, stuns that one up, then stops Spider getting the kill as well, and then turns back around to clean up the fight. The Poppy providing huge value here. It looked like here, when you're losing that Thresh, he's not available. They're already on the Baron, and your entry into the pit is a dash over the wall. LLS could just sit there and keep doing the Baron and invite them in. It's not the case. They try and play aggressive. Unicao, that's the first play. So Victor with the wall stun destroys that Cassiopeia. Look at Spider-Lair on the other side. Stunned again. Keeps Squidly alive. Another stun. This time, another stun. Killed. Yeah. And then on the top side, Sir Victor says, anything you can do, Mons, I can do better. I'm a top laner here as a beast. I'm going to peel for my team. I'm going to make the place happen. And this Poppy has been absolute mega value in that fight, but he's going to have to show it again and again because that was down a member. Nodu is not in this game.
Is the guy, he's the old man sitting at the piano with the foghorns and the whistles and the spinning wheels. He's doing everything, man. He's holding the entire team together. He's Spider-Man holding it down in front of the train. But right now, can he do it all himself? He's now the target. They've identified him as a threat, and they've dropped the world on his head. He's tanky, yes, but is he tanky enough? He's trying to get to safety, but Spider-Lair says no. And B2U, they're working on the Drake at least. Mikkel's going to find it. Alex secures it with the smite. 4v5. A lot of tools used on that Poppy. Dominus for Mons. Can he get onto a priority target? Stun onto Nodu, but the damage coming back is big. The Anivia ultimate doing a lot of work. Mikkel with the kill. Nodu surely going to be taken down. And Unicao arrives in the flank position. Miasma goes down, the Rylai slows, and B2U feel the jaws of this fight closing around them. A double stun from Squidly, but the carries have fallen, and Lundqvist Lightside forced through the fight.
Slowly, they whittle down B2U. Sir Victor took so much to drop there. You can see the power of the Poppy, but it was not to be because once the Poppy falls, you lose the CC, you lose the peel, you lose some of the playmaking, and 1v1, B2U die. They get up the Drake. This is actually a Hex, so I got it wrong. I thought it was an Ocean. It's actually a Hex Dragon. That would be massive for a Draven. Absolutely disgusting if he's going to be able to put that damage down. But you can see here, LLS keep the chase going. This is after the Dragon itself. They keep going, well, we can make this happen. We can make this happen. Mons is killed, but look how where Unicao is as the Cassio. Takes the flank, gets the Miasma down. Yes, the Petrifying Gaze does not land, but at the moment, Mikkel doesn't have any sustain. There's no lifesteal on this Draven, and so once you put that damage down onto him, he will just be whittled down. He doesn't get the chance of hitting an axe and being half HP again.
Yeah.
A light side there show that if they can get the right target focus, and as a mistake from B2U, so Victor did step up a little bit too far in a position he couldn't get out, they will punish. And it's such a mass punish. The gold lead has really opened up now. Control map should be LLS's. This Baron, they should be threatening. And it's got to be a response from B2U. They're going to be sitting there going, we get Drake in 3 minutes. That's a soul. That's great for us. I think LLS now need to say, no. We're going to control the map for the next 3 minutes, and you will not have entry into that objective.
And I will draw your attention, everybody, back to the comments we got from the LLS staff that Charm is really helping LLS play better together. They can't connect the Ashot on Lost Engage, but they are executing on these fights so well. They are looking more connected. There is a new dynamic at play right here. And despite B2U's current dominance of the Swedish national scene, LLS can say, we graduated from that years ago. We're in the big leagues. You're in our territory now. And they are really showing B2U the competition that they have stepped in.
I mean, we were questioning, I think, for this entire tournament, we've got, again, 8 incumbents, 8 regional league teams, many of them regional league champions. How did the regional league shape up? And this first series of the day, we thought, wow, the UK representative looks pretty damn good. But B2U in this game is being, honestly, just outplayed slightly by LLS across the board. And it is a slow game. It's 30 minutes and there's a soul point, but no soul taken. We're seeing, fights back and forth. but LLS are the ones on top. And this is our expectation, right, Trajan? Our expectation is the incumbents should be a little bit better, a little bit stronger. B2U have to show to me here, because this draft, the Thresh is struggling. The Draven really went from 3-1 to 4-3-3. He's been a target over and over again. No sustain available to him yet. He's gone towards what is a rapid fire, so no BT, no huge burst of healing, no survivability. They're really looking for one Hail Mary fight, really, because if they try and play a long, extended trade here with Ash Arrows, Ash Volleys, you're seeing the little poke from the Neferi, the poke from the Seraphine, and then an all-in from the Renekton. This is going to be B2U struggling. They are backs against the wall.
NLS taking control of this mid-wave, putting a whole host of pink wards down around that Baron, everybody. We've not seen a Baron take so far yet in this game. 31 minutes in, it's a fairly rare occurrence, but LLS clearly setting up for an opportunity. Nodu almost has the right prediction. Charm has to veer out of the way, but Bjornen, caught against the wall, is cleansed out of it, but Mikkel finds that first kill. That's the combo that B2U have been looking for, and what can we do with this opening?
So the Poppy Anivia comes up trumps there. Yes, the flash from Bjornen doesn't matter, because one Axon and one swirling, spinning death of coming from the ultimate of Draven is enough. And now they're going to turn to the Baron. They're down, remember, they're down the Ashe. That is a crucial target for some of the damage here to be able to hurt the team as well with volleys. B2U need to keep mid control, which they've done here, then move towards the Baron, and then force LLS into them. There's still an Encore available for Charm. There's still a Petrifying Gaze. There's still a Dominus. However, B2U have the numbers advantage. They have the Anivia. They have the zone control. Really, if LLS win this, this is a statement about how the incumbent teams can play.
Unikal still has DPS to offer. Bjornen's coming off the fountain now, but the Baron is down. Nodu can't find the hook, drops the box just to make sure there's no easy chase. Spider still threatening, but B2U, they're away with this one scot-free. There is a dragon spawning in 10 seconds, and Unikal is trying to slow the recalls to give LLS time to get in position on that objective.
Yeah, and so this is what I was thinking. Well, let's take control of the game from our gold lead. Let's make sure that we don't give them soul. And Baron is a difficult objective to threaten unless you get a pick. Well, B2U got the pick, they got the Baron. You've got to make sure you get something in response. So this dragon is their response. Now 2 Hextech Drakes for LLS. That soul fight concern has been delayed by 5 minutes. But there's still a concern to me that Bjorn there stepped up too far. Doesn't have flash now. If there's another wall Poppy stun, that's a dead Ashe. Yeah. And that's where we start playing these fights from a numbers advantage as BTU, and that's where they're going to be feeling very happy, because if these fights start breaking down into, you know, the Renekton's flying forward, and then we've got the Xin Zhao going in, and it ends up being a fight on multiple fronts, you're going to be favouring a team that just has more health pool, more numbers. And that would be B2U if you start seeing these squishies caught again by the wall Poppy combo.
B2U with a Baron push, escorted through bot side. Sir Victor alone in mid lane right now. Spider closing in. They're looking for a kill on this pivotal frontliner, but a Poppy ultimate removes the DPS threat, and the rest of B2U can assist through the jungle if needed. They're going to go back to buff up this Baron wave once again. Unikal going to try and thin it out. LLS able to hold this base relatively comfortably if they can get Unikal and Bjornen onto the waves. Mikkel's quite far forward here. This is pretty scary for him.
Very scary. So hesitant here from LS to try and make a play. They need to recognize that if they can get an angle here, which is what Mons is looking for, if they can get access onto backline, they should be feeling much more empowered to take a fight, because again, it really is, if you blow up the Draven, and he is squishy, he is immobile, if you can get on top of him with, say, the flash from the Renekton, which is available, you should be able to start playing out the fight. If you're going to play it like this, letting a Nivea stand there and just throw down the Glacial Storm and run the threat of a wall, it's going to be difficult for you to get anywhere near to the squishier carry side of B2U. Watch Mons in these fights. He needs to be on top of them. He cannot be sat there trying to run through all of the denial, the Poppy, the Anivia, even the Thresh Flay. He has to just flash and be on top of Mikkel instantly.
Mons holding down this mid wave. The push continuing for B2U as the Baron buff continues to tick down. They haven't cracked this bot turret just yet, and if LLS can get through this Baron buff without losing a single inhib turret, you've got to count that a success as the Ashe ult connects on the front line. Flash on from Charm with the double beat drop. All the carries caught. Petrifying Gaze as well. Mons is on Mikkel, and LLS, through the power of their new support, completely wipe B2U on the bot fight.
Charm by name and Charm by nature. He found a massive play on the bot side. The Seraphine Encore is a crucial teamfight ultimate that if it lands, it's going to spell death for B2U. If it whiffs, B2U could be looking down and maybe evening the score. And boy, there's no whiff in sight here, is there, Trajan? Boom. Four members flash over the wall. Aggression from the new French support. And then eventually you see as this fight goes down, Mons burns flash to make sure that Mikkel is killed. Alex wasn't even here. Alex wasn't even here to make sure that there was cover from the Crescent Guard and space was made. And what a play coming out from LLS. They were, almost contrary to what we'd seen earlier, they had their backs against the wall this time. And they're the ones that come up with the goods. And if you look at that score line, look at the assists. It really is. It's Charm on the boards. He's not involved in every goal, but he's pretty close. What is that? T2 out of 24? The new support coming up absolutely massive in Game 2.
Oh my goodness gracious. LLS, they needed a shot in the arm. They were under so much pressure from B2U. They were holding the alarm, and Charm holds the shot. Massive engage in that bot fight. LLS capitalized. Mons gets exactly where he needs to be, as you said, Rob. Gets on top of Mikkel. So much CCs to set him up. And an Assault looking for Squidly. Backstep will keep him alive. He's got no passive. If that connects, he's done for sure.
You can feel the momentum shift. You can feel it. B2U are back again. They're the ones now. They're in their base. They're going, we've got to make something happen. That one play they got earlier, wall bang. It's a matter of the past now, isn't it? Because LLS, they're the ones with the control onto this bot side jungle. They're the ones that control onto the river. The dragon does spawn out in 50 seconds, and we do need to ensure that we don't just use all our wards beforehand. We have some available. You should be seeing a reset now coming through by Charm to make sure he's got all of the resources possible. They're going to cede a little bit of control here, and Spider Lair has to be careful.
No W. He's kept his Edge of Night, though, at least, so does have some more defense to offer. 30 seconds. On the Hextech. Hextech Soul for B2U if they find it. A third stack up for LLS. Bjorn is going to love that additional attack speed and ability haste. As Unicorn needs to make sure he doesn't get caught on this bot. B2U fishing for it. Checking to see if anyone's a little lazy in that bot brush. They won't find it. LLS instead go back to get control of the mid-wave.
Big thing to watch here is the Anivia wall into pop stun combo. We need to make sure the flashes are up. The flashes are available for the carries. If they are stunned, if they are taken down, this is a BU winner. We're going to Game 3.
My word, I don't know if I can take it, Rob. I don't know if I can take it. LLS forcing their way through. Ashel only onto Nodu. Sir Victor gets an ult. Charm is gone. The pivotal player from the previous fight's out of the picture for now. And they've caught Mons with a stun into the wall. But Alex diving in. He's got a GA if he needs it. As does Renekton. Charm's arriving. Do they have the damage? Have they done enough work? They've got a kill onto Poppy. Mons looking for more as well. Mikkel's been caught out. The chase is there. But Draven lives for now. Spider Lair's run low, but he's fine enough. The rest of B2U, they're scattered to the four winds. Spider Lair, the pack hounding Alex through the bot side jungle. There's a TP back to the base from Squidly. He's made it back to safety, but is it enough to hold this game?
The GA is also going to be popped on the Draven. This is an absolutely huge cooldown just to be getting him. Björn has to be a bit careful. Don't give over your own GA here in response, but look at the sustain.
Oh my word. It's such a long death timer now as well. Squidly's gone. When did Squidly go down? I didn't even notice both the carries on a staggered death timer. This is surely enough for LLS. Only Nodu's going to be off the fountain. There's no Baron. But Unicow and Spider Lair, the mid-jungle for Lundqvist Lightside. That Swedish pairing stepping up to try and end the game. Nodu's alive. What can this Thresh do? Can he be the hero? With no damage to offer, so Victor flashes off, gets a stun, petrifying gaze, Spider Lair working on the Nexus. And the reinforcements arrive to secure the light side 2-0. And this dad's not ready to give up custody of Sweden just yet.
So in the Swedish derby, or what we can term as to be one of the Swedish derbies of this split, Lightside come out on top. So they currently maintain the crown. They keep the crown for a short period of time. I mean, 2 Massive may have some words about that later on down the line if we see that matchup. But LLS looking solid here. A couple concerns I think we saw B2U utilising the Poppy and Anivia at least once in this game with that pick on Björn that really gave them control of the map. However, Lightside in the end coming out clean in the clutch. Charm with an absolutely massive Seraphine Encore, and then it was the fight after that. The arrow lands on Snowdew. This Thresh did have a very, very difficult game, and it looked like maybe they could clean up that final fight, but it really was scattered to the winds, and there was nothing left in the tank for B2U.
Now we do have another interview lined up. We have the Lundqvist Lightside top laner Mons ready to step in and answer some questions about their first series win. Let's bring him in.
Hello.
Welcome, Monster Ninja. Okay, congratulations, 2-0. You didn't send us to 3. I get to go and have some dinner now before I pass out. I'm very appreciative of that. And that second game in particular, it seemed like you guys had to work pretty hard for it. Some struggles early on, but ultimately that team fighting just came up. Can we talk a bit about Charm, that massive encore on the bot side, this new support for you guys? What's been the process like integrating this guy into the roster?
I mean, it's been good. Fun to have someone new around as well. Can always integrate someone new into the team. I mean, he's really a great guy, and yeah, I think his gameplay speaks for itself. Really like him, and I think he's gonna be a force to be reckoned with in the bot lane.
Okay, I want to just quickly ask. So I know that 4 of the players on B2U you've played with in the past, I believe, on light side itself. So today you were the last sort of you're on light side still, and they've had to go to B2U. I think it's the 4 on the bot side of the Rift. How is that like in game? Because you're sat there like you were brothers in arms back then, and now you're enemies. How do you deal with that? Like, what's it like in the lobby when you're killing, when you're flashing onto MKL? How does it feel? Like, are you sat there? Is it personal? Like, are you typing in chat? How's it going down?
There was a bit of pre-game typing, getting some banter and some fancies in. But yeah, I mean, I played a short tournament with them, and we had a pretty good performance. And of course, they're from the Swedish league, which you've been in a lot, so it's just been very fun to play these guys, especially first game. It was very fun to play with them, even if like the games were very tense as well.
Yeah, we're really glad we got that as an opener for the Swedish matchup there. I mean, Nodu came into this saying half of their players can't even make it to top 4 in Rivals League. How are they going to beat us in NLC? Do we have any words for Nodu? Any sort of response to this? Because he's come out pretty swinging in this conversation, and you've hit him with the 2-0.
I mean, what's there to say? They just got beaten, so like, I don't think I need to say anything.
No words needed. The results.
They did play with 2 subs, though. They did play with 2 subs.
They did.
But
yes,
I don't think the result would change.
The result wouldn't change. That's what I like to hear. For yourself, obviously, you came in. I believe it was in the first split, right, of this year into the NLC sort of ecosystem, Div 1, and you obviously played last split as well. How has the change been for you over this entire growth? Because you're playing in sort of the Swedish scene, and you've now brought yourself up there. What's the difference between like an NLC level top laner, as you are now, and maybe some of the regionally top laners? Because this is going to be what we compare the entire split, right? You've got to go through potentially 8 of these teams for the regional leagues. Do you think there is a vast difference, or do you think this is something that these regional league teams are going to cause a lot of upsets?
I think that a lot of the regional teams can make upsets. It really depends on how much they can improve and show. I think BTU today, I think they showed a great showing, especially with 2 subs. I think they did great. And I think the main difference between regional league and NLC top laners is just sharpness in terms of laning and map movement. And I think Servicta also very surprising to me today. He played better than I expected. And I think he did good.
Yeah, coming as a sub, I think he was doing a lot of work. He was really trying to hold it down, as we said during that cast. Props to him. Sadly, they could not get the win. Congratulations, Mons. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations on your 2-0. Moving on to that upper bracket, there are some real heaters up there. We've seen Bulldog, we've seen Verdant take those victories. And best of luck in the rest of the Swiss stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's pass it back to this. Let's wrap it up here. Okay, if we have some sort of graphic to show us where we are in Swiss, we can show it. Otherwise, Rob, from what we've seen here today, a very, very close first series and a much more decisive second. Though the games themselves were fairly close down to the line, LLS did come away with the 2-0. You can see the full results there. Verdant and Arctic Pandas picking up 2-0s in their respective series as well.
I think the breakdown of today is everything kind of going to as we expect, at least in those bottom 3 games. That first game, though, which we very were lucky to cover all 3, there has to be some respect put onto Brod after that series, because that could have very easily been a 2-0 the other direction, as much as people might call it a fluke. Those were 2 games, that game 2, that Brod should be winning. This is a regional champion from the UK. We've also had the regional champion coming out of Sweden as well in that final game. But there's still hope. there's still very much hope for these regional representatives to take something here with the Swiss stage that, don't forget, even if they go down here, they're going to be facing against each other. So we're going to be getting the battle right now between the incumbents and the regional leagues, and then dropping there. We're going to see often a lot of the battles between those regional league champions, and then in that top upper bracket, the incumbents. We get to see really how our power rankings, a lot of tier lists made, how it all kind of shapes up.
Yes, and we can see on the 22nd on Wednesday this week, we will go to the other side of this initial round with DMG versus Epic Avalanche, Ruddy versus Bitfix RG, Leo versus Volta Esports, and Beer Gaming versus 2 Massive. So the other side of those incumbents versus the regional representations. We have seen, even though it's mostly tours, as we've said, Broad certainly came within a whisker of defeating Bulldog out the gate 2-0 and then fighting hard in the third game. And then in that second series as well, we did see BTU putting up a solid fight against LLS. Didn't see the games on stream, but we know that Absolved was putting up a good fight in the early game versus Verdant, and we saw that Arctic Pandas at times were barely leading against Sorby. So there's so much parity here from what we've seen. The results, I think, do give a more one-sided impression than the games would show. But we will see how that develops and see if we can actually get any of those upsets over the line on Wednesday.
Well, that's good. It's good to see. I think we obviously on Wednesday as well. We're going to have. Is it Wednesday? It should be Wednesday. Let's make sure. Let's guarantee that we get this right. It is Wednesday. Yeah. Definitely Wednesday. So yes. We are going to be having, from what I've been told, a little bit of Norwegian bias. Then I have to see what matches we end up having on the stream.
Didn't see any of them today.
Any Norwegians coming through today, so we're excited to see how those teams shape up. As well, the Finnish representatives are going to be playing on that day, so interested to see how Finland is able to shape up. That's a very interesting region. Lots of eclectic picks, odd champions coming through in that league, so one where I'm very excited to be able to sit there and catch that one going on Wednesday.
Absolutely. Call all your Norwegians that you know, get them to tune in on Wednesday. There's a lot of representation of League of Legends to be found there. That's going to do it for us today. Thank you so much, Rob, for joining me. Thank you, everybody in the back room at NLC for getting us kicked off so nicely at NLC Summer Split 26. Thank you, everyone who tuned out to watch. I think we have a great split ahead of us. We've seen so much action in just one day. Even the last split, the 2-week spring split, gave us more than we ever could have hoped for in terms of quality on the Rift and action to follow. And now we've got all the more to dig into here in summer. Have a great rest of your Monday, everybody. We'll see you back here on Wednesday. Good night.